Leio hilo I kaua pe kauahi. Ha e hae kuhi I kua pu o hau kuhi I alo a po mai lai au e pai ka hulu kona neki I na upolu e ka akau he kau e ka hema ya ka la e lele kawa me helele vai pipi olua I lave lele kawa me helele vai pipi olua I lave I na kaua na wane I ke ala e I mia nei I ka pono e kauala ina ho I kaua na wane a papahi ka haliko a papane leile hua papahi ka haliko a papane leile hua na ka haua mauna ke a kuni o na ke ahi mauna loa ku'u mole hua la lai muli kua hiki I e vene ka moa na nui ha mama o ka moku I na kaua na wane I ke ala e I mia nei I ka pono e kauala ina ho I kaua na wane a papahi ka haliko a papane leile hua papahi ka haliko a papane leile hua I na kaua na wane I ke ala e mia nei I ka pono e kauala ina ho I kaua na wane a papahi ka haliko a papane leile hua papahi ka haliko a papane leile hua leio hilo I kaua pe kauahi he ala he hala I hilo e mahalo nui kako napahoea na mic yeah you guys can go back to your chairs
You want to be up here with me? You sure? Check. Aloha mai kako. Okay, I'm just going to hold this bugger because that is not tall enough for me. Velina mai meke aloha. Welcome to the 29th PIPES Intern Symposium. You guys almost made it to the 30th year. I just want to first of all give a big mahalo to the interns for sticking it out this year through all the bumps and bruises. Can we give them a hand? And really being a part of this ohana, yeah. And we're super fortunate to have you guys with us, yeah. And we look forward to the work that you guys do in the future. And just know that we'll always be here to help you on your journey and your path. This year we had 33 we had 33 interns, our biggest cohort on Hawai'i Island. All the interns were on Hawai'i Island across different agencies. So we had 33 interns with 31 host organizations that range from federal, state, local, and community nonprofits. So big ups to the interns as well as the mentors. Mahalo nui for being there and really giving these students and these interns an opportunity. Some things that I wanted to highlight is that I think this year we had some what we call hubs, and I was supposed to have a map for you guys, but I got sick, and I decided to try and take my health and not make a map. So just picture a big map of Hawai'i Island, yeah. We had interns in Kohala with Iole. We had interns on the Puna Coast with our partners for our Puna Strong Hub. We had interns in Hilo as well as Kona down in Miloli'i, Kahalu'u, yeah. We also had interns up on Mauna Kea. The Mauna boys. So we really just want to utilize this time to hear all of the awesome stories that they've kind of been creating this summer. I also want to give a big shout out to our funders, because without them, we wouldn't be here as a program, and it's important to make sure that our people get paid. So mahalo nui to Hau'oli Mauloa Foundation. Without their help, we wouldn't be here. As well as UH Foundation, they've always been an awesome partner to us in helping these interns get to the next level. As well as NSF, the National Science Foundation. Without them, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have a lot of our interns getting paid well, and I think that's the biggest thing. So, mahalo nui. I don't want to take up too much time. I think, we are running a little bit early, but Minnie will present around 8:45. Yeah. So mahalo nui. Thank you.
All right. Aloha nui kākou. Mahalo, everybody, for coming to our 29th annual PIPES Symposium. Our first speaker is a native of Kalapana. But before we jump into that, I just want to talk real quickly about the partnership. So this year we had a Puna hub. We had 3 different community sites who are doing Aloha Aina all along the Puna coast. One of them being the Uncle's Kokua Center in Kalapana with Uncle Sam Keli'ohomalu under the direction of Kumu Gina McGuire and Uncle Sam, who actually runs the center, but Gina McGuire helped create this opportunity for Minnie in 2021, so she actually came back again this year, 2023, to continue that work that she started in Kalapana. We also have one down in Ka'akepa with Kumu Leila Kealoha, as well as one down in Kehialaka, 3rd Bay, with Auntie Ana Khan, and we're trying to support those Aloha Aina movements and those efforts by putting the Oiwi, the natives of those Ainas, of those spaces, in the care and the under the mentorship of these wonderful Aloha Aina stewards like Auntie Ana, Auntie Leila, Kumu Leila, and Uncle Sam Keli'ohomalu folks. So, without further ado, it is my honor to be presenting to you folks, introducing more like Minnie Keli'ohomalu Holtz, also known as Kai'ini Pu'uwai. Aloha.
Can you guys see it? Or is it just me? Okay. I was like, I don't see it. Imagine. Yeah, I'm like, maybe it's in my head. Okay, boom. Don't look, guys, don't look. It's technical difficulties. It's not. Mahalo. It's not. It like won't scroll when I scroll a little bit. It like won't go way down. Okay, sorry, technical difficulties. Okay. Aloha, everyone. Good morning. Thank you guys for coming. My name is Kai'ini Pu'uwai Keli'ohomalu Holtz, and I come from Kaimu, a small kipuka on the southeast coast of Puna. My presentation is called Kahuaina and translates to stewards of Kaimu, or Kahuaina o Kaimu, stewards of Kaimu. Sorry, let's just eat the ice cream. Sorry. Throughout my upbringing, I was instilled with a knowledge of and passion for supporting Hawaiian cultural practices. I'm grateful for those who have inspired me and who continue to support me on my lifelong journey. I'm grateful for those who have come before me and who guide me on this path. And I'm grateful for the Aina that continues to nourish my heart's desire. So, right here. I started this summer with a desire to learn more about Kaimu and how I can practice being a steward of the Aina. I will be going over what I've learned and my experience this summer. Thanks to the PIPES program and my mentor Sam Keli'ohomalu and Gina McGuire, I was able to continue my work in Kaimu at home with my ohana and my community under a nonprofit organization called Uncle's Kokua Center. With the mission to support the continuing good that our ohana provides to the rural Puna community while supporting the farmers markets, Hawaiian sovereignty, Hawaiian culture, regenerative agriculture, wellness, education, and economic development. So, Uncle, as it states in the Uncle's Kokua Center, actually refers to my Papa Robert Keli'ohomalu, who strive to make Kaimu a place of aloha, a place where we can be self-sufficient, love one another, and learn from one another. one another. Here's just a map of like Kaimu borders. But Kaimu means to gather at the sea, and it's where the Kalapana Ohanas come to practice their rites of gathering and going holo holo. It's a place where we can gather as family to enjoy each other's presence, and it's a place where the Puna community come to support one another. Kaimu was also known for its famous black sand beach before the 1990 lava flow. Before the lava flow created a new coastline that extends nearly 1,000 feet further into the Pacific Ocean. As you can see in these pictures, hold on. This is before and after, just the lava flow, 1990 lava flow. Yeah. So, the Puna area is also historically known to have had rich agricultural lands and practices, and recent lava flows have actually caused a sprawl of rapid subdivision development on the new land, increasing populations of non-local residents and the spread of invasive species. And for over 25 years, Puna has been the fastest growing district in the state with the largest influx of incoming residents. Here in Puna, our coastlines and communities are constantly changing, and we have to learn to adapt to these changes. Just like the lava that continues to expand our coastlines, our community is constantly growing, and the local Ohanas have to adapt to become more resilient. Speaking about land, Kahuaina translates to priest of the land, or in this case, stewards of that which feeds. In the practice of reciprocity and the native Hawaiian culture, In the practice of reciprocity and the native Hawaiian culture, we are maka'ainana, or the eyes of the land. The aina feeds us and we watch over it in return. So with this understanding of Kuleana brings us to our very own Puna Pipes collaboration, which we know Nalu mentioned. Sorry, right here. Boom. So this is a collaboration between our 3 sites along the Puna coast with the same goals as the Puna Maka'ala Coalition, which was formed in 2020. This coalition consists of Hawaiian Ohanas, nonprofit organizations, and community members that meet regularly to collaborate, coordinate, and disseminate information to solve problems. We work together to provide solutions to challenges within Lower Puna, specifically how to preserve, protect, and perpetuate our natural, cultural, and spiritual resources within Wahipana and our Lower Puna region. So this new collaboration is great for Puna because Puna doesn't get much attention in conservation matters or efforts, and I feel like this is how we can shed light on these important matters concerning our aina and community. So first up, we have our Pohoiki site under the Namakahalo OYPO nonprofit organization, which Hinana will be going more into in the next presentation. And then we have our Ka'akepa site, if you want to load, right there, under the Pohoku Pelemaka nonprofit organization with Kili Pohe, Auntie Lila, and Hannah, which Kili Pohe will be going more into after. And then last but not least, our Kaimu site, home base, under Uncle's Kokua Center with Uncle Sam, myself, and Gina. Boom. Okay. So Pilila is important, making these connections from the very foundation of Kahuaina, or stewardship, and everything to do with how we can malama our people and our places. We hold a common goal to make it possible for the Ohanas of Puna to be able to steward and manage our own aina and its precious resources while also getting paid, because who wouldn't want to work at home and get paid, right? So through these connections, I also had the chance to host and learn from several programs this summer. The first one being our very own Pipes Ohana right here. And these hamas helped me clean and restore our freshwater Opai Ula Pond in Kaimu that I anticipated would have taken me weeks to do by myself. Yeah, but oh wait, let me swipe the picture for you. Look at those hamas right there. Yeah, working in the aina, boom. And then after the Pipes Ohana, I had the chance to host the East-West Center. They're based in Oahu, but they work with and cultivate leaders from diverse fields across the region with the intention of teaching them about the history of Kaimu and its lava flows and what we are doing in Kaimu. They actually came from 14 different countries around the world, and it fascinated me with their questions and their interests to learn more. Here. This is them, just talking story with them at the beach. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. Okay. And then after learning from these field or researchers in the field, adults from 14 different countries, I got to work with the Keiki Oka'aina of Puna. So I got to host the Lawai'a Ohana camp for one day. And the purpose of this camp was to gather as Ohana of Puna area, the Keiki, Makua, and Kupuna to practice and perpetuate Hawaiian culture, to learn the mo'olelo of place and space, Lawai'a fishing practices that include malama and stewardship of our aina, and to teach each other and learn from one another. I got the chance to have these keiki down in Kaimu for the day to teach them how to harvest, clean, and prepare kalo for replanting. So this is them cleaning the kalo. So I'm super grateful that I got to teach and learn from all of these amazing people, from the professionals in the field to college students around my age, and then on to the next generation of keiki of Puna. I like to think of myself as a kua'aina, or someone who continues to actively live Hawaiian culture and keep the spirit of the land alive. I believe it's our kuleana to malama our aina, because nobody can take care of our home better than we can. In this space, I'm able to create these connections and form the foundation of what I'm building off of to be a kahuaina, or a steward of the land. And with the help of my mentors and their knowledge, I was able to practice being a kahuaina, and I was given the flexibility to start my own projects based on goals I had talked to my uncles and aunties in my family about. I had also started projects in spaces around our property that needed some love. So after the 1990 lava flow, there has been many restoration efforts to bring life back to the barren lava along the Kaimu Beach Trail. We're actively working to restore the lava flow, and here's a map right here. So here's just a map showing these outplanting efforts of natives plants such as lama, ko, kukui, lauhala, and wili wili trees, and like many more. We didn't get all the names. But yeah, these are just some of them along the trail. There's more, yeah. And some pictures. Okay. This summer, I also focused on restoring our reciprocal food systems in Kaimu, including cleaning our ohana's imu, or ground oven, and in caretaking the malakalo, right here, including weeding, making huli, replanting, and making poi. All right, just some pictures, yeah. And then I had the chance to, with the Pipes Ohana, restore and clean up our Opai'ula pond, which has been a long-standing goal among many people in my family. And the Pipes peeps helped me make that happen. Here's some Opai right there, boom. According to Uncle Aku, who is a well-known fisherman in Kalapana, this pond is believed to have been used to grow Opai'ula to feed the opelu fish in the old Kaimu Bay, which was a common practice before the lava flow covered the bay. So these are just some of the projects I got the chance to work on this summer in order to malama aina and practice being a steward of my own aina. Uncle Sam shared with me that here in Kaimu, we learn from the past, look for guidance in the future, and look for guidance in the present, and focus on the future. My hopes are to continue my role as kahuaina and kua'aina of Kaimu, and here are some of our future goals that I won't go into detail about, but happy to answer any questions on what this might look like, and mahalo to my mentors and all of our supporters. Boom. Any questions? Sorry. Questions. Questions? No questions? Okay. No. Yes. So you asked, like, out of all the projects I did, which one was my personal favorite?
I think it was cleaning the Opai'ula pond with you guys. Because, like, we used to go down there all the time as kids, and, like, I've always seen the weeds just, like, the vines just growing in there, and I've always wanted to clean it out. So, yeah, that was awesome. Yeah. So many hands. Any other questions? Yes, Hannah. So, here goals. These are just some of the future goals I plan to do. So, working with Auntie Layla and Auntie Anna, guys, starting a stewardship plan for the Puna coastline. So, like Ka'akepa, Pohoiki, and then Kaimu, and being able to, like, use that outline to adapt to different spaces along the Puna coast. So just like a stewardship plan and like managing of our aina, stewarding the aina, and being able to bring in kama aina to work like at home. Yeah, and host more educational programs in the future, because that's really fun. I had fun hosting all these different programs this summer. So, and possibly restoring our Hawaiian trail that runs through Kaimu. That was one of my uncle's goals, so I'm gonna do that for him. And then talk story to the kupunas and find out more history about Kaimu, because I still have a lot to learn. And yeah. Did that answer your question? Yeah.
Mahalo nui mini. All right. It is my pleasure now kahaoli to introduce our next speaker. She is also another native of Puna, under the mentorship of Auntie Ana Kwan down at Kiahialaka. I'm happy to introduce Hinano Ahinganir. Aloha.
Check.
Aloha mai kākou. My name is Harmony Ke'ala o ka Hinano Vilimeka Mailalau Li'i Monica Ahinganir, but everyone knows me as Hinano. I am from Pahoa, located in the Moku of Puna, and I'm honored to share a piece of home through my project, Kahuaina o Puna, Understanding the Roles of Hala. To guide my project, I developed the research question, what is the cultural significance of Hala in Puna? But before I dive into that, I want to share a little bit about my hua, the reason I joined PIPES. So as I mentioned, Puna is a district on the east side of Hawai'i Island, known for its abundance of hala and the different ways it was used by the Kanaka of the land. It is the place that raised me and that I am deeply connected to. My family has been rooted in Puna for many generations and have witnessed the lava flows that sweep across our aina. And while some perceive lava as a form of destruction, Puna people view it as a mentor of resilience and adaptability. Embracing this mindset inspired me to apply for the PIPES program during my first year of college at UH Hilo. I heard that Hawaiian culture and Malama Aina was a huge focus in this internship, so I decided to go for it and try something new. I'm very grateful for this program because it gave me the opportunity to give back to the Aina that raised me. This summer, I had the privilege of working with Auntie Ana Khan, who is the Kahuaina coordinator of the Makahaloa OIPO organization. And our site was located in Pohoiki. And Pohoiki was once a huge gathering spot where families were raised fishing on the rocks or swimming by the boat ramp, where the boats came in and out with fish and where events were held for the community. After the 2018 eruption, the process of restoring places affected by the lava, like Pohoiki, has been long and complicated. At this point, Pohoiki needs stewards of the community that are willing to care for the space. This is why the Makahaloa collaborated with other family-run nonprofit organizations along the Puna coast, such as Pohaku Pelemaka and Uncle's Kokua Center. And this is just a picture of Namanavahine o Puna, aka Puna Peeps, aka our team of mentors and PIPES interns. And then here's a map, starting with my home site at Pohoiki/Keahialaka with Auntie Ana. And then down the road, Ka'akepa, Pohaku Pelemaka, Was it working? And then in Kaimu, Uncle's Kokua Center. The vision for our Puna coastline inspired me to take on a research project about hala because it is a significant plant to the Puna people. For my Mainoa Hawai'i Hinano is a reference to the flower of the male hala tree, and the name Hinano has resonated with me ever since I was little because it represents my roots in Puna. So for my project, I wanted to explore different parts of the hala tree and how Puna people interact to answer the question, what is the cultural significance of hala in Puna? So what is hala? Hala is an indigenous plant in Hawaii with pretty distinct features. It grows best in humid coastal locations, which is why it thrives on the Puna coast. The most interesting aspect of hala is that it's a dioecious plant, meaning it has male and female reproductive organs in separate hala trees. So this shows the male tree identified by the hinano with white bracts enveloping tiny clusters of flowers. And then we have the female tree identified by the ahui hala, which is a cluster of many tiny wedge-shaped keys, which people like to compare to a pineapple. And the sex of hala can only be determined by the hinano or ahui hala, which is only visible when a hala tree has reached the appropriate age of fruiting. And that moves us into my ha'alela phase with the saying, "Ikanana no ka'ike," by observing, one learns. This olelo no eau really guided me through my ha'alela phase. As a child, I learned from my ohana that we must listen and observe to acquire the knowledge of our kumu, kupuna, the aina, the kai, and our surroundings in general. This phase was my time to step back and learn as a keiki again. So part of my project methodology was interviewing 2 hala practitioners of Puna, Wahine, might I say, Auntie Ilani Ka'avaloa and my mom, Hualani Ganier. The goal was to understand their knowledge, experiences, and practices with hala through a Puna perspective. And a list of questions was created by myself to contribute to the main research question, what is the cultural significance of hala? And I'm just gonna share like 2 questions that I asked them. Auntie P.E.'s response was, she comes from a family, let me read the question. What is your background in hala and its uses? Auntie P.E. told me she comes from a family of weavers, as her mom and grandmother were knowledgeable and well-known weavers of Puna. My mom's hala journey began with hula, and she learned how to gather, clean, and use lauhala for hula garments, which she learned from Auntie P.E. when she was a teenager. And then the second question, how do you apply hala to your life? Auntie P.E. continues to weave like the wahine in her family whenever she has the time. Whatever her imagination creates, she brings it to life through her weaving. As for my mom, Hualani, I would like to think of her as a lei hala master because nearly every week she gathers a hui hala and makes lei for family and friends. And then we move into my huaka'i, what I discovered from interviews to understand the cultural significance of hala in Puna. When I talked with Auntie P.E., she went over the olelo no eau, Puna paya ala ika hala, Puna with walls fragrant of the pandanus blossoms. This olelo no eau directly alludes to the paya, or walls, of a traditional hale in Puna. These hale follow the traditional A-frame roofing style, where Puna would hang several ahui hala and hinano, and let the sweet fragrance envelop their homes. However, the fragrance is intoxicating, and visitors that come to the hale smell the scent of hinano and ahui hala. As Auntie P.E. put it, this is why Hawaiian families in Puna tend to be large, as the combined fragrance arouses people's senses, and then get your kids. Through these interviews, I also learned about the 4 main parts of hala that are utilized in Hawaiian culture. As I shared, hinano and ahui hala, and then we have ule hala and lau hala. So the hinano flower was actually used as an aphrodisiac across many Polynesian cultures. If ever an individual, male or female, encountered hardships in finding another person, then they would use the pollen of the hinano to like attract that person. So they would like sprinkle it on themselves, in the house, on the bed, all that good stuff. And then we have a hui hala. Traditionally, a hui hala was used to make lei for multiple purposes, including the passing of a loved one, marriage, someone that graduated, or any kind of new chapter in life. But as I learned from my ohana and kumanai, Puna people wore it as an accessory just because we had it around all the time. And I would like to bring that back as well, because look at that. During the interview with my mom, she talked about her experiences with lei hala and what she learned from our Auntie Annie Kaokai, who is also a well-known Puna hala practitioner. And she learned from Auntie Annie the traditional Puna style of lei hala. And this picture shows, this is the Puna style. So we use the whole ki instead of just getting the yellow part. This is how we used to do it before learning the Puna style of lei hala. Because Auntie Annie told her that style only wastes the hala, so I'll teach you the Puna style. Then we have ule hala, which are the aerial roots protruding at the base of the tree. And like a certain human body part, it comes in all shapes and sizes. In Puna, it is used for cordage or medicinal treatment, and that treatment, it could be the skin disease, oh my God, the skin disease called kane, also known as tinea. And that's something I hope to look into in the future as well, as I continue my hala studies. And then we have our lauhala, the long blade-like leaves of the plant, commonly used for weaving. Lauhala weaving has received a lot of attention in recent years because of the beautiful things you can make, like mats, papale, baskets, whatever your imagination creates. However, the process of gathering lauhala is just as essential as the weaving part. And that's something I wanted to shed light on. I learned from Auntie P.E. that the ground was always ma'e, or clean, at groves of gathering in Puna. And the old dead lauhala were placed under the ule hala at the base of the tree to provide more nutrients. In addition, old leaves were plucked off the tree itself to allow the younger ones to grow nice and beautiful for weaving. This process of gathering lauhala portrays the nurturing relationship between Puna people and the hala. And this is a picture taken at with Kukulu Kumuhana Keiki when we went to Keahialaka and we gathered lauhala. We learned how to pick the right ones, or just the whole process of gathering and cleaning. And they made cute little bracelets. So to answer the question, what is the cultural significance of hala in Puna? Maintaining and caring for the aina is how native plants like hala will continue to thrive. Puna people shared a special connection with hala because of the way they utilized it, whether it was to find a significant other and create a big ohana, to make lei medicine and cordage, or to create beautiful clothing and accessories. It was inspiring to learn more about hala so that I can apply it to my daily life as a future hala practitioner of Puna. This way we can pass our practices down to the future generations. And then we got my ho'ina. Now that this internship is coming to an end, I would like to give a big mahalo to the people that supported me during my ka'au journey, such as our PIPES Ohana and supporting organizations. Mahalo for opening career paths for my future, teaching me essential life skills like public speaking, which I love a lot, and giving me the opportunity to malama the aina that raised me, and most importantly for instilling Hawaiian values of na'au, aina, kaiaulu, and ka'au. I will carry this ike with me as I continue my education as a college student. And to my Puna Ohana that pushed me to kulia ikanu'u, strive for the summit, I'm honored to represent my home as a steward of Puna and a PIPES intern. Mahalo. Any questions?
Mahalo nui, Hinana. Does anybody have a question? And I'll run this mic to you. I'm sure somebody has a question. I want to kind of go towards our Puna peeps. Sorry. Please state your name.
Thank you so much for your presentation. A year ago, we did hala surveys along the Red Road down in Puna, and seems like it's not as abundant as it used to be historically. So I was just curious, in your interviews or in your experiences this summer, if you have any ideas for how we get our groves back, or malama our groves, or get people to want to have hala around.
This summer I actually got the opportunity to plant some red hala, because we wanted to like keep it going, start that propagation again. But those, oh, eat the ice cream, sorry. Those hala didn't really sprout, but luckily we went on a hike, a very strenuous, hard hike across lava rocks and at the edge of a cliff, and we found a singular hala tree, and we got like all these little seeds. So I think just like, you know, finding all the seeds you can and like starting that outplanting, especially in Kaimu, and bringing that back. That's how we get the abundance again.
Hinano, I have another question online from Noi, from Kumu Noi. Were the hala collected mostly in yards or from the forests? And a follow-up, do you see any connection with the cultural importance of hala with the health of the forests?
So at my house, we actually don't have any hala fruiting right now, so we usually go around the neighborhood in Hawaiian beaches. We're scoping it out. If it's in front of someone's yard, we make it quick. And we go along the shores and the coastline of Puna. You can go anywhere, really, in Puna and find the best one for you. What was the other part of the, did I answer it?
What's the connection? What is the connection with the cultural importance of hala with the health of the forests? How do you connect those?
What is the cultural connection?
Do you see any connection with the cultural importance of hala with the health of the forest?
Yes, because hala is like our plant in Puna, and like Gina said, it's not as abundant as it used to be, so just bringing that back. So, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Any environmental, I just like to ask if there's any environmental threats that are hindering the cultural practices, like let's say invasive species attacking hala trees and stuff?
Yeah, so I actually heard about hala scale. Luckily, it hasn't been spotted on the Big Island, but it is taking over Hana Maui, which also used to be like Puna with the abundance of hala. And it's sad to see that that's happening there, and I hope we can keep it how it is over here on the Big Island.
Mahalo Hinano. Oh, we have one more question. We get time for one more question from Mom.
So the last time we gathered hala, we heard, because we have a lot of influx of non-residents in Puna, which we heard from Minnie. Someone told us that they are working towards, some people in the neighborhood want to cut down the hala trees because it's a nuisance or they don't like the way it looks. So what would you say to non-residents who don't find cultural significance in the hala? Like, how would you help them to understand its importance?
Well, I think they need to come down and be part of our stewardship plan and learn about our cultural plants and natural resources, or the not so nice ways. Stop doing that.
Good job, Hinano. Mahalo nui. And yes, please come down to Puna and learn all about hala. Our next speaker is our last Puna Hub representative, and it is Naukaha'ole. It's my pleasure to be introducing Bratio Kilipohe Ventura. Aloha.
Eating the ice cream. I'm gonna eat it for real. Okay. Aloha kako. My name is Bratio Kilipohe Kohiwai Komaluake Aloha Ventura. And I had the amazing opportunity to be a part of the Kahu'aina Puna project with a few of the nonprofit organizations out in Puna. I also had the freedom to choose a personal project to focus on, and through talking stories with the Puna Ohana, we decided to take a deeper dive and look into the relationship or pilina between hala and ha'ukeuke. But before we do that, I'm going to go over myself.
I was born and raised in Puna, and I've always appreciated the place that raised me all my life. And by being born and raised in Puna, I have a part of that area within me. And coming into this internship, I had little to no knowledge on what to expect. But as we come towards the end, I am truly grateful of this transformation process I went through this summer. Pohaku Pelemaka is a nonprofit organization I had the opportunity to work with, as well as collabing with two other nonprofit organizations, Namaka Haloa OIPO in Puna with Auntie Anna Khan, and Uncle Kokua Center out in Kaimu with the Keli'i Ho'omalu Ohana. Ka'akepa is found in the Ka'akepa is the home base for Pohaku Pelemaka. And if we take a closer look, Ka'akepa is found in the Ahupua of Malama near Mackenzie State Park. There it is. Auntie Leila Kealoha, along with her Ohana, have been stewarding the place for many, many years now. And Pohaku Pelemaka is an organization that displays what it means to be Kahu'aina of Puna. This nonprofit organization educates, holds space, and continues traditions in and for our community. In this area, it shows the connection that Kai and Aina share, and having a healthy environment means both land and sea are strongly connected to each other. Ka'akepa is a special place where many Puna Ohana are able to gather and grow with one another, and at the same time are able to educate the next generation in hopes that they can take on this kuleana and educate their next generation. As we learned from Minnie's previous presentation, the term kahuaina is a term we use to explain what a steward of the land is. And when becoming a steward, we need to find proper protocol to educate others who visit these spaces, as well as malama aina this area, so we are sure to have it in the future. Over the summer, we hosted a handful of groups, as well as creating camps for the Puna Ohana. We had two groups, Green River College and the Arctic Slope Foundation, who came from areas beyond the island. And our kuleana was to educate them about the history of the area and teach them skills that we were taught growing up, as well as allowing them to understand the purpose of Malama Aina or Aloha Aina. The other two camps were camps for the Puna Ohana, and pretty much they come together and be the Hama Hawaiians they are, rah. Sharing their ike with one another is how we will continue to grow and build what we have in Puna. And then, part of being a steward of the land is to develop a program manual, and in this document we included biological surveys. So we performed baseline studies within Ka'akepa, and this consisted of tide pool surveys as well as forest surveys. And we started with the tide pool surveys earlier in the summer, and then later on we tackled that thick forest we have in Ka'akepa. And all these data we are collecting will be put into the program manual Auntie Leila is currently developing for Ka'akepa. As I mentioned earlier, Auntie Leila gave me the opportunity to develop a project that sparked my interest. Puna is known for its surplus amount of hala, so I figured why not develop a project around our greatest resource. Sorry. This specific tree plays many roles in Hawaiian practices, as we learned from Hinanu's presentation. And ha'ukeuke, hold on. Ha'ukeuke is an edible urchin that is deeply favored by the kupuna and others in Puna. And basically, we wait till the urchin is big enough, and then we bust it open and eat the gonads. In order to dive deeper into this pilina that these two species shared, I decided to interview a few Puna practitioners. And through the interview process, Auntie Pi'i Leni Ka'avaloa reminds me about pilina.
Through the research, I come to find that this special relationship between land and sea are well recognized in many, many stories, as well as the Kumulipo. And every living thing in the ocean has a matching partner on land that shares similar traits. So hala is the counterpart to ha'ukeuke. By the process of kilo, both the species seem to share the same ripening season, which is in the fall, and by observing the fruit, families would know when to go down to the shoreline to gather the urchin. Looking at the two species, we were able to see similarities shared by hala and ha'ukeuke. The pattern on the outside of the hala keys shares similar patterns found at the bottom of ha'ukeuke. I also learned that this urchin tastes different in different areas, and with the help from Auntie Makani Greg, we wondered if this had to do with the type of hala produced in that same area. Unfortunately, we haven't really got to fully test this theory due to our busy schedules this summer, but from Auntie P.E.'s Mana'o, she has never really heard of this potentially being a factor. As we traveled up and down the shore of Ka'akepa, we were a little concerned whether or not we would find ha'ukeuke in the area. Auntie Layla continuously told us stories about how her father used to collect ha'ukeuke along the coastline, but as time went on, she never really saw any. So during our tide-pool surveys, we found a colony of ha'ukeuke near the western boundary of the site. Since this was a rare sighting in Ka'akepa, we marked the spot on our GPS, and later on in the day, I sat down with Uncle Kyle Kealoha, another Puna practitioner, to talk about the coastlines of Puna. Uncle Kyle is a Puna Hama who spends majority of his time along the coastlines of Puna, and he gave us a quick rundown of the type of ha'ukeuke to find along the coastlines. Just like Auntie P.E. Leni Ka'avaloa, he also mentioned the Olelo No'eo, Palakahala Momona Kaha Uke Uke. So as I continue this journey of learning more about my Aina and where I come from, I come to the realization that this kuleana I have goes beyond the 10 weeks PIPES internship provides to me. I was able to reconnect myself to my home as well as build a strong connection with my Puna peeps. And being able to be a part of a big change that is to come is such an honor. And as a Kanaka in the upcoming generation, it is amazing to be able to have a say in future projects we are to hold in this area. Auntie Layla as well as Auntie Anna showed that our voices as the next generation matter, and being able to see and be a part of developing a community-based stewardship manual gives us the opportunity to give our mana'o in what we want to see in the future. It is so valuable to be able to carry on the type of work these amazing ladies are doing, and because of them, we are able to have a place to continue to keep educating new generations, as well as people who just simply want to learn. Due to this being a place where we are consistently in, this doesn't mean this is the end of our journey. There is no official way to close this because this was just the start of something amazing to come in Puna. So as a way to give back to my Puna peeps, me along with Minnie and Hinano decided to create a mele vahipana highlighting the beautiful traits our sites provide. With the help from my sister, Hualeni, we created this, and this mele is not finished, but I think it has to do with the fact that this journey isn't over. PIPES internship opened a door for us and gave us this opportunity to be part of this lifelong duty we have as people from Puna. And overall, I just want to give a big mahalo to the PIPES Ohana, as well as the supporters, and a big mahalo to the Puna peeps back there. And especially the biggest mahalos to Auntie Layla Kealoha for taking me under her wing this whole summer. So thank you guys.
Mahalo nui Kilipohe. Puna strong, Puna strong. Do we have any questions for Kilipohe? Oh my God, you would be in the middle. I don't even. Can we pass the mic?
So, Bree,
besides hala and ha'ukeuke, did you see any other similarities from land to coast during this internship in Puna?
In Puna?
Or what you learned while down there?
Well, a big thing I heard was a lot of the Puna people knew the Olelo no Eau as Palakahala Momona Kavana. So I thought that was an interesting part. And what I also learned is Vana and Hala do share similar patterns as well. So when we look at the core of the fruit and pretty much take off the spines of the Vana, Auntie P.E. told me that they look exactly the same. And so, yeah, but if you look in the Kumulipo, there's plenty of those kind of connections. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? I think we could take, oh, here we go.
I heard you mention your through the process of Kilo, so I was wondering how you utilized Kilo throughout your internship and if you had any favorite kilos throughout the summer or if you have a specific way that you kilo.
Wow, that was a beautiful question. Well, the way I kilo is really just staying in the area and taking it all in. And, you know, this mele vahipana was created from kilo. Thank you.
One more question. Thank you.
When can we hear the mele?
I'll tell you not today. If you like hear them, you can email me, bratil@hawaii.edu. I'll send you a recording.
Okay, I get one more. So how could you apply the same type of understanding with the Olelo no Eau between the hala and ha'ukeuke or the vana and the hala to the current climate change that's happening? You know what I mean? That's affecting all of the changing within the ocean. Like, how do you think you can apply it now with the knowledge that you gain from the aunties and the kupunas that would help you out through your studies?
Well, something I did want to do in the future was really like test the theory out that if hala is ripe, is the ha'ukeuke even ready? And so some ways of doing that, I would say, is like, you know, we have to use our observation skills and see if the hala is ripe, and then check if the ha'ukeuke is ready. And then maybe, I don't know if I'm able to take on this kuleana, but like kind of revamp that olelo no eau to like what we are seeing in this time and age. Thank you.
Mahalo nui.
Okay, mahalo nui, Puna peeps. Yeah, Puna strong. Yeah, so we have a couple more presentations before we take a break, because I know everybody got to stretch their legs. But I'd like to introduce Mia Takai, our next presenter. And she'll be talking about her experience this summer working with wahine farmers. Mahalo.
It's this one, yeah? Okay. Okay.
Aloha kako, everybody. My name is Mia Takai, and I'm a student here at UH Hilo. And I'm currently majoring in geography. This summer, I was so blessed to yet again be a part of the PIPES cohort. And my project this year is about the women's perspectives in a male-dominated industry while exploring conservation practices through the lens of wahine farmers in Hawaii. Oh, sorry. So first and foremost, I want to give a big mahalo to Kipuka, UH Hilo, and PIPES for funding this project and actually making this research possible this summer. I also want to thank my host agency, the Geography Department at UH Hilo, along with Dr. Catherine Bezio and my PIPES mentor in the back, Anna Ezi, who is a graduate student in the Tropical Conservation Biology and Environmental Sciences Master's Program. So in this study, I wanted to focus on two main points, which was wahine identifying farmers' experiences in practicing conservation in agriculture, but specifically looking at native wahine farmers and women of color. I also wanted to focus on the challenges and barriers for women who try to attempt to access these Farm Bill programs or any other government support conservation funding. So some of the methods that I had used in this project was grounded theory and purposive sampling. And basically to start the project, I had to gather some background information, so I looked into literature, and basically the topics that I looked into was biocultural restoration, women farmers, and government support programs. After reviewing the literature, I identified the gap of research on women of color in agriculture in the US. So if you take a look at this graph, sorry, it is a little small, but it shows that Farm Bill programs actually support conservation in farming. And then, in fact, there's over like $60 billion that goes towards that with federal money. And then on another note, we were able to connect with Hikiola, which is a community nonprofit organization, and they were able to share a study with us that they conducted in 2022 on Native Hawaiian and Pacific Island access to Farm Bill programs. And some of the main barriers that they had seen was that there was a lack of knowledge of these programs, there was a lack of time that they had, and people assumed that they actually weren't eligible because they didn't identify as a farmer. So in the outreach portion of my project, I basically documented the details of the participants. So I created a spreadsheet starting with 12 participants and then ended with 60 well-respected farmers in Hawaii that basically ranged from small backyard farmers to commercial producers. And in total, we had 6 interviews that were conducted. So because the interviews were completely exploratory, we did not fill out the IRB protocol. Instead, we used this informed consent form to basically tell the participant what the interview was about, what it entailed, and the confidentiality measures that were taken for their privacy and so on. And the completed forms were in my Google Drive. So the interviews that I conducted were semi-structured, which basically means that we asked them open-ended questions. There are 3 main questions for this project, and they are: how do wahine agricultural land stewards identify themselves as, and how have they engaged with conservation assistance programs? What are the barriers and what works? The 3rd question says, how can a greater understanding of the first 2 questions help wahine access conservation assistance programs? And so in this study, we created the interview questions and basically sorted them into categories of themes to narrow down the focus of our project. And as you can see here, there's like, for example, identity, methods and farming practices, community and social networks, challenges, and government support. So some of the details of the participants we gathered was the location of cultivation and their ethnicities, and the ethnicities of the participants. There were 6 participants in this study. all of which that cultivated on the Big Island, Maui, and Oahu. All of them had farming experience in Hawaii, and take note that 2 of the participants actually were born out of state. The participants identified as Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, Irish, and Japanese. And knowing these details will help us get a better understanding of their experience in farming as a whole. And so the next step was to transcribe the audio files using Otter AI. So I have a screenshot for you guys of what it looks like. Otter AI is basically a technology that develops speech into text transcription using artificial intelligence. And I did have some difficulties with using AI. Some of those reasons include, like, English wasn't the only language that was being used by the participants. They also used Pidgin and words of Olelo Hawai'i. Another issue was the background noises, so it made it hard for the AI to accurately transcribe. Here we have Deduce. So I used Deduce to code my transcriptions and basically identify any themes to examine any patterns that were present in the answers that the participants gave us. And to your left, in this image here, I created 15 codes that basically derive from topics that were talked about within the interviews. And to provide a little bit of context, from what I heard from the participants, I used demographic data that the USDA Census of Agriculture had taken in 2017. And within the data, they collected gender statistics. And when comparing both years of 2012 and 2017, they seen that there was a decrease of 1.7% of male producers and a dramatic increase of 26.6 female producers. The USDA data collection also featured race and ethnicity in the US, and it basically shows that there's a discrepancy in both gender and ethnicity in the US for who is actually farming. The highest percentage of producers were white, and 0.1% of the producers in the US were Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander. In 2017, USDA collected the same data pertaining to gender and ethnicity, but within the state of Hawaii, and there was around 7,000 male producers and 5,000 female producers. So when comparing Hawaii to the US, Hawaii has less of an extreme gap in gender and race for who is farming, yet there is still like a lack of research into the needs and perspectives of women of color in agriculture. So in the interviews, something that I really wanted to ask the participants was, what does a farmer look like to them, just to get a sense of how they perceive things. So here are 2 quotes from 2 different participants that display an image of what a farmer looks like to them. One states, "When people think of a farmer, I mean Old MacDonald had a farm. It's a dude on a tractor with a big pot belly." Another states, "Someone that does what I do, maybe on a larger scale or something, more land covered. I feel like they also grow other things too, consistently, not like me trying to experiment." When referring back to my first main question of the project, we found that 2 people identified as farmers, and these quotes below are actually from 2 participants that don't identify as farmers. One of them states that, "I don't say I'm a farmer, but it's like, oh yeah, farmer so-and-so, you know, she grows kalo. My mom, she likes to joke around and say that, and my papa. But yeah, I don't even though it's what I do." And basically another participant claims the same thing, but she says in the she says in the interview that she set a high bar for herself, and she's nowhere near that, so therefore she is not that. Another interesting find that we found in the study was that a participant actually questioned the identity of a farmer and as both a occupation and as a lifestyle. Here in the quote it says, "I always thought, is this a job or is this a lifestyle?" And to address my second question in my project of how Wahine land stewards engage with these conservation assistance programs and what the barriers are, I seen that in my study, a lot of the participants mentioned like a lack of time, desired freedom from the government, completing the forms for funding were challenging, but actually getting a hold of the forms itself was just as hard. Not being eligible for NRCS funding, networking is important, but some of the people were left out, and opportunities for funding. One participant said, the women I know who are farmers, they're expected to take on both household duties like cooking and taking care of the children, plus running the farm and seeking out resources on top of that. And that's something that one of them said. So the things that are working, here we have a quote, and it states that I went into the rural development office and they had a packet that had like a lot of pictures and a lot of grants, just had like 1-sentence descriptions. And it was like a 30-page pack, and it was very helpful. When going to, when you go to grants.gov, it's like no pictures. So these are the things that are super helpful, keeping the information and resources out there very brief and short. So when addressing my third question, some of the solutions that I see could help more Wahine access these resources consist of marketing those resources more, which could provide the inclusion for different identities, and not just farmers, but like Wahine growers as well. In our finding, many of the participants shared that existing materials for seeking out resources are too time-consuming. So I believe making, like I said, just briefly before this, that making the information a bit more brief and bite-sized for the farmers would be best. I also think that networking would be a good way to help people get connected and find the resources for funding within different communities that they need. So I want to thank my funders, Kipuka, UH Hilo, and the PIPES Ohana, as well as my mentor, and also a main, I guess you could say, necessity of this project was the participants that I really want to mahalo, because they took the time out of their life to meet with me and discuss all of the details of that and provide the study with the data that it needed. So yeah, mahalo for your time.
Mahalo nui, Mia, Noilani. Do we have any questions for Noilani? I'll come run to you wherever you are.
Yes, Chloe.
Was there anything during your interviews that you didn't expect to find?
Oh, she asked me if there was anything in the interviews that I didn't expect to find. Honestly, for some of the questions that we asked, because it was like a semi-structured interview with open-ended questions, the participant could basically just free flow it. It doesn't even have to end with something that I was asking for. So, for example, one of the participants, she had answered the question first, and then she moved on to all of these other different topics, like problems with society, like food insecurity in our society. So it mentioned a lot of other things and a lot of other problems that need recognition. Any other questions?
I think we. Please raise your hand.
So where did you conduct the interviews? Was it in the model or farms or inside? And do you think that altered their answers?
Right, okay, so the question was where did the interviews take place, whether it was on their farm in the mala or inside. And I would say, I don't know the numbers, but we were outside in their farms for 2 of them when we went up to HCC or in Oahu for HCC. We got to visit a kalo patch, what else? And a farm in a valley. I don't really want to give the details of that, but Yeah, so it was super outside. Majority of the interviews were through Zoom though, which I honestly think that with more funding, maybe from PIPES, one day, like, you know, we can go and fly to Oahu or Maui, you know, and get to ask these questions in the field. And I think it actually does alter, like, the answers that the participants, you know, say to us, because, I don't know, anything can influence their answers, like I guess the environment around them could remind them of a certain point to mention to me, so, yeah. Any other questions? I think Makoa had a question, yeah? Okay, so the question was basically like about the relation of farming to me, right? So I was actually, I was very interested in this project. It was a very new project, especially for my mentor. But so my relation to farming and why I was so excited was because I actually come from a family of farmers. I personally wanted to interview my grandma, but she actually refused because she just said, no, I don't do that kind of stuff. So, I mean, I respect that, totally respected. But yeah, I just come from a family of farmers and fishermen, so yeah. In the back. Right, all of them.
These females, they had a male counterpart, right? Or female, no matter what, but right, they're married or not.
Right.
How do you think they share the dynamics of the farming responsibilities between each other?
Right, so.
It's not just going to be a running and running everything, which I'm not saying that they cannot run.
Right.
I'm just saying, how do they split it between the people that you're interviewing?
You know,
What was the question?
how did the gender dynamics or gender roles and what are the specifics of that dynamic, I guess you could say, on farming and who makes the decisions? So my answer to that is I'm not too sure how they exactly split up that role of running the farm, whether it's like the husband or the wife. But we actually, I think something that we could control in our project is like looking for women that actually take on the responsibility themselves and not having too much assistance from, you know, like the male gender role portion of that. But one of our participants' parents who actually ran the farm, her mom had basically been in charge of the farm itself, and then the father had been like the animals and nothing to do with the farm, nothing to do with cultivating at all. It was just, you know, like the animals. So I think that's something that we've seen in our study, so yeah.
We have one question online. Did any of the participants describe themselves as mahi'ai?
Right, good question. Honestly, in our interviews, we asked them, I'm not too sure exactly what we asked them, but some of them actually asked us, like, what does that kind of mean? It seems like some of the participants didn't know exactly what mahi'ai is. But I was told by my mentor that mahi'ai is like a term that you use for farming, but also I feel like it's on a spiritual level. So whether it's stewarding the land and cultivating and taking care of it, doing your part and your kuleana in this community, not just taking as a farmer for that term. But yeah, I would have to research more into that term, so. Oh, one more question, I guess. Right, so the question was the differences between male and female, I guess access to the grants and stuff like that. I didn't get too into that in my study. I would love to see the differences, but I believe that we had data that shows the percentages, but not the reason why more men have access to these resources more than women. also in our interviews, we asked about like the difference, I guess, between that male and female dynamic, and they didn't really think that there was anything to impact that, I guess you could say. Like there should, yeah, I'll just leave it at that. I have to research into that more. That would be a really good study. So yeah, is that all?
Can we give another round of applause for Mailani Takai?
Thank you, Mia. Okay, so we're gonna finish this morning session with Violet Hart. She is working with BISC this summer and has some really cool stories to share. Thank you, Violet.
Try to make this brief. I know y'all want to stretch your legs and get a snack or something. I don't know. But aloha, everyone. My name is Violet Hart. Sorry. Okay, let's eat the ice cream. All right. Aloha, everyone. My name is Violet Hart. Today I'm going to be presenting on our community and our environment, using citizen science to detect and track the spread of invasive species on Hawai'i Island. All right, so to start with my hua, my catalyst, and my reason for doing this internship. So I was born and raised on the Big Island, and I developed a really strong love for the outdoors at a young age. I was fortunate enough to be raised by parents who really valued caring for the land, and they were always pushing me to interact with my environment. These are just some pictures of me exploring and playing in the native rainforests. I was always super fascinated by everything that makes up these intricate ecosystems. This is a picture of me. Sometimes things never change. I look exactly like this now, as you can see in this picture. So the native species we all know and love are in danger. Hawaii makes up about 1% of the US landmass, but about 40% of the nation's endangered species. And like anyone who grew up here, I'm very well acquainted with these invasives that plague our islands. And I became increasingly frustrated with this as I grew up, and it really inspired me to go into conservation. These are just some pictures of the terrible things that we see here, in my opinion. So moving on, when I began college in 2020, I was really set on becoming a biology major with a focus in botany. But this kind of morphed into a new passion as I studied the significant disparities within our communities when it comes to education and environmental education. And Western science kind of just has a tendency to remove humans from our environment and study the two as separate entities. But this pulling us apart from this disconnection, sorry, I was looking for that word. This disconnection has kind of removed this sense of kuleana we have to steward the land. And I believe that real conservation cannot only just occur in the lab, and for me to feel like I was making real and tangible change, I had to work with the communities to bridge this gap and reconnect people with their environment. So this all led me to this internship where I got to work with the Big Island Invasive Species Committee, or BISC. They have voluntary partnership with government, private, and nonprofit organizations and community members, and they work island-wide to protect native forests, agriculture, and communities from the threats and impacts of invasive species. These are just some pictures of things that they're doing. The Albizia assassins, some of their education events. So I was really excited to work with BISC because it seemed to just combine a lot of my major interests. I was able to use my botany skills and kind of practice that, and then also work with the community and gain more experience in outreach and education. So my internship with BISC primarily consisted of 3 things. The first was finding the most accurate plant identification app. The second was testing a new method of early detection for invasive plants. And then the third was just general outreach and education, which I was kind of just helping out with throughout the entire internship. So the first that I'm going to talk about is finding the most accurate plant ID app. So BISC is a very small organization and they have limited reach, so they rely a lot on public engagement to monitor and track the spread of invasive species on the island. And using plant ID apps was a huge way that we were doing this summer. So my mentor, Molly Murphy, along with Kevin Facenda and Chuck Chimera, they decided to test the various plant identification apps. So they accumulated about 250 pictures of identified plants, and then these were categorized as invasive or non-native common, non-native rare, and native common. And then I helped with this project by uploading these photos one at a time into each of the 5 identification apps we were looking at. So we were looking at iNaturalist, PlantNet, PhotoThis, Google Lens, and LeafNet. And then I recorded the answers of these and basically just said if it was either correct or if it just got it on a genus level or a family or anything like that. And then each app response was quantified on a point system. So it was 1 point if it got it fully correct, 0.6 if it got it correct as a 2nd to 5th option, and then 0.3 points if it just got it on a genus level. So these points were added up and then turned into these nice bar charts that I did not make, unfortunately. But they were turned into these bar charts. The x-axis shows 0 to 50, with 50 points being fully accurate. And as you can see, iNaturalist won with about 43 points for common natives. And Google Lens and PlantNet got about 25 points, so, you know, clear 2nd place, but at least they tied. And then for rare natives, iNaturalist had about 13 points, and Google Lens took a clear 2nd place with 10 points. So it was very apparent to me, as you can see, the rare non-natives, the apps seem to get a lot more accurately than with the rare natives, which is just likely due to a lack of data in these systems when it comes to native Hawaiian species, but this will hopefully be remedied as it's expanded over time, and people continue to use it across the islands. But as you can see, the rare non-natives and then the rare natives, iNaturalist still won, but still very low points. So this kind of goes into my next project that I was working with BISC, which was definitely one of my favorite parts. I got to go around the island in 10 weeks. So invasive plants often come to the islands as seemingly harmless ornamentals, definitely not harmless. But then once they're introduced here to the island's favorable conditions and their lack of their native predator from their homeland, they just grow wildly out of control. These are just a few examples of some of those plants that you can kind of just see all over that are in people's yards. And so the GIS analyst at BISC pulled a bunch of GPS points from iNaturalist and then compared these with plants from I forgot to say earlier, another thing that I was very surprised with, that it was very interesting to me, was that the list of invasive species or naturalized species has not been updated since 1992. So there's about 30 years of plants and, you know, things that we need to back up before we can even like go into eradicating them. But so the GIS analyst took the points from iNaturalist and then he compared these to that list of unregistered naturalized species in Hawaii and then made a nice little map that Molly and I used to just go around the island. So we would take these points and then we would go and collect these plant samples from around the island. And then this is just a map of what we found. I'll try to go through it kind of quickly, but we kind of started in Hilo and then went around. Let's see if the map will even move. Oh, there we go. Some of them were hard to find. I like this name. The Rosa rugosa was a potential eradication target. Sometimes you almost have to fall into a pond to get your sample, but you know, what you gotta do for science. This one, bane of my existence, you see it everywhere. Once, it was our first collection, and now I can't stop looking at it. Anyone who's driven with me recently knows that that's all I can talk about. So then for every plant, we recorded data about their location, their physical characteristics, surrounding plants, basically anything we saw. The main characteristic we were looking for was the presence of fruit and flowers. So this kind of shows that the plant is naturalizing and becoming accustomed to the new environment. And then back at the office, we would press the samples, or we would dry them and press them, and then we would mount them for our own collections as well as the Bishop Museum. So these are just a few pictures. This is us pressing the plants. It's not for the weak. And this is a picture of me, if it loads, mounting the plants. Just putting some glue on the back of them and then labeling them. So the kind of culminating thing with this entire internship was public outreach, and that was what I was focusing on. So I did a lot of events with things like World Oceans Day, Climate Day, Revitalize Puna, and then BISC also gets called to do a lot of neighborhood talks and stuff like that, talking about fire ants and rat lungworm. And this was just a picture of us when we went out to Kalani Estates. We were just doing a native species talk and also about fire ants and rat lungworm and things that are important out there. One of my favorite outreach events was with Imi Pono. So that's a conservation group or a conservation program for students. But my mentor, Franny Brewer, and I went up with the group to Kahuku Ranch, and we did a talk about native and invasive species, and then we also got to remove some vivee, which was really cathartic, I think, for both of us. But making sure that this information that we were spreading is accessible for everyone, including just, you know, young kids, was just a really big part of my time with BISC, and it's really inspired me to rethink how I go about public outreach and education. So now to kind of finish, bear with me with all these words, I'm sorry. So my ho'ina, my reflection on this entire internship. So I study environmental education and eco-justice, which essentially means I'm just constantly surrounded by very depressing conversations about the future of our Earth, and just this like seemingly just impossible acts it would take to fix these things. But after a few weeks with working with BISC, my mindset was really starting to change, especially because I had definitely come back home with just a lot of hopelessness, honestly. But I was still seeing a lot of these issues, obviously, and just kind of being shown the really the restricting like politics and stuff surrounding conservation. But I felt like I was actually able to see people who were putting in the time and effort and able to be a part of real change that is happening, which was really inspiring for me. And working with people who are doing this was like incredible. But you know, as we all know, conservation is incredibly underfunded. It's incredibly grueling a lot of the times. And the people who are in it, they're in it because they're passionate about what they do. And so being able to work with these people, it was just so inspiring for me. And even in my outreach, just being able to see people of all ages and occupations who are just genuinely interested and just concerned about environmental issues was super motivating for me to continue my own learning and just continue on this path. So I was able to see some long-term and short-term impacts of the work I was given the opportunity to help with. So with the early detection, we were able to test this new way of doing it with just, using these points and going straight to it. And we would sometimes be able to collect a few samples in a single day, as opposed to what they used to do, which I never had to do, luckily, which was just driving like really slowly and looking for plants and being like, that looks suspicious. And then you'd collect very, very few that way. But this way, you just be like, okay, yeah, we want to go to Kona and just collect like 4 plants. Cool. And then long term, I hope that our outreach and education events will just inspire anyone who is interested, or even people who don't even think that they're interested, to see land stewardship as a responsibility and not just a chore. But I have just been reminded, honestly, that people are generally good and strive to do the right thing. And this has given me some clarification for what I want to do as I'm considering my next steps after college. I only have 1 more year left. So also working back home in Hawaii in the natural ecosystems that I grew up in has inspired me to come back home at some point and continue my work in the ecosystems and the community that raised me. But I definitely feel a lot more ready to take on this task, and I'm a lot more energized now after working with them. But before I finish, I just want to say a huge mahalo to the Pipes Ohana, and also Franny Brewer and Molly Murphy and Jade and everyone with Bisque who made me feel so welcome. I felt like I got to see a good snippet of what it's like to be a biscuit, but I really appreciate you guys. You're all so wonderful, so awesome. But yeah, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Mahalo, Violet. Thank you, Violet. Do we have any questions? And maybe this time try to use the mic so that our audience on the YouTube can hear. So she doesn't have to repeat stuff. Sorry, Noilani. No questions? Questions come? Oh.
How's it? So, okay. Okay. So how's it? So in your opinion, how would you differentiate invasive versus introduced? So I also work in invasive species. I work in I always talk to Kama'aina, and some of them even see strawberry guava, which is one of the most invasive species, as like, oh, they're beneficial because they provide fruits. And yeah, so I was wondering, in your opinion, if you have to go to outreach and talk to those, how to define invasive versus introduced, how would you like differentiate them?
Sorry, I put this back too soon. Well, definitely not all species that are introduced are invasive. I would just consider invasives to be the things that are harming and just grew wildly out of control. I mean, there's certain things that are technically not native, like kalo or, ulu, all those things. They were brought here by people, but they actually have a use. I guess you could say that you can eat strawberry guava, but, I would just tell you to maybe eat a different fruit. You don't need we don't need strawberry guava. The birds are eating the strawberry guava, and that's the problem. But yeah, definitely just how damaging they are, for sure.
I have a question online. What was the ratio of local versus newer residents at the outreach activities that you helped at?
That is interesting. Kind of a good mix. There was a lot of people, after I, got past the fact that they had like just moved here and they wanted to like, I don't know. Then it was kind of cool to talk to them, because there was a few people who had just moved here, but they were really concerned about planting the right things. So they were asking me how they could go about like landscaping, or what plants would be best to plant in their yards. definitely saw a lot of that when I was doing the Revitalize Puna event. Like you guys were talking about earlier, I feel like there's an influx of people moving to Puna, and I definitely saw that when I was working out there. It seemed like a lot of people were had just moved here. But, you know, I guess take the positives. They're trying to do the right thing, I guess, but, you know. Definitely a mix, a lot of keiki as well.
We have a question for you over here.
Oh.
Hi, Violet.
Hi.
I was really intrigued by the statistic that you gave about the naturalized plants not being updated since 1992. That's a lot of years of things coming in. I'm just curious about what the next steps are with that. Is there going to be a new manual developed, or what are the next steps for getting the information, some of the stuff you learned this summer, into information for the public?
That's something that you could do, maybe. No, but yeah, obviously just probably like the next generation hiring new people who can like look into that. That's definitely a job that could be taken by someone. So, you know, snatch that up, I guess, or make that available as something that someone could do, because there's definitely a lot of work to be done in conservation. But yeah, I guess you're not the best person now if you're on your way out, but yeah.
Maybe it's your PIPES 2 next year.
Yeah. PIPES 2.0, that's my next project.
PIPES 2.0. We have another question. Please use the mic, sir.
If you could get rid of one invasive, what would it be? Besides the one we're all thinking about.
I think that the one that has been making me the most mad lately is Myconia, because it's bright purple too, so it's just really yelling at you that it's right there. And I feel like every time we've gone on any of our huaka'is, that's all I'm focusing on. And it's honestly kind of, it's messing me up a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. All right, any more questions?
I think we can take one more, and you're gonna make me go all the way across the room. Oh, wait, did somebody else?
Oh, the noxious weed list, yeah.
Only people who can update that is the Hawaii Department of Agriculture.
So not IPIF?
We've been trying to get them to do it.
Check, check. Okay, this is our last and final question. Okay, Avivi.
Okay. Now look, I forget it. Let's see. Oh, if you could do your like own education like program, to just educate people and like the next generation on what you want to take as the next steps, would you include PIPES with that? Like, would you invite us or like the next cohort and,
no,
you know, possibly become like a PIPES mentor in the future? Because I feel like we need, we're lacking a lot of people and hands in conservation. So I guess doing that kind of outreach.
Yes.
Okay.
No, yeah, I definitely would. That would be really cool.
Okay, can we have another round of applause to Violet? I'm gonna move to this mic because that mic is dying. And that concludes our first round of presentations for the 29th PIPES Intern Symposium. We have a break now until 10:30. So please be back by no later than 10:27 because we will be introducing our next round. There's food outside. Please go eat. Mahalo. Check, check. Yeah, I can just turn it on standby, huh? Yeah. Check. Might as well just talk out of this one, huh? I'll go get these interns. We'll wait a couple more minutes before introducing our next presentation as people start coming in. Hopefully they're coming in already. There's been people, there's partying outside, huh? Okay, check, check, check. Okay, we're at 10:30, so we're gonna continue the presentations. Thank you for joining us online, whoever's online. I don't know what camera to look at. Okay, let's bring it back in, bring it back in, bring it back in. Can one of the responsible interns in here go grab the rest of the interns outside? Please do not party with the Puna peeps until after the symposium. So I'm gonna be the stickler and continue on the schedule. We're running up 1 minute behind. Okay, we get some Olean outside. I'm super excited to introduce this next person. She was my Keaholoa intern when I was a program coordinator over there, and now she was able to be a part of PIPES. Hailing all the way from Vanuatu. There is a joke behind that one. Being able to work with Darian Muraoka at DAR is Chloe Molo. Let's give her a round of applause.
All right. Okay. Mai, aloha kakayaka. My name is Chloe Totonurkiwa Naleal Molo. Today I'll be talking about my internship, looking at marine science communication and connection with Division of Aquatic Resources Protected Species Program. So my childhood in Vanuatu was spent with many hours spent under a waterfall, in a river, or at a beach, surrounded by family and friends, or left to my own devices. Diving and snorkeling became one of my favorite hobbies as a child, and through it I watched the slow decline of the reefs that raised me and that I so cherished, ultimately igniting a fire whose flames I still continue to fuel today. And please notice that I said fuel and not fan, because like, what you gonna do, just fan it till it dies? You gotta fuel your fire. So in that same vein, I left home in Port Vila to come to Hilo to study marine science. And having since graduated this past May with my degree, mahalo, I will now be returning home to Port Vila to work as a marine scientist, really in whatever capacity that is. I joined PIPES really hoping that it would help me prepare for this transition back home, but also as an opportunity to explore my interests as a marine scientist. I've always been drawn to community-based fisheries management, and I still see that for myself in the future. But this internship has really got me considering a job in marine education. But really more than anything, I think PIPES has helped me to reaffirm one of my ultimate goals, really of being a good steward to the waters and the lands that raised me. So in my internship, I was very fortunate to work with my mentor, Darian Murooka, who is the Marine Education and Outreach Associate for the Protected Species Program. PSP is a program under DLNR's Division of Aquatic Resources, and it works to better understand recreational fishery activities that can potentially be harmful to our pelagic protected species here in Hawaii. Some of those being our honu, our Hawaiian green sea turtle, our ea, our hawksbill turtle, our ilio holo ika ua, the Hawaiian monk seal, our hahalua, the oceanic manta ray, the oceanic white-tip shark, and the false killer whale. I mainly worked with the protected species, with the marine outreach, education and outreach efforts, as well as promoting pono fishing activities and practices through the Barbless Circle Hook project. I worked with school groups, summer camps, and fishers, talking about protected species, marine debris, and handing out barbless hooks. This summer, I worked with over 3,500 community members from around Hawaii and gave out more than 5,000 barbless fishing hooks. Fishing tournaments were a really, really big and one of my favorite parts of the internship. With the Barbless Circle Hook project, I tabled and handed out barbless hooks at keiki and adult fishing tournaments. I tabled at the Tokunaga's Ulua Challenge here in Hilo, the Miloli'i Go for Broke Keiki tournament, and the Kamali'i Challenge in Kauai. During the first two tournaments, I used a spinning wheel with questions on various marine topics that our table covered, giving out prizes to both adult and keiki. I was able to tailor the questions really to the audience as I had prepared them beforehand, and gave out prizes that kind of ranged from coloring books and stickers to headlamps and fish scalers. Now, working with these community events and these fishing communities definitely challenged any fear that I had of public speaking or engaging with community members, because not only did I have to engage with the public, I had to do it confidently and amiably. I had to learn how to be inviting and informative, and most importantly, important, because as someone who has a 3-second attention span, you need to be important for me to listen to you. So I took that on as a challenge, and quite honestly, it was incredibly daunting. As someone who didn't grow up fishing, I felt like quite an imposter walking around these tournaments, telling people to use barbless hooks, something I have never even done. That being said, it also challenged me to find the similarities and the differences that I shared with these people. And I knew that there were two things that we definitely shared a great love for: the ocean and some good fish. So once I was able to move past that, I really, really started to enjoy this work and being able to meet so many groups of new people. Another thing I really began to enjoy was working with keiki, something I honestly never thought I would say. Chaperoning huaka'is and presenting about protected species and barbless hooks, marine debris, and ancholine ponds. I worked with students from the Lanakila Learning Center, LOC, Miloli'i Levaita Camp, and the Waikoloa Dry Forest Camp. So after presenting about protected species and marine debris to LLC just the day before, I helped to host a marine debris cleanup down at the Liliuokalani Gardens, where our hui collected trash from Isles to Moku'ola. Our hui collected over 1,500 pieces of debris, weighing over 35 pounds, and we categorized them all, finding that the two most common types were glass and plastic. I continued to work with LLC over the summer, chaperoning a huaka'i to Punalu'u Beach Park, where the students were able to see fresh ea nesting tracks, and learn more about honu and ea from the Hawksbill Project hui. The last huaka'i that I chaperoned for LLC was to Ke Kaiola, the Marine Mammal Center, where we were given a tour of the facility, and I helped to present about barbless hooks. Taking what I learned actually from the Hawksbill Project hui, I presented to the Milili'i Levaita camp about turtles, talking about the differences between Honu and Ea, while my mentor Darian talked about barbless hooks, and we gave out their own little bags of barbless hooks. Finally, I chaperoned an alkaline pond huaka'i to the Waikoloa Dry Forest Camp, along with Darian and Devin, who I see in the back, so shout out. We looked for opai ula, Hawaiian red shrimp, identified tilapia and mosquito fish, and talked about other current threats to alkaline ponds in Hawaii. Now this summer I was able to malama very different aina in a lot of different ways. Working with LLC at Ke Kaiola, I helped to clear grass, cut sugar bush, and clear kiawe from their coastline, their shoreline access. I was also very fortunate in being able to visit beautiful Kahuvai in Puna, learn about the place and its history, and spend time giving back to the space. I helped to clear their hala wa'a and collect kamani plants that would be later distributed. As someone who loves the ocean, though, I realized that I could malama aina through different aspects of my work. I could care for shorelines by collecting discarded fishing line and trash from receptacles, and also by organizing marine debris cleanups. I think one of the most unsuspecting ways, though, that I found to malama aina was through working with keiki. I loved introducing them to new things, or simply providing a space for them to further their interests. Helping a whole new generation of stewards better understand and care for the spaces around them, what I considered an investment in thriving aina. One of my final tasks was to create new educational products or resources to be used by PSP at future outreach events. I used what I learned from the different huaka'is and events and huis and some of the really outdated resources, and created a brand new or just a new Fishing Around Sea Turtles flyer, as well as a two-sided Honu and Ea ID card that included Hawaiian names for as many of the identifying features as possible. My hope with these was really to create resources that could be used by a wide audience as PSP tries to reach both adults and keiki alike, but also resources that use more Olelo Hawaii than those that had been created before. This project I really enjoyed because it was an opportunity for me to be creative and artistic and also really challenge my graphic design skills, which she did not have. But she overcame that slump, and I'm actually very, very happy with the final product. I think besides my newfound interest in marine education, one of my biggest takeaways from this experience is really rooted in my indigeneity. Working with Darian helped me to remind me that my work should not only be a place for me to highlight my indigenous values, but also to strengthen them. It's important for us to stand strong in our indigenous values and continue to vocalize concerns and suggestions and just thoughts for our agencies and organizations, to continue speaking for those being ignored. I'm forever worried about the ancestor that I want to be and will become, but only recently have I really started to think about the descendant that I want to be, who I carry with me in my life and how I carry them. A fact I think I'm often too quick to forget is that we are all our ancestors' wildest dreams. So if anything, just continue to be wild for them. So, kumpalong tama, mahalo nui for everyone for listening. And thank you for all the sponsors at the bottom for the money, because we really like it. So, thank you, mahalo.
Mahalo nui. Does anybody have any questions for Chloe? And I will run to you with the magic mic.
Magic mic, sorry.
Not that kind magic mic. Should we give it to Devin? Oh yeah. Devin.
Hi, Devin.
Okay, aloha, Chloe. It was nice working with you this summer, and that was an awesome presentation. Got a little dust in the eye at the end. But mahalo. I guess my question would be, what was like one of the most interesting things you learned this summer working with Darian, doing all the different camps, working with Lanakila Learning Center, all that? Like, what was the most interesting thing you learned, or like, I guess took away even from that?
Thank you, Devin. Do I have to repeat the question?
No, you don't,
Okay,
because
okay.
we use the mic.
I'm just checking. I don't know. I think I was really fortunate this internship to work with a lot of really, really interesting people and get to visit a lot of places and go to a lot of places that I never would have before. I think honestly one of the most interesting things, or maybe most unexpected, or just something I didn't really think I was going to take away from this, is just honestly how vital fishing and fishers are to our coastlines and the health of our coastlines, because they're like the true stewards of that land. And so having connection and listening to those stewards, I think, is like incredibly important and something that I really took away from this project. Yeah, so mahalo.
Mahalo, Chloe. Ooh, and there's timer. We have a question online.
Yeah.
From what you experienced / learned here in Hawaii, what will you want to share / implement back in Vanuatu?
So many things. I think, honestly, drawing specifically from like Lanakila Learning Center, shout out Kumuwendi and Kumuwelen, I think that's a design that I'm really interested in, especially with how they, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought, but just how they teach students. They take the, like, especially with Lanakila over the summer, their entire curriculum is filled almost entirely with huaka'is and being outside and meeting people on the land, being like feeling connected to their spaces. And this is also for a group of students who otherwise aren't really recognized or given their flowers, I will say. And a lot of times it's just because they need different resources, they need different support, they need different aloha, really. And so I think that's something that I want to take home with me, and especially for like in town where a lot of underprivileged students don't really have that opportunity to be out in the so definitely that. Thank you.
Mahalo nui. Do we have one more question? One more.
Yeah. Makoa.
Okay, Makoa.
Okay, so the question was asking about a gap in knowledge with locals specifically looking at coastlines and like their relationship to the water. I think the word gap can also be, sorry, I'm gonna think about this for a second before I say anything. I think the gap that we consider is also just like, it's a different relationship that people have. And so I think to bridge this gap of whatever it may be, I think it's really just fixing our relationship, or just changing our relationship with the waters that feed us and the land that surrounds us. Because there's a lot of ideologies that look at land very differently and see it as nothing more than just something you can continue to pull resources out of. And so that, I think, is where the gap lies, but I think it really is just what we see as our relationship to these places that, yeah, needs to be changed. So, mahalo for your question.
Mahalo nui. Can we give another round of applause to Chloe? The next person, I'm actually excited for these next 4 presentations as well, because these are our partners that are specifically in the Hononui region, or Ili Kupono, or I don't even know if that's right. But I'm gonna state it here and look at the people that know if it is a Ili Kupono or not. Our next presenter hails all the way from Waiakea, somewhere in Hilo. Maui. I was thinking of Mia when I actually. That's embarrassing. I came up confident though, huh? It's actually from Maui. And I was connection to Ko'olave. Anyway, is Matt Idioka, who worked with Kumuola this year, with Nalumid and Mike Kalani. So, without further ado. Sorry, brother.
Fill this out real quick. Okay. Aloha, everyone. My name is Matthew Lioka, and today I'll be presenting my research experience on exploring the optimal salinity for larval opai huna. So, a quick self-introduction to start things off. I was born and raised in Wailuku on the island of Maui. I currently attend the University of Hawaii at Hilo, working towards a bachelor's in agriculture with the aquaculture specialty. And I also work at UH Hilo's PACRAC facility down in Keaukaha. So my host site this summer was the Kumuola Marine Science Education Center. This program is working with Hamana of Kamehameha schools and collaborating with field and research experts to rehabilitate and maximize the resources in their loko. So here are my mentors and the Opai crew. I would like to give a huge mahalo to my mentors, Nalumid, Trisha Oleon, and Michaelani Glendon Backleague for supporting me through this experience. The Opai crew consisted of myself, 2 high school research aides from Kamehameha schools, and Shayla, another PIPES intern who will be presenting next. So prior to welcoming me as a PIPES intern, my mentors commit to planning year-round school or community work days along with educational curriculum. But aside from planning, one of the main research projects that they're working on is using genetics to distinguish the differences between the native ama and the invasive conda during its juvenile stage. So here's a map of the Kumuola loko'ia and its important components. So within this ecosystem, there are 3 separate loko'ia. Their names are Waiahole, Kapalaho, and Waiopio. So the Kumuola Marine Science Education Center is located on Hawai'i Island within the moku of Hilo, the ahupua'a of Waiakea, and the ili kupona of Honohononui. So here's a picture of Waiahole. It's the largest of 3 loko'ia on site, and its name refers to 2 of the most important resources of the space, which are Vai, freshwater, and the native ahole fish. So to orient you to space, our direction, down here is Mauka, and up there is Makai. So Kapalaho is the loko'ia closest to Makai. And prior to the development of Kalaniana Ole Street, Kapalaho used to extend to Keaukaha Road. And due to the development of this road, the exchange of water has severely been reduced. So here's Waiopio, somewhere back here. The name Waiopio has a dual translation of either a young loko'ia that will emerge with sea level rise, or that this area was designated for juvenile fish. As of now, access to Waiopio is limited because it's overgrown with invasives. So shown in this photo is the makaha. This is our only direct connection to the ocean. The function of this makaha is to trap recruiting pua or juvenile fish and prevent adult fish from escaping during tidal fluctuations. So these are the pua ponds. After juveniles are caught in the makaha, they're transported to the pua ponds, which is an enclosed area for them to grow without predation. So These are the inhabitants of the loko. Here we have a nice school of ama ama. These are the only 3 trevally in the loko. These are some other photos of i'a and invertebrates. But our 2 main food fish in this loko are the ama ama and the hole. So moving on to my hua. As a Lawai'a, I have a deep understanding of the marine food web and enjoy incorporating this knowledge into my fishing techniques. One of my favorite fishing methods is to work up the food chain using live bait, especially opai. So I found an interest to conduct research on opai because they form the base of the local i'a food web and contribute to the growth of the hole, which is an important resource of this space. So here's some background information on the species my research was based on. Opaihuna are benthic organisms that inhabit marine or brackish water environments. They are euryhaline, meaning that they can tolerate a wide range of salinities. And adults are found in the 4 parts per thousand water of our local i'a. So here's an opai larvae. Like all other zooplankton, they play an essential role to the food web of the local i'a and also to the nearshore environment. They are positively phototactic, meaning that they are attracted to light. And so far, stage 1 has been the only stage identified in our local. It's believed that a salinity higher than 15 parts per thousand is required for the further larval development. So moving on to my research question, although there's no background data, we believe the development of Kalanianaole Street has reduced the exchange of water through the Makaha and ultimately lowered the salinity of our water. So it's a theory that most organisms that inhabit the local, including opai, require a higher level of salinity to complete their life cycle. Given that the salinity of our local i'a is at 4 parts per thousand, my research question was, what function does our local i'a serve to its smallest resources? Does the salinity of our local i'a support larval development, or do these organisms end up dying in our local within the few first days of their life? So, in order to understand the larval stages, we first had to catch the larvae. As I mentioned earlier, they're positively phototactic, attracted to light, so this is why a light trap was used to capture them. So here are what some of our catches look like. As you can see here, this is the backwards swimming behavior of them during their larval stages. Opai larvae were not the only zooplankton caught in our traps. We also caught both crab and opai, as you can see here. Kind of hard to see, but there's an opai. All these black ones are crab. Okay. So moving on to the larval development, there are 7 zoea and 2 megalop stages of larval development before reaching the juvenile stage. So here at stage 1, this is the stage we catch them in our traps. During this stage, their eyes are sessile, meaning that they're stuck in their head pretty much, and oil globules from the egg reserves are still present. At stage 2, their eyes begin to protrude out and become stalked. At stage 3, this is when their tail begins to split. By the 4th stage, their walking legs become fully developed. In the 5th stage, these buds of their swimming legs begin to form on the abdomen. At stage 6, their swimming legs become elongated. And by the last stage, their swimming legs become baramis, meaning that they divide into 2 branches. So moving on to my methods, my experiments were conducted in mason jars with a 500 milliliter volume of water. Our salinity treatments were measured using a YSI. Looking at the feeding methods used, we fed our larvae a mix of Melosara, which is a single-cell diatom, and Artemia, also known as brine shrimp, were added for each feeding. So photo and video monitoring was used to track growth and food consumption. In this video, we can see a stage 5 zoea excreting food through its digestive system. And it's always a huge accomplishment to see food in their gut. So this is my data collection of exploring salinity ranges. In the pilot experiment shown here, survival was only seen in the 4 parts per thousand treatment. This suggested to narrow down salinities between 4 and 15 parts per thousand. So after narrowing down the salinities, survival was seen in the 4, 8, and 12 parts per thousand treatments. So this graph here shows us percent of survival over 5 days in different salinity treatments. The highest ending value was seen in the 8 parts per thousand treatment with a value of 57%. So here's additional data on the variability of density of Hawai'i larvae caught at different locations in the local ia. But my partner Shayla will discuss more about this in her presentation. To close this presentation, I would like to reflect on my research question. What function does our local ia serve to its smallest resources? So through this research, we can now believe that the salinity of our local is able to support the larval development of Hawai'i zoea. This provides us with a better understanding that our local does not only import resources, but also exports them to the surrounding environment. One of the first issues we were presented with was a lack of knowledge on this species. When we first started our experiments, they would end up dying the next day, and we would have to constantly restart our experiments. At the time, we couldn't keep them alive past 5 days. However, through trial and error, we successfully reared a few larvae to the megalop stage within the past 30 days. But my overall experience, this was a great introduction to the research field. From the support of my mentors and my Hawai'i crew, I believe that I gained new skills and knowledge. I definitely stepped out of my comfort zone. And ultimately, I hope to strengthen my relationship with my host site and my mentors as I continue to grow as a researcher. Lastly, I would like to thank the National Science Foundation, the Oli Maoloa Foundation, the PIPES Ohana, and the University of Hawaii at Hilo for providing me with this experience. Thank you.
Mahalo nui. We're running a little bit behind schedule, but I think we could take one question. Anybody got a really awesome question for Matt?
No, we'll take questions after Shayla's one, because they have kind of a
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Waiakea.
All right, mahalo nui, Matt, for a wonderful presentation. I'd like to introduce Shayla Kiyota, our next presenter. Mahalo, Shayla. Come on, come share your experience.
Aloha, my name is Shayla, and similar to Matt, I got the opportunity to work with Kumuola Marine Science Education Center this summer, and I focused on the feeding habits of Hawai'i larvae in the local ia of Kumuola. So a little bit about me. I'm originally from the island of Oahu in the Ahupua'a of Manana, also known as Pearl City, and I grew up in a smaller community known as Pacific Palisades. For my college, I am entering my 5th year at the University of Hawaii at Hilo, majoring in marine science with a minor in Hawaiian studies. And some of my passions include really anything to do with the ocean, whether it be diving or snorkeling, just going to the beach, but also teaching people about marine science from my perspective, also being marine science major with that minor in Hawaiian studies, and also including what I know about the Hawaiian language, culture, and history. So like what Matt talked about a little bit, our host organization was Kamehameha School's Kumuola Marine Science Education Center. And then again, the crew, our mentors, and then the student research aides. Yeah. And then the location of Kumuola Marine Science Education Center, again on Hawai'i Island, in the Moko of Hilo, Ahupua'a of Waiakea, and Ilikupono of Honohononui. And then Matt went a little bit more into detail about the 3 lokoi'a, Waiahole, Kapalaho, and Waiopio. But this is a composition of the 1923 and 1932 map of the lokoi'a in Waiakea. And then in this map, this was before Kalanianaole Street was built. So here is Waiahole, Waiopio back here, and Kapalaho is right around here. Yeah. And then a day in the life of a kia'i lokoi'a consisted of a lot more than just research with our OPI, but it included working with school groups, and then we also shared a little bit of information that we've been collecting when we've been looking at the OPI larvae. Every week we've also done EA surveys, pretty much looking at the ama-ama, all the way from the ama-ama to the ahole, and even the invasive species we do have in the lokoi'a. And then we also did genetics and worked with fish. So literal translation of a kia'i lokoi'a is one who protects the fish ponds, who ensures that everything from the zooplankton, like our opai larvae, to the anai are thriving in our space. So we really wanted to see how we can intervene, where we intervene into their life stage to really help them thrive. So that leads us to our research question. And for me specifically, what are the food sources a kia'i could apply at different larval stages to enhance the growth of opai larvae? And then also, what is the density of opai larvae at different locations in the lokoi'a? And then through these research questions, the overarching goal is really to understand the function of a lokoi'a in relation to the development of opai larvae and how us as kia'i lokoi'a can play a role in their life cycle, in their environment. So again, these are our zooplankton traps that have their LED lights that we start pretty much to catch our opai to start the experiment and really to collect density. Then these are our some of our opai that we do find in the lokoi'a. The two, again, mainly being the opai huna and then the opai oiha'a. And then this little guy, his name is Kevin. He's opai that we have caught in our trap before. We have Kevin number 1 and Kevin number 2. But we have not yet been able to accurately identify him. Then these are our opai zoea stages. Again, they do have 7 zoea stages with 2 megalop. So in the beginning, when we first catch them, they do have those sunken-in eyes, paddle-like tail, and then through development, and under the microscope, this is under the microscope, in person, they're really like 2.3 millimeters, very small. And over time, they slowly develop eye stalks and their tail splits. Slowly, they grow in size all the way to zoea 6 and zoea 7, where the swimming legs start to come out as well. And then now, focusing on the density collection of our opie larvae, we set up our traps 9 times throughout the last couple of weeks. We have always set up one trap at our pua pond, which was always our control, because we always knew that there was always going to be enough there, really, and really to see if there's a consistency among the days. So we set up at the pua pond, and all the way from Mauka to Makai, Makai being like where the makaha is, we set up the traps to see if there's a trend, really, of the density from Mauka to Makai. So all the way from behind the ahole tree, which is all the way back here, grass carp territory, and all the way through all the mokus, and then leading into Anpan, which is this one right here, and then finally the makaha. So, when we were looking at density, again, our research question was, what is the density of opie larvae at different locations in the Lokui'a? And this is a cute video that we got early on of just how dense our catches are sometimes. And then this video includes a lot of like crab and opie. Yeah. This table was created to look at the density of our opie larvae between the different traps from Mauka to Makai. And as you can see, based on the locations, this is most Mauka, this is Makai, all the way leading to the Makaha. There was a very distinct trend showing that there was high abundance of opie in like most Mauka sections rather than Makai, and then the Makaha having 0. I also included this graph that shows the days that we did collect our density. And then the light blue is our pua pond, so it was showing great variation among the days. And this graph as well just shows our total zooplankton per trap at the pua pond, showing that we don't only catch opie, but also crab. Then now going into feeding, again, the research question for this is what food sources could a Kia'i Lokui'a apply at different larval stages to enhance the growth of opie larvae? So these are the 3 main food sources that we were giving them. In the beginning, it was green water, which is pretty much pond water that was enhanced with fertilizer. Another one were these little alien things. Day 1, Artemia, also known as brine shrimp or sea monkeys. And then the last one was Melosira. And this is just a video of pretty much so much Melosira that you can find at Kealoha Beach Park that's right across the street of Kumuola and found right next to Haleolono. Yeah. So we went through many trials and errors. So at first we did start them on green nutrient-rich water, but then we saw a lot of die-off. So then we moved them to green water and brine shrimp. There's still a lot of die-off then. And then we finally moved them to green water plus Melosira and brine shrimp to create that ecosystem. But ultimately we eliminated the green water and we found that the optimal feeding regimen was Melosira and brine shrimp. So although we were feeding them Melosira that can be found in that environment, brine shrimp not so much. So we had a subject matter expert, his name is Uncle Vernon Sato, who gave us a little bit of information on opie larvae and also said that at some point they do need protein to continue thriving. He said you can use aku meat that's washed and pushed through a mesh and then into those little chunks and they can start feeding on those. But he also said you can use tilapia. So I was really excited about that because tilapia is a major invasive species in the Lokui'a. So within the last couple of weeks of the internship, we caught them and then started them on the same Melosira on day 1, and then Melosira and brine shrimp day 2 to 4. But then on day 5, I took the chance with tilapia, And as you can see in this video, it's one of our young opie larvae that latches onto it, holds onto it, swims around, and pretty much feeds on it. And in this video, you can actually see it starting to fill its gut right here. And then, as seen in Matt's video, will be excreted. Yeah. And then this is the process of making it, all the way from catching it to filleting it, putting it in the food processor, making them into these little chunks that end up going into their jar, and they feed on these little chunks of tilapia meat. Yeah. And then now there were so much accomplishments and challenges that we experienced throughout our internship. One major thing was we are now able to understand more about the complex developmental stages of opie larvae, because there's very little information known about their development, let alone in a local i'a. And then again, we did have like a lot of trials and errors throughout so many times where we had to restart. But then something that was so rewarding at the end was, in the beginning, we started with our opie that lived only to like day 5 at the most, but by the end, today, we have 4 30-day-old opie larvae just entering their megalop stage. And this is what a photo of him from yesterday or a couple days ago. So very well developed, and this is the same guy who has like little food on his face. But yeah, all the swimming legs and everything is developing. So it's such a great thing to see that our little babies are growing. And for future studies, this is a little video of like where they started at. Like they have really grown so much throughout our experiments. But for future studies, we have answered so much questions, yet there are endless questions to still be asked. Like, what conditions do they thrive in our local i'a, and can they thrive without predators? And also, what are the optimal conditions for opie in their megalop and juvenile stages? So this stage, because we've only been looking at them in their larval stages. And then finally, are we collecting both opie huna and opie oiha'a? Because we've been comparing them to the stages of an opie huna. Yeah. And then from my experience, that's a really big photo actually. But I've become much more confident and comfortable as a researcher through this experience. And also as a kia'i local i'a, I really learned through experience and really learn of that kuleana that we have as a kia'i local i'a to our space. And also learning that when you're part of this like amazing hui through PIPES and Kumuola, we really embrace our strengths and challenge our weaknesses. And it's always better to have a team around you to support and really challenge each other. And then I wanted to say a big mahalo to some of the funders and supporters, the National Science Foundation, Hau'oli Mauloa Foundation, PIPES, and the University of Hawaii at Hilo. Yeah, and mahalo.
Thank you. Okay. Matt, maybe go stand up there with Shayla. Do we have any questions for Shayla or Matt? And Matt. And or Matt.
I have there's a question online. What's the life expectancy of the opie? Also, there more programs that expecting to grow in expecting to grow in captivity and release into the wild? Are there programs that, I think the question is, are there programs that are trying to grow them in captivity so that they can be released into the wild?
Yeah, so there are no programs that are looking at growing opie in their hatchery. There are things of like growing larval fish and things like that, but not a lot on growing opie. That was actually a question that we did get asked during one of our school groups, and we are not exactly sure of the life expectancy of them, but they do reach their adults. They should reach their adult within 30 days, 20 to 30 days, but it's not. I would say they don't live like very long though. Yeah.
Mahalo nui. Do we have any other questions for?
So for one of your graph, I believe the density was the greatest at Mauka site. Yes, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes. What do you think the ecological pressure that made them crowd more to Mauka site, like salinity, predator pressure, or what do you think is the biggest pressure that, you know? And and second part of the is that do you think the construction of the road also kind of affected the density as well?
So I think we found a higher density of the opai larvae in the Mauka section, most likely because of the hydrodynamics of the local ia. Through tide changes, a lot of these organisms get flushed out of our makaha. So that's why we've seen pretty much nothing at the makaha. And yeah, I believe that the road did play an impact on the density of our opai larvae.
Mahalo. I think we have one more question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So he was pretty much asking like what the optimal salinity is and how sea level rise will affect their presence or their abundance. So from the experiments that I conducted, I found that survival was highest in the 8 parts per thousand treatment. So yeah, definitely with sea level rise, our opai are I don't know. I can't really answer that one. Like, yeah, sorry.
Mahalo. Can we give another round of applause for Sheila and Matt?
Mahalo nui, Sheila, Brother Matt. I have the honor of introducing our next speaker, all the way from the God's country, New Jersey. I'm proud to introduce our next speaker, Raz Benjamin Rocktail. Aloha.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Happy birthday, by the way. God's country. All right, what's going on, guys? I'm super psyched to be here today. And today I'll be presenting this project, Deep Learning to Determine Coral Cover and Health, which I completed this summer with the Mega Lab at UH-Hilo. So we're going to be going into some complex ideas today, but I just wanted to start out with something a little bit more digestible, which is why I'm here to begin with. And it's not even really because of science, it's because of my family history. My grandparents came as immigrants to the US from Korea, and they worked their way, as many immigrants do, through the educational system, and they actually found themselves as some of the first Koreans to attend Harvard University. And after that, they went and completed their PhDs in LA, and they came to UH Manoa, where they worked as professors. This was a really important place for my family because it was the first place that we were more than immigrants and that we felt connected to the community. And it was also where my mom and her siblings grew up. And I never really got the chance to experience this, but my mom imprinted on me from when I was a kid just a sense of stewardship for our environment, but also from my grandparents just having that work ethic that if you work hard enough, you can do anything you want. And for me, science began in the woods and streams around my house. I lived in New Jersey. I didn't really grow up by the ocean, but I was jumping into any pool of water that I could find. But as I grew older, I found myself being more detached from these places, and I still went to college to study science, but I studied biotechnology, and I really loved it. But after a couple years, I found myself just completely disconnected from what had brought me to science in the first place. And Then I decided to make a drastic switch from a career that had kind of a cushy job to something that's much more unstable, which is marine science and marine biology, which I haven't regretted at all. And I've been spending the last 2 years working in marine toxicology, studying pollutants in sharks at the Georgia Aquarium, which led me here this summer to the Mega Lab. So I got to work under a group of scientists this summer, Dr. John Burns, Dr. Cliff Capona, and Dr. Hanani Kane, who are scientists who I really admire. And they study interdisciplinary methods to assess marine health and coastal ecology as well. And I specifically started working under Kainalu Stewart and Brianna Ninamoto, where we began restoring the Kaumaui fish ponds, which are on the Kilkaa coast where we had our study site. And we also did remote sensing for water quality within these areas by dropping sensors into these different fish ponds and seeing what happened over the course of the king tides this past month. And you can see here, this is one of the king tides, and you can see the drastic differences between the low and the high tides here. And this higher tide here, as you can see, all this different flooding here and just increased water movement. This is the projected high tides of the coming decades with sea level rise and global warming. And something interesting that you can note too is, so these fish ponds over here are the same fish ponds that I flew my drone over in the last video. And these fish ponds connect to the ocean, and they actually have a large influence on reefs and reef ecology because there are fish that are connected that swim through between the lokoia and the reefs. And with sea levels rising, it's going to change the quality of the water. It might change the temperature as well. And these even act as filtration systems after storms, so different sediments that might settle on the reef might get filtered out by the lokoia. So that kind of brings us to my focus, which was coral reefs at risk. So I wanted to look at coral reefs because coral reefs cover around less than 1% of the ocean floor, but harbor over a fourth of total marine biodiversity. And without these reefs, these warm water ecosystems are actually pretty nutrient poor and substrate poor. Reefs are really stress intolerant. They don't do well with any kind of change. So global warming and sea level rise is a huge concern for reefs because they will easily damage, disease can spread, they can bleach, and that can often lead to mass death. So completing a coral reef health survey can be really time consuming, expensive, and difficult. But I saw a way to use machine learning to try to automate this for us so it would happen faster and we could have an easy way and a standardized way of assessing the health of a reef maybe before and after a bleaching event or during some sort of king tide event. So now we're going to get into some more complicated subjects, so just bear with me, and if you don't want to, you just look at the pretty pictures. And so starting with computer vision and machine learning, computer vision and natural language processing were two of the first machine learning tasks, and there have been massive improvements in both, but specifically in computer vision within the past years. And computer vision is, as you can see on the right, it's just getting a computer to recognize different images and understand what they are. So the way that it's commonly done is through this thing called a convolutionary neural network, which is basically an artificial neural network. And a neural network is the way that your neurons work within your brain. So as you can see in figure A in the top, it's a schematic of neurons. And the way that a neuron works is it has an electrical impulse or a chemical impulse or a signal as an impulse that spreads across from the input to an output. And if the strength is strong enough, then it'll fire onto the next neuron, and that'll be an input for that next neuron, and it goes on. And this process can be exponential. You can have a large network of neurons, and we model this through having nodes within a network with these different arrows that connect them, and these nodes are individual neurons. That's the model of that, and these arrows are the models of the electrical signals, and we model them through something called weights and biases, which we train, and that's how the model can recognize different images and different impulses. And there's also a threshold, so if the signal is strong enough, if the weights and biases are strong enough, it will fire and then it will keep the network going. So the way that images are recognized is images are recognized by different edge detections. So let's say you have a line that's oriented just like this, and maybe some neurons will recognize that, and some neurons will recognize lines like this. And filters will be run over data, and only important edges and important features will be taken out, and everything else will be discounted. And the result is you'll have an augmented images that basically highlights just the things that you want. So in my case, it was corals. So I wanted the shape of corals and the shape of rocks and the shape of other things, and recognizing what's a coral and what's not a coral. And when you have a larger model, it ends up looking something like this. This is where you can visually process it. You'll have a large model with a lot of neurons, and when different lines of different orientations show up, in this case, it's numbers, different parts of the network will be stimulated, and it will remember those mappings of weights and biases that will give you an output, let's say, number 8 or number 7. And those specific, every time there's an image that somewhat resembles that, those same processes will fire. And that's actually similar to how your brain works with detecting images. We go from small edges to kind of larger features. So the way that I thought about doing this was I wanted to take and annotate data. So I wanted to go individually dive at my site and take pictures of corals and then take pictures of non-corals, kind of getting a whole overview of the reef and looking at what's there, substrate and reef, and then annotating the pictures. So looking at where are the corals, where are the areas of tissue loss and the areas of predation damage, which were the two main health detriments that I found. And then I wanted to create a recognition model that could just differentiate pictures that has a coral and pictures that don't have a coral and see if that worked. And then after that, I wanted to look and create a model that would recognize the different health detriments. So looking at where's the coral and then where is the tissue loss or where is the predation damage. After that, I wanted to create a visual output because it would be useless to just make this model and then have no one understand what it does or not be able to use it. So I wanted to create something that someone could see and it could speed up kind of the process of looking at a map or a picture of corals. Then I wanted to automate it so that you wouldn't actually have to know Python or any code to run this model. And then I wanted to iterate it over large reef maps because the point of this in the end is to look at larger spaces and not just look at a singular picture and see if there's a coral there or not. So this was my field site. It's called Lehala, and it's actually right near the lokia that was just presented by Shayla and Matt, and it's also near Kaumaui, which is the site where I ran my drones in the video earlier. And it's a pretty protected pool. There's a lot of coral growth, as you can see by this video, and it's fairly shallow, which makes for dangerous sampling. And I had a couple incidents with Vana, which is difficult. But what I got out of my sampling was I took GoPro pictures and I annotated them for coral. And I annotated them for this you can see on the right, this is predation damage, and it's very hard to see. And there wasn't that much of it, and it's hard to see on other colors of corals too. So that was one of the issues that I encountered. But tissue loss was pretty easy to see, and that was kind of the main health detriment in this area. And I recognized two issues in trying to create the model. And those two issues were, one, recognizing coral, and two, creating an output and recognizing where in the photo the coral was. So the way that I started this problem is I wanted to go very simple. So I started with a VGG model architecture, which is an image classification, basically tell you if something's in a photo or not, and that's what I did with the coral. And I found that it worked really well, but it kind of had no influence. It didn't really matter if I could just say there's a coral in a picture. Then I had to output it, so I took the photos that I put in, and I put an output of just the photos of corals, and then I would run them through another model called YOLO V8, which is a newer model, and it's used for object detection. So that's where the photos would come in, and then you would get an actual visual output of where the corals are and what's happening to the corals. And I did it in a sequential method, so I would have an image, go first model, that would output just what I want, so just pictures of corals. If you were to take pictures of a large reef, you would just get those corals, and then you would run it through the second model and get your final output. And my results varied. The first model that I ran it through had a really good accuracy, as you can see by the confusion matrix. And basically these numbers are individual numbers of photos. And these shaded squares here on this diagonal line are the ones that it classified correctly. And these shaded squares, it classified incorrectly. So there was a very high percent, around a 99% accuracy rate. And it did this by basically changing the variables within the photos themselves and changing, so it basically recognized clustered non-coral pictures as having different features as seen by this PCA plot on the left than coral pictures. So you can see that they're two kind of distinct clusters, and it's pretty normal that there's a lot of distribution because corals vary. There are different types of corals. Corals come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. And these are the actual filters. If you remember earlier when I talked about filters, these were the filters, and this is how the model recognized edges. So you can see that the original photos look very different from the different stages of filtering. And this was how the model detected edges to kind of look at where the coral was. The second part of the model did not work as well. And this is always something with science. Things never really work the way you want them to. But it still kind of worked. So we had almost 74% accuracy in classifying corals, but much, much lower percents in characterizing the damage to the corals, so predation damage and tissue loss. And I attribute that mainly to having a much smaller set of data. The corals within the Laihala pool are pretty healthy, and there weren't as many annotated images of corals with tissue loss, and that might have been from random sampling, but with larger data sets, I'm confident that the accuracy would be much higher than the 13% seen in tissue loss and the 0% seen in predation damage. But I still saw that over the course of training the model, which are the epochs, which is how many times I let my model run through the data and learn, I saw that as I increased those, my loss got lower, so basically the amount that it got wrong got lower. And the result was something that looked like this. You would take in many photos that some contain corals and some don't contain corals. And your resulting output would just be pictures of corals with boxes around corals and different color-coded boxes representing tissue loss here. While it's not perfect, it's a start, and it can be built off of. So what I'll be doing in the future is extending my computational pipeline, which is basically the last step of my method, so iterating it over reef maps instead of just inputting individual photos. Because the Mega Lab uses spatial analysis, they have a lot of data that encompasses large spaces that you can't just take with one photo. It could be 100, it could be 200 photos stitched together. And I want to run these maps, these high resolution maps, through a model that can characterize where exactly these corals are and what's happening to them. The last thing I want to do is segmentation analytics. So I want to go into summary statistics regarding percent coral cover as well as percent health detriments. And this is an example of unsupervised learning, so actually telling my model that there are subclasses within our classes. And this is, without me adding anything to my model, this is what my model recognizes right now, which is a good start. It traces corals well. Obviously, it doesn't do as well with tissue loss, but again, that's because of a lack of data. And completing this in the future will help to create a full coral health surveillance method that is easily accessible. So lastly, I'd just like to acknowledge the people who helped me over the course of the summer, which is the entire Mega Lab. Thank you for being here. And specifically, Kainali Stewart, Brianna Nimoto, Nalu Okana, Mina Viratua, Vi Needham, Alex Spandler, and Arthur Young. And I'd also like to thank all the people who funded me because I definitely could not have been here without that funding. So thanks for that.
Mahalo. Do we have any questions for Raz? Raz, do we have any questions for Raz? We have one online.
So the question online is from Winston Peloso. I thought there's been a lot of activity online here. What is the convergence criterion, or are you limited by the size of your data set?
Yeah, I am limited by the size of my data set. These models are trained on millions of images on something called ImageNet, and I have in the hundreds of images, and I'm telling the model to learn new objects and classes, and the more data that I can get, the better it'll be, because also corals are not something like identifying a cat or a dog. Corals is a huge class of things, and they look completely different, and a small coral or coral polyp is gonna look incredibly different from a mature large coral. So the more data that I have, the better the model will be.
Raz, I got a quick question for you. Excellent job explaining such a complex topic. I really appreciate how you put that in simple terms. But I am curious about like your personal motivation, because most labs will spend all their energy on one of these models for one task. And then in a short internship program, you tried 2 models and put them together. So was it just insane ambition, or did you have like an intuition when you started that those 2 could work together? Because that's wildly impressive that you did that, and I'm still kind of blown away.
As you know, and as people who live with me know, I was very stressed. It was tough because I actually didn't know anything before coming here. I study molecular biology, and I'd never touched Python before. I'd never done any of this stuff before. But I learned about it basically through a neurobiology class. I learned about neural networks, and I was really interested in applying them to ecological issues. And it's something that I view as really important, because I think the future of science is all computational. With the way that we're going, we're already being almost replaced by ChatGPT, which is a very rudimentary model. And I think that it's really important to know these things, and they're just going to be more influential in the future as we start applying them more to different interdisciplinary issues.
Hi, Raz. Great job. That was awesome. I was just curious, what are some of the things that your model might have misidentified as a coral?
It's a tough one. Some of the ones that I saw misidentified, because I looked at a good amount of the ones that it misidentified, some of them were actually me getting stuff wrong and the model kind of correcting me, because I would annotate pictures and I would go through hundreds of pictures, and sometimes I would miss a tiny coral in the bottom of the model. And one thing that it did have trouble with was dead coral, because dead coral has similar features to live coral. One of the main indicators is color, and something that I want to look into in the future is looking at extracting color as a specific variable and adding that to the model, instead of just using this implicit model and its own variables to kind of extract information. I want to add on to it with kind of subject expertise. So things like that. There are issues with computer vision, and that's why you need to bring people who actually really know these subjects in. And I was fortunate enough to be in a lab where people would help me out and kind of, you know, tell me what a coral was or wasn't when I didn't know. So.
So when you make this, you finish your model and make the data more widespread, would say someone, average person, or say a surfer, be able to take a GoPro and then take their media, put it into an app, and then that app determines coral health, or would they have to have previous knowledge of both?
No, they wouldn't have to have. Oh yeah, long question. So basically, Kieran asked if a surfer or just someone who doesn't have any knowledge of computer science wanted to look at a reef around them, would they be able to use this through an app or through some other form to look at the health state of their reef? And the answer is yes. The code can be pretty easily automated, and I have automated it at this point to where you can actually do it through Google's function, Google Collab, through Google Drive, so you could upload photos into a Google folder and you could do it already. I personally don't know how to make an app. Maybe I'll ask Alex about that, but I think it would be possible.
Mahalo, guys.
Mahalo nui, Raj, for that wonderful presentation. Next, we have Kieran, all the way from the Aina of Lohi'au, or Kakuhi Hewa. No, not even Kakuhi Hewa. Manokalani Po, Kalamai. But yeah, I want to introduce Kieran Mitchell. Mahalo nui.
I'm going to try to lighten the mood after that. I've watched him do his presentation about 10 times, and I learn something new every single time I watch it. So, aloha mai kako, everybody. My name is Kieran Mitchell. I'm from the island of Hawai'i, and today I'm going to be presenting on where stay, or do Hawaiian reef fish exhibit habitat differences at Laihala Hilo? So for a little bit of a hula background, I'm 21 years old. I said I'm from Kauai. I'm studying at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. I'm studying marine science. I grew up as a diver, as a surfer, and grew up in the ocean. My father was a diver and surfer as well. He worked in Kilauea Point and Hanalei Refuge for U.S. Fish and Wildlife. And he's a big reason why I'm here today, as well as my grandfather, who's a biologist as well. So here's just a couple photos. Here's the Kane of my ohana. This is my dad, and this is my older brother here, and we're diving at Kaweanui Beach, where I was 10 years old in this picture over here. And yeah, so just to orient you why this project is important to me is to just show you some I know where I'm from. So as I said, this is Kaweanui Beach in Princeville of Kauai on the North Shore, where I grew up spending a lot of time diving, my holidays being close to that. And then Kilauea Lighthouse, where I first lived on Kauai, as well as Hanalei Elementary School, where I found my passion for the ocean and really made a goal as a young kid, because the ocean's given everything of my life and created my lifestyle to really designate my life for Kuleana to give back to it, as well as Lumahai and Makua Reef in Haiana, where I grew up. So for the organization that I was paired with this summer was the Meg Lab, which was really just a group of great scientists who take that connection or palina of indigenous science and bringing that culture and mix it with prestigious science, and really just an amazing group of people. So to orient you to location, we were working at Laihala, the East Hawaii. Thank you, Alex, for this map. Thank you, Kainalu Stewart, for this great image of Laihala. And this area is also important to me. Last summer, I was interning at Kumuola, where I was working to try to adapt an OEV, a native Hawaiian fish, into contemporary aquaculture. And really what I learned this summer is that these ecosystems are all connected, as Matt was saying, with the sea level rise and viopio and like pua fish that are coming through that makaha. It's very important because this area is very new, so any knowledge we can gain about this place is super impactful, because these fish, like say like the native mullet, the ama, like a catagamous fish that likes to be hatched in saltwater and then move up to the lokoia in freshwater. So these habitats where these fish can be protected, as you can see, are very important. So we also were working with 2 graduate students this year, Kainalu Stewart and Brianna Ninamoto, who were some of our main mentors. And we were doing GPS mapping using targets to look at coastal typographies. And there's advanced knowledge that Kainalu can tell you about with the drones and all the GPS, where it goes, you have a target and you walk around, you set the targets, and then you have GPS coordinates where you go and the drone then connects them, and you create a orthomosaic image, which Raz showed you of Laihala, which is a compilation or collection of photos that is geologically recognized to create a certain area. And this is important to just see the future impacts that sea level rise will have on these habitats, as well as lokoia. And we also have water sensors. This is Brianna Ninamoto's project, where she's looking at conductivity, sea level, and salinity in these areas. And we have a sensor in Kumuola, Haleolono, Kaumaui, and Laihala. And here's just a little video of us doing some the mapping. This is in Kumuola. So my project, where I got to create an independent project, was where I was looking at preferred habitat of Hawaiian reef fish in Laihala, or where they stay. So I'm looking specifically at abundance, species diversity, species richness, size, and behavior of the fish. And why this project is important, as I explained, is coral health and coral bleaching are affecting the habitats, and the future study of this is how are these fishes' habitats affected by these. And why do I care is because I want future generations to be able to experience the same resources as I did. So in terms of method, this is a project that I created. I'm looking at coral, rock, and sand, where I have a quadrat, and I'm conducting fish surveys, 15-minute surveys, to look at what fish come through, the species, the amount of fish, and the behavior of the fish as well. So really, in this process, it's hard. Like, you can be taking data right after, say, the storm, and I'm grabbing a rock and I'm sitting on the bottom because the water is pushing you back and forth. And fish, humans, you know what I mean, we're trying to connect. You gotta try to be the reef, or you gotta try to like act as the member of that environment to really be able to get an accurate portray. So this is just a little video of me taking data, kind of trying to hide behind a rock so I could see what fish were coming through. In terms of huaka'i, or analysis of results, here's a little snapshot into my data. So as you can see, I have date, visibility, tide, and observations say what's the weather. 15-minute surveys, so I'm actually conducting the survey for 15 minutes, and I'm looking at species, the individual, the size, and behavior. So to go into some results, here was my scale pie chart for abundance. There was the greatest abundance in coral, seconded by rock, and lastly, with a great just abundance of fish that were just swimming through, so not a great abundance in sand. And after conducting statistical analysis, I also got a p-value of 0.0007, showing strong statistical evidence that there is varying abundance in the habitat. When looking at species, as some of you may know, this is a saddle wrasse, a type of Hinalea. This is the belted wrasse, another type of Hinalea. This is the Hawaiian dacilus, or the aloilo'i. And this is the convict tang, or manini. These were the main species that came through my surveys. And here's a little graph to just show what areas these fish preferred. So the aloilo'i, per se, like the coral habitat, because as you may see, they like it for structure and for habitat. And then the belted wrasse is used in rock. You see them doing a lot of feeding throughout the rock. And then swimming through the sand was a lot of Hinalea, or saddle wrasse. So in terms of species richness, I found 13 different species in the coral, 12 different species in the rock, and 7 different species in the sand. After conducting a Shannon-Wiener index, which takes into account number of species and relative abundance, I got a value of 43.31 for coral, 34.19 for rock, and 14.78. So as you can see, in terms of species and relative abundance, the coral and rock were a lot greater than the sand. Also looking at size, the importance of this graph is not almost to see that there's much of a difference, because there is not a huge amount of difference, is really to see how these fish are all small. And as I was talking about before, like, these are the breeding grounds, and these are the areas, lehala, the protected areas where these pua or baby fish are hanging out, then where they could survive, not be predated on, to go out into the ocean and also into the local ias. To look at behavior, the coral was a lot of feeding and sheltering, same as rock, and with the sand, it was a lot of swimming through. So just to look at a discussion or reflection, creating an independent project, it wasn't all fun and games. Like, at first, I wanted to conduct a project where I was spearing invasive to look at belly content to see competition of resources. And then secondly, I was using a 30-foot transect, as you can see in this image, but the substrate, or the coral, is not continuous across this entire 30-foot transect. So my mentor, Dr. Burns, advised that I use a quadrat to look at a more specific area to have consistent substrate. And other work we also worked on this summer, we were jumping in and helping out people with work they were doing. This is a project led by Crispin Nakoa, where an artist from New Zealand came to do a local haumana or keiki group to help conduct a mural to really teach them about some problems in the ocean today. Here was that finished mural. And here's some aloha aina work we were doing at Kaumaui. And here's Raz and I, who spent a lot of time this summer, as you can see by Raz's face. And then, before I show this video, I just wanted to thank all the Meg Lab, Haunani Kane, Cliff Capono, John Burns, everyone, Alex Kanalu Makoa, everyone who helped out with just everything that we did this summer. And then, here's a little wrap-up video I have.
Thank you for ending that like that. That was amazing. Do we have any questions for Brother Kieran? You would be all the way over there. Hold on.
Okay, so I categorize them. Oh, what type of behavior did I see in the fish? So, it's a pretty protected area, so I didn't see like any predation on the fish that I was looking at. But in terms of behavior, I categorize them into 4 different categories: sheltering, feeding, swimming through. So just to like, you can see all their behaviors that they're doing. Say like sheltering, you can see the aloi loi that is staying in the habitat the entire time. And that's an important thing to look at in a fish survey. Is the fish there for 15 minutes or did it just swim through? Whereas in the sand, it's not their main habitat that they're using for structure and feeding, so they're more swimming through the habitat instead of being there for that entire 15 minutes. So in order to run statistical data on it too, you have to dim down your categories into continuous things. So for the behavior, those different behavior. Oh, and my bad. I want to thank Hawai'i Maloa Foundation, PIPES, for everything they've done. This is my 2nd year here, and they've had a big impact on my future for the Hoina. Like, I'm gonna try to attend graduate school after this, and I think I found a big passion in IA as well as in ocean work. So all my mentors from the past that have helped me have had a huge impact on my future, and I couldn't be here without any of them. And PIPES and the Meg Lab.
Mahalo. Another question here, Raz. Take the.
How do you think completing the summer project fits into your timeline as a student researcher?
I think as a student researcher, now I've worked in a lab at school after having a guided project last year at Kumo'ola, which was a great insight into research, and then being able this summer to create an independent study, which is a little bit more rigorous and took a little bit more time for yourself to create the methods and create an entire project. I think the next step for me is getting into another lab next year and then taking some time off to be in research and then going to graduate school. And if I could work for or go to graduate school for any of the amazing mentors that I've had in the past, that would be a great journey for me. So really just advancing my research, going to graduate school, and then hopefully continuing my path after that.
Sorry, one more question. Aloha. How did you determine 15 minutes as sufficient for observations?
I used the GoPro, and I had the GoPro video, I started the video, and then you did a 15-minute video, and then turned off the video and deleted it. So I was using a GoPro as for time.
Mahalo nui. I think that's the final question.
Right on, you guys. Mahalo nui for sitting to our presentations. We're actually going to take a lunch break. So we're going to take a 30-minute lunch break, and then we're going to start back up in 30 minutes. So can we have all of our presenters who's going to be presenting next eat first, so you can finish and be makoko for our next round of presentations. And then please, mentors, stay. We have food for you guys too. Go outside. We have some mia'ai. So please come and koko with us. And then, yeah, we'll be starting at 12:30. Mahalo.
Hello, my kako. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the one aloha. The two or three alohas. Let's try that again. Aloha, my kako. This next portion, we're excited to, or these next 5 presenters, we're excited to showcase. These interns were with our partners at USGS as well as our National Park Services. Our first presenter for this section, he hails from Oahu Alua, Kakuiheva, the island of Oahu. Is Makoa de Almeida. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you.
Aloha, everybody. As Nalu said earlier, my name is Makoa de Almeida, and today I'll be presenting my research on the effect that avian malaria has on carotenoids in the Hawai'i Amakihi. One more thing I'd like to mention that I'm quite proud of before I get started is that a lot of the photos you'll be seeing, including this one right here, were all taken by me or of me unless attributed otherwise. So please enjoy. So I was born and raised out of Milani, Oahu. I grew up running around the mountains, spending a lot of time in the ocean, surfing and hiking. Just a pretty average local boy who loved his home. And yeah, I've always felt a deep sense of responsibility to these places that have shaped me and to steward them in whatever way that may be. So because of this, I have a background in the conservation of native Hawaiian flora and fauna. It's something I'm extremely passionate about. Every summer since 8th grade, I've participated in different Aina-based programs working Mauka to Makai with different local organizations, communities, and resources. I currently attend school at Gonzaga University in Spokane, Washington. Go Bulldogs! And I'll be a rising junior this coming fall semester as a biology major. So for the summer of 23, I've spent the past 10 weeks here on the Big Island of Hawai'i, working with USGS at Volcano National Park. So as many of us know, Hawaii is famous for its biodiversity, especially that of our native forest birds. The islands were once home to 54 native species of honey creeper, and today that number is unfortunately down to 17. Birds played an extremely important role in Hawaiian culture. Hawaiians held these birds to an esteemed level of respect, as well as anything that was made from them. I took these photos here at the Bishop Museum. From left to right, we have a lehulu, a mahiole, an ahu'ula, and a room filled with kahili in the background, all of which were made from native forests and sea birds, and these items are all restricted for royalty. So there's many different things driving extinction, but the main ones right now are avian malaria and avian pox. Avian malaria specifically is a non-native parasite, Plasmodium relictum, which is being transmitted throughout the ecosystem by non-native Culex mosquitoes. Once inside the birds, this parasite essentially ruptures red blood cells and thus kills them. So what's being done about this? There's a number of disease dynamic studies across the state aiming to better understand how to combat these foreign diseases and how they're affecting birds. So one of these projects is the Idaho Ranch Disease Dynamic Study being conducted by the USGS. The project split between bird and mosquito research, and it aims to better understand the mechanisms behind disease transmission, tolerance, and spread throughout the ecosystem. You can see me here working, doing some trapping out in the field, some gel electrophoresis, qPCR, as well as dissections. And on the bird side, these are some photos I took at our banding station. So we catch birds, we do a lot of different stuff, such as blood work, telemetry, morphometrics, microbiome, anything you can think of, we're actively trying to obtain that data. So within this pretty large project, I'll be specifically focusing on feather color. And to do so, I'm using colorimeter, which is a way to measure the intensity of color. So feather color is important because we can use this to infer carotenoid concentrations within the birds. Carotenoids are a naturally found compound in the environment that the birds acquire through their diet. And essentially, they're able to incorporate it into their feather color. So why is this important? Plumage color is often a reflection of fitness, quality of diet, and is very important as well in breeding selection. So this thus begs the question, does avian malaria have an effect on carotenoid concentrations in the Hawai'i amakihi? It's hypothesized that birds who are chronically infected must suffer some kind of trade-off, and that could be, they're infected, maybe they're less fit, aren't able to forage or travel as effectively, are thus lower quality of diet, not as colorful, and maybe less sexually competitive. So I'll be conducting this research at Ainoho Ranch within Volcano National Park. There's a good mix here of both native and native flora and fauna. These are some of the species I work with. But my focal species of research is the Hawai'i amakihi, a Hawaii Island endemic species of honeycreeper. Certain lowland populations have started to show tolerance to this disease, which is why we're studying it. And to catch birds, we use mist nets up here. We age and sex the birds based off breeding conditions and plumage. And finally, we assign a unique individual band number so that we can track them throughout their life. To collect this data, I use colorimeter, which gives us 3 values, L, A, and B. As I mentioned earlier, I'm super into photography. I first picked up a camera in 2017. This photo in the middle was actually the first photo I ever got of a native forest bird, the Oahu amakihi. And I've continued to share my photos and do a lot of community outreach over Instagram. If you're interested, at Hawaiian Plants, that's me. And yeah, photography has actually given me a really good basis for the understanding of how light and color works, which is one of the reasons why I was so excited to do this project. This video right here is actually a screen recording from the editing software I use to process my photos. You can see that hue is the actual tone of a color, saturation is the intensity of that color, and finally lumens is how bright or dark that color is. Here, the software is selecting for the color yellow, but essentially, the A and B color space are representative of hue and saturation, while the L color space is representative of luminance. So the first half of my internship was pretty experience-based. I spent a lot of time in the field with both birds and mosquitoes, but I also had a good amount of lab experience as well. But around July, I decided to make my project very stats and coding heavy. I've never coded in my life before, never considered myself much of a computer guy, but I took this summer as an opportunity to push myself to do something new. This is an example of what my computer screen looks like most of the time and where I stay coding. And this is an example of a principal component analysis. I ran this early in the year just to prove to my mentors that I knew what I was doing. But essentially, this statistical analysis is a way to take a multivariate data set, condense it, and see what's driving variation. So my results, you can see that dimension 1 explained most of the variation within my data frame, and that the A and B color space down on the bottom left were the main contributors towards this variation, whereas the L color space was contributing towards variation in dimension 2. This can be visualized here in the ordination space. You can see the eigenvectors of A and B at 180 to each other, which means they're complete inverses, and the L color space here is at 90 degrees, so it's unrelated to either or. Finally, I ran my principal component analysis. We use sex and age as the key identifiers, and each individual point you see up there is a unique individual bird. The closer that points are to each other, the more closely related they are in color space. So you can see here significant grouping with our adult birds at this end. This essentially means that birds here are brightly colored yellow, strongly saturated. On the other side, you can see our juvenile birds, not as yellow, not as saturated. And in between, we have our subadults. This told us that colorimeter is working, and we can see here that this was consistent with what we already know about plumage color and age. Juveniles here, not as colorful, subadults a little more so, and finally, our definitive plumage adults, strongly saturated and colorful. To add on top of this PCA, we included malarial status as one of our identifiers. You can see that most of our birds positive with malaria were adult birds. So to account for this age-driven variation, I filtered my data set one more time to only include adult birds. We can see here that you can't really distinguish significant separation between our birds positive with malaria and birds negative. If we did see significant grouping, we'd see maybe our positive birds down here and our negative birds up here. So what does this mean for birds living with chronic infection? I saw there's pretty much little difference in color space between our birds positive and negative with malaria. So this suggests that birds who are able to survive initial infection and are now chronically infected appear to maintain a similar quality of diet and are able to incorporate carotenoids into their feather color in comparable ways to that of non-infected birds. There's actually a study done at Idaho in the early 2000s investigating the effect that avian malaria had on productivity or I guess reproduction in the same population of Hawai'i amakihi. This study also suggested that there's little difference between infected and non-infected birds in terms of foraging capabilities. So both of these studies are a few of only a handful that have looked into the effects that living with a chronic infection has on life history. It's very important to continue this type of research. My study here was, as I said, only one of a few that has contributed to this growing understanding. But understanding the implications of living with a chronic infection are important, right? These infections can last for years and affect bigger things down the road, such as population dynamics and whatnot. This study really highlighted that Idaho Ranch is a great place to conduct disease dynamics research, but much more research is needed both for different populations, species, and sites across the Pai'aina. So finally, these are some fun photos I had. This is my first time ever I got to really work with birds, and I had a great time, honestly. These are some of my more fun photos. I had a great time in the field. Not such a great time behind the computer, but it was still a great learning experience. And finally, I'd love to give a big mahalo to my mentors, Christina and Eben Paxton, my colleagues, Carly and Mylise, the PIPES Ohana, and finally, the Big Island of Hawaii for being so gracious to me. And of course, these funders who made all of this research possible. Mahalo nui loa.
Test. Okay, do we have any questions for Makoa? Trying to look at his mentors. Oh, here we go.
Of all the birds affected by avian malaria in Hawaii, I was curious as to why you chose the Hawai'i amakihi for your particular study.
Yeah, so that was something I kind of glazed over. First of all, we chose Idaho Ranch because it exists as an ecological boundary between, say, really mostly non-native habitat and pristine native habitat. It's located within volcano, but it's just below all the prime ohia forests, so there's a lot of disease transmission happening here. And with the Hawai'i amakihi, this specific population at least is kind of at that weird, like, mid to low elevation. And there's studies done that have shown that their survival rate is, I believe, between 30 and 50% in terms of after being infected. So that number is still super low, but a lot of the higher elevation birds, such as the iiwi or kiwikiu even, are almost like 100% mortality rate. So even though they're not immune to malaria by any means, they are showing like upcoming evolving tolerance, or that line is a little kind of mixed between what tolerance is, but maybe resistance to malaria. So I think the study like really showed that it's a great model species, at least, to maybe explore candidate genes that are aiding to this evolved resistance, and maybe apply that to more of our endangered birds like the kiwikiu or even the akikiki on Kauai.
Mahalo nui. Do we have another question from Makoa? I think we'll take one more. Oh.
So beside the carotenoid, which makes up like the yellow coloration of the feather, I mean, in your opinion, do you think the level, I mean, is there a difference in level of plumage that you've seen, like just, let's say, density of the feather, or like how the health of the feather in general, beside the coloration that can indicate?
Yeah, so that's something we actually do out in the field, is we physically collect feathers from the birds. And currently, I believe, so we're taking a lot while in the field, just because we don't know how long these birds will be around, right? But in terms of looking at feathers and coloration, what I did here with colorimeter was really like only the first step. So we haven't really had the time yet, but you know, there's like so many research questions I had that kind of sparked from this. So that'd definitely be something to look into in the future.
Mahalo nui. Can we get another round of applause for Makoa? I guess I'll walk to the front so the camera can see me. Our next presenter hails all the way. Yeah, all the way. All the way. All the way. From America Samoa. And it's my honor to introduce her, Christine Tomonico, who is working with the Hawaiian Volcanoes Observatory this year. Mahalo, can we give a round of applause?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christine Tomanico, and the title for my project this summer is Ta'u Volcanic Ash 3D Modeling. So for this summer, I had the opportunity of working at USGS, the United States Geological Survey. And under USGS, there are different volcano observatories around the world, and the one that I had the opportunity to work in this summer is the Hawaiian Volcano Observatory. This is the picture of their building. They're currently located in Hilo, but previously they were up in the national park before the eruption in 2018. Oh, and they're gonna have a new building up at Imiloa, but yeah. And so as I was saying, HVO, Hawaiian Volcano Observatory, is in charge of looking over Hawaii's volcanoes, but they are also responsible for observing and monitoring American Samoa's volcanoes. And so in American Samoa, there are 3 volcanoes in American Samoa. One consists of Tutuila volcano, and then the other 2 are under the group of islands under American Samoa, the Manuan Islands. So that's the Ofu'anau'olosenga volcano and Ta'u volcano. So the Ta'u volcano over here is what we're going to be focusing on for this project. And the reason why we're focusing on Ta'u is because around this time last year, there's a lot of seismic activity that occurred on the Ta'u volcano. And as you can see over here, there are black circles, which are the different earthquakes that occurred last year. And then the sizes corresponds to how strong those earthquakes were. And then these seismic activity and volcanic unrest sets a reminder to us that there can still be volcanic eruptions that occur. And with volcanic eruptions, there can be volcanic hazards. And so this is just a diagram to show the different volcanic hazards that can come from volcanic eruptions. And the things on the ground can or might happen on Ta'u, but what we're focusing with this project is the movement of ash and ashfall. So with that, what exactly is volcanic ash? So volcanic ash is actually fragmented magma with particles that are less than 2 millimeters in diameter. And the objective of this project is to see if there was an eruption on Ta'u, how would that affect life on Tutuila? And why Tutuila? So as you can see in this picture, Tutuila is not that far from the Manuan Islands. So it's only about 16 miles away from the Ta'u volcano, and it holds the majority population of American Samoa. And so we wanted to see how an eruption would typically affect life on Tutuila. And for this project, we used this tool called Ash 3D. So Ash 3D is a tool that is used a lot by USGS to model ash movement. And so it uses different parameters and it runs it on different volcanoes around the world, and it would give you a model of ash movement. And so these are the different parameters that my mentors came up for me. And there was 3 different knobs that we adjusted in the tool. So one is eruption duration, plume height, and for the volume. So for these different parameters, we chose a random day from each month to run them at. And so we looked at how long the eruption would be, how high the eruption column is, and how much stuff would be coming out of the volcano. And then after running these parameters, this is what you would get at the end of it. So looking closer at one of these results, we can see it's a map that you would get. It would give you like where the volcano is. Over here, we're looking at the Ta'u volcano marked by the blue marker. And then close over here is Ofulosengo, and then American Samoa. And in the back of the legend would be Independent Samoa. And so this legend would give you when we decided to run the model on. So we ran it around January 5. And then the plume height was at 7 kilometers. And it ran for 12 hours. Yeah, so we ran a lot of models, and in total we ran 360 models. And then these are the results after running all those models. And then in the yellow, it means it only affected Ta'u. And then in the blue, it affected all of the Manu'an Islands, which is Ofu, Osenga, and Ta'u. And then red means that it reached all the way to Tutuila. And after looking at these results, we then can analyze what these results mean. And it means that for typical eruption rates, ash rarely reaches Tutuila. And for higher eruption rates, ash is deposited on Tutuila a quarter to a third of a time. And for the most part, summer and spring would be unfavorable times for Tutuila if Ta'u volcano were to erupt. And the smallest size of ash deposit ranged from 0.01 millimeter to 0.3 millimeters. And the biggest size of ash deposit can range from 3 millimeters to 10 millimeters. And we also like to note that an eruption does not always reach Ofu'olosenga, which is the closest island to Ta'u. And after analyzing these, we can then figure out what kind of effects it would have on Tutuila. And Tutuila would have minor to moderate ash thickness, which is 0.8 millimeters to 25 millimeters, which can cause eye and respiratory irritants, crop damage, detrimental animal health, equipment damage, infrastructure problems, and ash removal. And so, although we looked at the effects for Tutuila, I think it's also important to know what kind of effects it would have on Manua. And so, Manua would have moderate to severe ash thickness, which is 6.4 millimeters to 300 millimeters. And this can cause weak roofs to collapse at 4 to 5 inches of compact ash, damage to trees, essential services can be interrupted, roads become impassable, severe infrastructure damage, and also heavy plant and animal loss. So just to give you guys a picture of how these effects would look, I have these pictures or images. These you would see on Tutuila. This is minor. I'm just gonna scroll through them. And this is still happening on Tutuila. It can lead to ash removal efforts. And this is just to show how it would look on plants. And then this is what might happen on Ta'u, this heavy ash thickness. Okay. So what's next? I hope to inform my Samoan community, and hopefully it will lead to more volcanic research to be done in American Samoa. And after my results, I just want to say something about my self-results, I guess. I am Samoan. I am from American Samoa, born and raised, and doing a project directly related to where I come from, it really is an honor. It's always, I think this project will have a place close to my heart. And this opportunity challenged me as a person and as a scientist. And I had to learn different terms, unfamiliar terms, and adapt to an unfamiliar field, but I think that helped me to grow as a person and become a better scientist in the end. More open-minded now. And I'm just happy to do this project. And I hope to do more and contribute my skills as a scientist to steward my home, American Samoa. So this is just a picture of me. And these are some of my USGS HVO memories. I worked mostly in the office this summer, but I'm thankful to my mentor that really tried to put me out in the field where I got to experience and learn new things about volcano. So that's my mentor, Natalia. This is me, close to the Halima'umau crater. And I got the opportunity to go out with the ASH team. I just sat there, but I took their picture. But yeah, so reference, acknowledgements, and thank you to Natalia and Drew for having me this summer. Thank you. Questions?
Awesome job, awesome job. Do we have questions? Oh Lord, all the way over there. You guys always do this to me, huh? I gotta run up. I know I'm fat.
I was curious the effects that you had for the ash fall from minor to moderate, then moderate to severe. Are those like already programmed in the ASH 3D program you used, or how did you, if not, how did you come to conclude those effects for each place?
Thank you for the question. I actually got those, going up, I actually got those effects from the USGS website. So if you go onto the USGS website, it gives you like different ash thickness, and it also gives you these effects with, and that's where I got the images as well.
One more? Can we take one more question? Who? Scratching his hand.
Mahalo, Christine. So what is the challenge of teaching American Samoan, so your community? What are some of the challenges about teaching about something that hasn't happened in their known lifetime, right? How do you put some of this in this context?
I think the challenge would be language, because I found out from my mentors that there's not really a lot of terms in relating to volcanic research, so they had a hard time to relaying information to the community. So I think that's going to be the challenge. Main challenge is communication.
Yeah, great, thank you. Yeah, that kind of blew me away. I hadn't even thought about some of those words have been lost. So.
Yeah.
Can we give another round of applause? We're gonna make Mina run up there, or Vi.
Okay, Mina's pulling up the next one, which will be our Penny Snow, who worked with USGS as well, but on the Pierce side, and was doing some really cool things, which I know all about, but I won't, save it for you. Here's Penny Snow.
Shahaim, Kanawe Msaiga. Aloha, mai kako. My name is Penny. I'm from Oregon, on the border of Oregon and Washington, where we call now the Columbia River Gorge. My family calls it Nchwana. My family's Wishram from this area. And as a kid, I grew up at the base of an area called Salilo. And I imagine myself often riding my bike along our massive river here all the way out to Celilo Falls, which is an incredibly important fishing spot for a lot of indigenous people in the Pacific Northwest. When you think of a lot of fish, this is the place. Until 1950s, we had nearly 20 million fish every year come from the ocean onto our river, and we could literally stick a net down into it and pull salmon out to feed our families. And in the 1950s, the Dalles Dam was built, and now our salmon populations are about 200,000 a year. But I grew up really caring about this area and about how our fish run and how our forests exist. And about the age of 13, I became homeless and wasn't really able to stay in that area for too long, and found myself kind of wandering around looking for where next to call home. And in the early 2000s, I learned about tree sitting going on near where I grew up, protesting the cutting of our national old-growth forests, and made this place home. This became my lab for the next 10 years of my life, learning about endangered species in Oregon and about how the forests create their own environments and weather. And it meant a lot to me to really be in this place where I could learn about the animals and their relationships with one another. And then in the early 2000s, wildfires hit, and a lot of our forests and old growth have disappeared and been burned pretty heavily, and it's made it really difficult for us to be able to exist in the forests there. And it made me look further and where I could put myself for the future of the area that I come from, and I thought academics might give me that path. And so I started in schooling, got my GED in 2020 at the age of 36, and decided to pursue conservation science as a future for myself. Over the last few years, I've done research in a few different areas on the coast of Oregon with toxicology and pollinator populations, and now here in Hawaii, I've been able to work with Pearson USGS this summer. I've been asked by Dr. Renee Bellinger to come and take part in doing some research here to develop eDNA methods for conservation science on the island. eDNA is kind of a newer, upcoming form of experimentation where we're able to go out into the field, take samples of DNA that's released onto our environment, and find out what might be in the area. And the way that we do that is by creating primers for certain animals, which essentially tear apart a helix of DNA, take one half of it and amplify it over and over, and we can compare that with a DNA sample and essentially see traces of that organism living in the current area that we're looking at. It really helps to be able to reduce the amount of labor when going out into the field and having to identify by sight. And it really, like, its uses are numerous. We can see what the diets of certain animals are. We can see interactions of pollinators on different plants without having to actually go out in the field and spend hours looking for rare species. And this summer, in our instance, we were looking at ways for early detection of invasive species here on the Big Island. There's a little coqui frog I'm sure we're all familiar with. So the ways that we were able to come out and do that is first starting with our primers and primer development. We were able to kind of use a lot of software these days to expedite our ability to craft primers for finding our strands that we're going to construct, and for isolating our forward and reverse primers, which kind of sit at the either end of the sequence that we're looking at. Once we've got our sequence figured out, we're able to blast it to make sure that it's specific to the species that we're trying to study. So we can kind of go to a certain area. Like for us, we were looking at coqui frog because it's pretty much everywhere in on this side of Hawaii, and we know that we're going to be able to see it if we go out and sample. So we're able to use our samples in a space, pretty much assuming that we're going to be able to find koki DNA, because there are, what, 20,000 of them every acre on this side of the island. So there's a lot of them. Our study wasn't really focusing on koki, but more of a way to establish methods to be able to study terrestrially concentrations of species in a space, and to be able to hopefully keep invasive species at bay when they first come, looking at things like that have happened in Guam with the brown tree snake. You know, these are really big things that spread fast, that are really intense for their environments that they can kind of come into. So being able to, you know, test for things like the brown tree snake, or like any number of invasive species, I think is a really great thing before it gets too bad. So yeah, we run a couple of different reactions. I won't get too much into them because it is pretty jargony, but we use a specific process called qPCR, where we actually put a little probe in between those two end caps that allow us to amplify even more specifically by species of taxa. And we then can kind of use those primers and mix them with the DNA that we find with a process called gel electrophoresis, which allows us to see that the DNA that we're looking at is the DNA we want. And this little ladder lets us know how many base pairs are amplifying when we kind of drop the little ink into these slots. It travels through this gel agaricose. We're able to identify, depending on how many base pairs amplify, that it is the species that we're looking for. So that was fun, being able to learn this new method that I haven't done before. Yeah, meant a lot. This is us in the lab doing a bit of gel electrophoresis. Here's a little kind of, when we look at the amplifications, we do use kind of a tiny little dark room that exists on a table for us, and it amplifies in these little spots, and it can tell us, you know, the brighter the amplification, the more we know it's hitting on these or combining with these other base pairs that we found in the environment. If it gets a little weaker, we know that that might not be the best. We run these through multiple different temperatures, 53 degrees, 55 degrees, and 57 degrees, to kind of look at what temperature variations those might amplify on better. Yeah, out in the field, we're able to go through and figure out what maybe methods work the best, whether or not that's using a paint roller to gather our collection samples, or to use tissue paper like paper towels. So yeah, out in the field, we're able to gather these and kind of take down what time of day it was, the actual location, cloud cover, you know, whether or not it's rained. The DNA only exists in the, you know, out in the environment for about 72 hours maybe, so it's important to know like what kind of variables might ensure that we're able to find the DNA that we're looking for when we're out in the field. Yeah, so it's been, I don't know, it's been good. It's a new kind of trip. Once we take those samples from the field into the lab, we're then able to run them through a vacuum filter, and then we're able to digest the DNA that we pull off of those filters and turn it into DNA, and it kind of comes round trip back to the primers. We compare them with the primers, and we're able to identify what species might have been in the environment there. And sadly, I wasn't able to do our qPCR, which is a bit more meticulous than the PCR, but it seems like those came out with pretty good results while I was working on this project here in town. Yeah, so I think that this is really a lot of good methodologies that can be implemented and used here on the Big Island for looking at invasive species and how they might make their way onto the island and when, and being able to detect them before before it's too late. I hope to be able to bring this home with me and to be able to apply this to where I come from, and just kind of, share this knowledge. And a lot of the knowledge that I've kind of picked up while I'm here about how people care for the space that they're in. That's what I have. I want to thank Dr. Renee Bellinger, Karina Pinzari, Michelle Vasquez-Morales, USGS, and PIPES for letting me come out and take part in research here on the Big Island. It's meant a lot. Mahalo.
Awesome job, Penny. Do we have questions? At least like one or two. Oh, Chloe.
Mahalo, Penny. You talked a bit about like doing previous work in Oregon with like invasive species learning more about like endangered species at home. How do you see yourself really being able to use these techniques and practices at home, kind of in that, same vein that you were previously?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think the first thing that comes to mind is salmon populations. A lot of times salmon are counted by hand. We see them going through, and there's a lot of that kind of count happening, and it takes a lot of hours, and there's a lot of areas in Oregon where our rivers meet the ocean and our populations have completely plummeted, but there's just not enough labor. There's like nobody that's able to count, so a lot of our stations have completely shut off salmon counting, and we really don't know how many salmon are on the rivers anymore. And I think eDNA, with its potential to be able to estimate populations, is something that really is one of those things where a technician could literally go by a field station and do some sampling to get a rough estimate of potential populations in an area. So things like that I feel like are really, can go back and forth between here and home.
Can we get one more question from the crowd?
Thick skinny.
So when designing the primers, how did you select which fragment of the genome you wanted to amplify? And did you select a sequence that is preserved between all the species of koki? And based on that, using your primers, how many different species of kokis you think you could utilize, like you could identify with those primers?
As far as I know, there's only one species of koki. It's the Lutherdactys koki. I'm not 100% on that, but I think that that's the main one that we found online. So we were using online resources, and we're able to isolate or to find out exactly what taxa we're wanting to use, because it'll have a unique strand of sequence. And there's all kind of like a list of ways that, things that you're looking for with like temperatures. You want them to stay within a certain range, and the more GC pairs you have, the higher the temperature will go, and the lower the temperature. So you want it in a specific temperature. You want a specific number of base pairs in your sequence. So I think looking through like a long 2,000 sequence, 2,000 base pair chain, finding that area between the two primers with all these different variables, I think helps limit to what you're looking for, or what is happening with the primer. So that's how we were able to identify what segments of the primer to go for, how the temperature changed, how the distance between the two ends, the reverse and the forward, might have changed. I can't remember the other part of the question, but yeah, it was a lot of work. It was pretty fun though. And I think, we actually do this thing called blasting, where we use the NCBI database, and you can blast it against all the other sequences and hope that it comes up a very unique sequence, so that you can go on knowing that you're not going to amplify on other species of animals that you're not trying to find.
Mahalo.
Mahalo nui, Penny. Oh, this works. I'd just like to shout out our online audience right now. Mahalo nui for tuning in and spending some time with us online from wherever you're at. Is it you? Or Glenn? Oh, Kalawai.
The auto one.
Okay. Next up, we have hailing from Pu'ukohala on the Kauai High side of the island, Alohi.
Aloha Maika Ko. Oh, wow, this is low. My name is Amber Rose Alohi Hokalani Kekahuna, but I just go by Alohi for short. Makes it easier for some people. My project is about Pu'ukohala ethnographic resources, and I'll get in more detail about what ethnographic resources are in this presentation. So first, I'm going to start. Why isn't it working? Okay, there you go. First, I'm going to start off with where I'm from. I'm originally from Arizona, and yeah, kind of drier than here. I like that's not dry here. Makes my skin like itch every time I go back home. I was living in different mini states. I lived in California, Nevada, and many other states, but that was when I was a baby. And moving on, I was born in Flagstaff, Arizona, which is a very small town, around 7,000 feet up in elevation, so huge difference from here. We are really famous for Route 66 and all of the outdoor activities, and also the Grand Canyon, which is about maybe an hour away, depending on which rim you go to. We have the east, south, west, and north rim, but some of them go into the other states. One of my favorite trails to do back home is Humphreys Peak. That goes up to 13,326,000 feet up in the air, so it's a pretty long hike. It's about a day trip, and so I am on the outskirts of town. I live about 30 minutes away from town, depending on traffic. And as you can see here, this is actually going to be Humphreys Peak, and then right here we have another mountain range, which is Mount Eldon. All of them have trails. Mount Eldon has about 3 trails, and Humphreys Peak has many trails within the peak itself, but going up to the top, there's only 1 peak, and it's seasonal because we also have Snowball, Arizona, which is where a lot of people will come out and ski during winter. I went to Flagstaff High School, which is all the way back on the other side of town. So I had to wake up pretty early to go to the other side of town for school. I went there all 4 years except for my freshman year at the beginning of the year. I went to my rivalry team, which is Coconino High School, which is kind of on the opposite side of town as well, closer to where I would live. I graduated there in 2021. So after that, I decided I wanted to come to Hawaii and go to college. That was a big decision because I didn't want to leave home for a minute, but my mom pushed me, so I'm glad she pushed me. I really wanted to learn my culture, and that is one of the main reasons why I came out here, is to learn my culture and understand where I came from, because growing up Hawaiian in the middle of a state that has like no Hawaiian culture is very hard, so I didn't know anything about my culture until I started coming here. I decided to go to the University of Hawaii in Hilo, and I am a major in kinesiology, exercise science, minoring in Hawaiian studies, and getting a certification in indigenous health. My mom told me about PIPES in May, no, way before May, but my mom told me about PIPES and showed me I should go for it so I can start learning about my culture and so that I can connect on where I came from. And I agreed with her, so I went through the PIPES application, got accepted, and now I am working with Pu'ukohala this summer. So Pu'ukohala is on the other side of the island. It is in Kauai High, and I would drive there every day. Well, not every day, but I would drive there some days to go to the site and go out there and do my work. I would wake up at 5 in the morning and leave by 6:40 so I can be on the site by 7:30 a.m. and get started on the ethnographics. So going into some of the sites, we have a lot of certain sites within the site itself. The first one I'm going to talk about is Pu'ukohala Heiau. From 1790 to 1791, King Kamehameha constructed Pu'ukohala Heiau. The heiau was built for the war god Ku so that Kamehameha could conquer the Hawaiian Islands. In order for Kamehameha to conquer the Hawaiian Islands, there had to be a sacrifice. The Ali'i of Ku, Keoa, who is the cousin of Kamehameha, was the one to be sacrificed. Since then, this has been one of the most important historical events in Hawaiian history. So if you look here, this is going to be Pu'ukola Heiau. The important thing to note here is the color changing of the rock. They believe this is where the sacrifice would have happened because the color of the rock is different, and the rock itself will also be a little bit different than the rocks that are built around it. A good thing to note too is all of this rock came from Kohala, so King Kamehameha had his men line up literally all the way from Kohala to here to build the heiau, which took a year to build. The next heiau to talk about is going to be Mailekini, which is right down from Ku'ukola. Mailekini was a temple, but later turned into a fort to protect the major ports. King Kamehameha decided to have cannons and guns here. Mailekini shows that King Kamehameha was able to use the new modern technologies to secure his control over the islands. So he used a lot of cannons and guns when modern technology came, and they would be pretty much around here, around the walls, and he would have them lined up so that if there was anyone coming in, he had some form of protection. Although now we decide not to really call it a temple, we still call it a heiau, just because there are burials within this heiau, so it is still very well respected, and you have to respect that there are burials in Kupuna that are buried there. The next site is going to be Pelekane, which is just a little down. It's this beach area. Pelekane is also known as the Royal Courtyard, has many important events. For example, King Kamehameha killed his rivalry and his rivalry / his cousin, the Ali'i of Ka'u, Keoa, at this beach. So Keoa came all the way from Ka'u, canoed all the way around the island to this spot, and at this time he already knew that he had to be sacrificed for King Kamehameha. So when he showed up, he already knew he was going to die, and he respected that. So what happened is it took place right here, and then not really sure what really happened, but I'm pretty sure they just brought him up there and finished it off in respectful terms. There's also many other events here, like other foreigners coming and Englanders coming and King Kamehameha talking to them, but also Queen Emma was born on Pelekane, and she also had a hale that lived around this area. Not sure where on the map it would be though. It is said that it's going to be at the Jongyang Homestead, which is on the opposite side of the highway. And then there's also going to be burials here for the Kupuna. So going more into about my project is about the ethnographic resources of Kauai High and Pu'ukola Heiau and how those relate to Aloha Aina or Aloha Aina stewardship. I am utilizing the park's ethnographic overview and assessment, or EOA for easier terms, to categorize current existing ethnographic resources of this area in order to identify and document those resources pertaining to Pu'ukola and Kauai High. Ethnographic resources can really vary. They can be landscapes, objects, plants, animals, sites, structures, really anything that you can see visually. But to make it an actual ethnographic resource is when a group of people, usually traditionally associated, regard a resource or a thing as essential to their development, identity, culture, traditions, and lifestyle. And for it also to be considered ethnographic, it has to be within the last 40 years usage of it. So if something was to be coming up within the next 10 years, it could not be used as an ethnographic resource because it has to have that 40-year mark to actually be considered ethnographic. Although most of these ethnographic resources are shared typically through passed down families, histories, accounts, biographical documents, and histories, by that being oral histories or written histories and interviews that reveal ancestral knowledge or Aike Kapuna. So a couple of interviews I read would be by Ku'ule Nagasava, sorry if I pronounced that wrong. She's a Kapuna who vividly recalled a time when the harbor had a reef named Kai Havana Anabana. The coral reef was eventually removed to make way for the construction of the harbor, altering the coastal landscape forever. Nevertheless, the reef has been a beloved fishing spot teeming with marine life. So you can see here, this is going to be the harbor that was built in 1950, 1960-ish. They do also have a break wall, which is where, it's kind of on the opposite side of this picture, really hard to see from this angle. But the coral reef was pretty big. It had a big fishing spot. It's what fed a lot of the people and the community at the time. So when it first was being constructed, a lot of people had to find new ways of finding food, fishing, and a lifestyle. This relates to Aloha Aina because not only did it take their food away, but also the loving for the community. Their Aina got destroyed and their food sources got destroyed. So now we're trying to restore the environment by keeping it clean. It's a little hard though because this is also a stream down here, which you'll see in an easier picture. When it rains in Kohala, a lot of the rain will actually come down and cause a flood. So it's a lot harder to keep this area as clean as we would like to. But also we try to keep it as healthy because the black tip reef shark actually comes here and still nurses and having kids. So we try to keep it as clean as we can. It's just a little hard when there's flooding and it comes right into the ocean. The next interview I am going to talk about is with Dom Esmeralda and Betty Esmeralda. They talked about how Spencer Road used to go between Mailekini and Puhokola and how it changed the landscape. So you can kind of see here, this is the road when it went in between Puhokola and Mailekini. So Puhokola is going to be right here, and Mailekini is going to be down here, and this is the road. So this road was there for a while. It went all the way down to the beach, and then they finally decided to remove the road and keep it on the opposite side. So when you drive there, it's going to be on the opposite side going around the visiting center down to the beach, which is connected to Spencer Beach Park. At this time, too, they had a lot of vegetation come back in, but a lot of it's invasive species. And I know the park is trying to have native species come in, especially native species to Kauai High to kind of represent Kauai High, but also show what it would normally look like, even though the landscape has been changed. I was able to actually see pieces of the old road when I went out there. We had Manoa interns that were archaeologists that came out, and I was with them for a day, kind of got to see what they do. And I didn't know there was a road in between the two before, so I was really confused seeing road pieces in between two heiaus, and that's when I kind of learned about how it changed the landscape. When you walk out there, it's super flat where the road was at, and then it just kind of cuts off, but there's still pieces of that road and metals out there, so yeah. And then I know a lot of people too at the time, going back to Aloha Aina and how it relates, is now they're trying to bring back native species because it is important to show the native species of Kauai High. The last interview I read was with Shortly Berterman. Another Kapunas who interview I read mentioned how the beach itself at Pelekane used to be more expansive and has sacred burial ground. These accounts revealed how the landscape has evolved over time and the changes that have shaped Kauai High's culture and natural heritage. So the beach itself actually used to be pretty big. It was a white sand beach and was pretty expansive. A lot of the people used to live on this beach, and it was very important because many people who did live on the beach did eventually get kicked out. We're not sure why they got kicked out, but a lot of people came over. Michigan military came over and pushed them out and only gave them $300 to find a house to live. Most of them ended up moving to Oahu just because their kids ended up moving out there, but they never got a full explanation of why they got kicked out. So yeah, finding a new lifestyle for them was pretty hard. And ever since then, it's been kind of, no one's living out there, pretty dead. You just have the road that kind of comes through. And so I know now they're trying to make it a little bit more livelihood for the community, especially the people who are born and raised in Kauai High and who lived there and how their ancestors used to live there. So it's pretty interesting to see how it's changed its landscape. And when I was going back to the harbor before, back here, this is the stream of the flooding from Kohala. It is tearing the ground, so every time there is a flood, it is getting more expanded just because the rain and all the dirt that comes down and everything and all the debris, it is tearing apart. So I know the park is trying to figure out a way to kind of keep it how it is now and keep it clean. This picture actually is recently. Before I came, this was all covered in grass, debris, rubbish, and all that. And they also had another internship there with 4 high school kids. They all cleaned this area for a festival coming up in about a week or 2. And they cleaned this up for that, and they said this is the best they've ever seen it just because of all the leaves and debris that comes down. And a lot of people actually, homeless people actually try to come down and camp out here at night, and so that's been an issue for the park. Moving on, I am immensely grateful for the opportunity to explore and preserve these mo'olelo, and I hope that my project can do justice for the significance of this cultural travesty. As my journey continues, I remain committed to honoring the voices of the kupuna and those who have shared their stories with the park. Their narratives not only provide essential historical content, but also imbued the presence with a profound sense of place and belonging. I aim to ensure that their wisdom and experience are carried forth into the future, leaving a lasting legacy for future generations to come. I also want to give a mahalo to my mentor, Leigh Brown. She can't be here because she had a baby, which is adorable. And then, yeah, she had a baby, and I want to say thank you to everyone who sponsored.
Mahalo, Alohi, awesome job. Do we have any questions? Just one. Let's get one question. Any question online? Oh, I gotta go all the way over there. Maybe you just say it and then repeat it in there. Thank you.
Oh, the question was, when I was working there, what was the energy like? And the energy was very strong. You could definitely feel it. As soon as I pulled in on my first day, I automatically knew the energy was going to be strong, but I didn't realize how strong it was. Not gonna lie, it's a very odd feeling because of how intense it is. I know people ask me that quite often too. During our Huakai with PIPES, when we went to Aina University, I had the same question. And I don't know how to explain the energy there. It's very intense, and it's not a scary intense. It's just like, you better be respectful or you're gonna get lickings, like something like that. So I respect the energy though. I love taking in the energy. It's just also when there is people visiting, it can get a little, a different type of energy because they have kids running around, and then also they're not from here, so they're not going to understand the cultural aspect of it. So being someone who's looked into the cultural aspect and learned the history, I definitely think there should be more guidelines upon that, and maybe a stricter rule of trail access, because we have certain trail access, but even then a lot of the kids will try to climb on the rocks or pick up the rocks, so the energy kind of changes then. But if you're alone standing out there right in front of the heiau, it is a very, very strong energy.
Mahalo nui. Can we give a round of applause to Alohi? So we kind of set up for this next presentation. I just wanted to give a little shout out and acknowledgement to this presentation as well as the next two that you folks will be seeing. Without support from the National Park Service, we wouldn't be able to be doing internships like this. And hey, shh. And we're fortunate enough to have a 3-year agreement with them to develop the next generation of cultural resource managers at the national park. So thank you to Jade and Mama Bear Sharon for making things happen for this program. Thank you guys. And without further ado, I guess I'll introduce Brother Man from over here. From left field, standing at 6'3". I don't want to say how heavy you are. From Panaeva, Hawaii, Glenn Kealoha, a.k.a. Kaimi.
Aloha mai kākou. My name is Kaimi Kealoha. I was born and raised in Hilo, Hawaii, graduated Kamehameha Schools class of 2022, and I reside in Ottawa University in Arizona. My project name is Malama Aina with HAVO, Western Science to Hawaiian Science. So this summer I got the opportunity to work at Hawaii Volcanoes National Park in the Cultural Resource Department. My awesome mentors were Nafatalia Flate and Caleb Hook. And this is a picture of them. This is Tali and this is Caleb. And then their colleagues, Linda, Janae, Krista, Carly, and Anna Kaleo. And here are some cool places I got to experience. First off, okay, yeah, whatever. I got to go to Kahuku Ranch in Ka'u. It's a cool place. I got to see some farming systems from old Hawaii, and it used to be a cattle ranch. Okay, there you go. And then I got to go to Ka'u Desert Footprints. We did condition assessments on C-shaped structures, and I got to observe some footprints. And I'll go over these sites later into my presentation. And then the next site I got to do was Hilinopali. We got to overlook USGS scientists digging into the soil looking for different ash layers. And we were there in case they dig up some, cultural artifacts. And we got to go to Kipuku Puaulu Bird Park Trail. We did an assessment on a Mauna Loa cave system that the National Park Service wants to close up because, some people like go inside and, almost make. My uncle, Pauli Kilihomalu, was a big advocate for this area. He did a lot of clearing for the trail and done a lot of stuff for the native plants. And Kealakomo, out of Chainer Crater Road, we got to do some condition assessments here with cisterns, salt dryers, and other cool stuff. And then 20 minutes Fisherman's Trail. We got to do condition assessments on old ruins. And we got to go on some park trails in Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. We did some condition assessments on trails. And lastly, just yesterday they took us to Pulu Station. It was a 12-mile or 10-mile hike up there. My mentor, Caleb, took us out there. It was pretty cool. It used to be a Hawaiian tree fern industry. And going on to Western science and Hawaiian science. So Hawaiian science is not about the tools and technology, but an organized method of questioning, testing, and examining results with the land to Malama. And here are some pictures of what I think depicts Hawaiian science. So our kupuna were observers. They cultivated the land to sustain over 1 million people on Hawaii Island alone. They figured out different farming systems for different landscapes, like wetland and dry land. They fished and farmed based off of moon phases, which is pretty cool that they figured out. They learned how to navigate, and they created systems that allow plants and animals to thrive among Kanaka. And moving on to Western science. Western science is starting to understand that Hawaiian practice, mythology, and recording have equal validity and are a functional and useful method of exploring our world and universe. So here are some of the things that I got to do and learn at the park. I got to observe some excavation sites. We did laser scannings, condition assessments, photometry, and just like Hawaiians, observing the land. And moving on to our Kahuku unit. In Kahuku, we did some field schools, so huaka'is. It's on the bottom here. We got to take 4 field schools out there. We had to take Na'alehu Elementary, Pohoa High, Ka'u High, and we did a community day. I think this is a great experience for, keiki and people in Ka'u to learn. Why work in somebody's backyard without even telling them what we're doing there. So it was a cool experience to host, and it was a great experience for the keiki because we try to, inspire them to maybe come into this line of work. And the keiki loved it. They liked getting down and dirty with the archaeologist and his interns in the excavation sites. So Kahuku was a ranch land in the 1800s. It was ran by Paniolo, so Hawaiian cowboys managed the livestock in Kahuku. But after the 1886 Mauna Loa lava flow, it wiped out the land and all the cattle, so all the steak was gone. And then archaeologists went in there and used aerial imagery and found that there were field systems from the 1750s. Our ancestors used these field systems to grow uala, banana, breadfruit, and sugarcane to sustain themselves out there in the dryland farming system. Our ancestors used fire to clear the land of native forest, brush, and grass before planting these plants. And their farming system that they used were called kua'iwi. Hawaiians built rock walls, which are called kua'iwis, to absorb moisture in the air to regulate moisture and warmth for their plants. So here's a picture of, when it loads. Well, here's a picture of me, the archaeologist from Manoa, and another intern, Janae, that worked with me at the park. And moving on to laser scanning. So laser scanning is the process of capturing three-dimensional spatial data using lasers. Laser scanning is an effective method for 3D modeling and precise measurements. And laser scanner acquires data in the form of points like point X, point Y, point Z, or point 1, 2, and 3. And I got to, here's an example of a laser scan. So here's like a aerial view of this cave that my mentor Caleb got to do. It's Puapo'o Cave. So you can see that it goes from forest to forest, and in the middle it splits. And inside the cave, you can see it's like comic-y. He laser scans it and depicts it in the computer to make this picture. And going down, this is the laser scanner that we use. It's worth $100,000, and yes, they trusted me to use this. And the place I got to laser scan was Jagger Museum. So here's me operating the laser scanner, and here's like the area that we got to laser scan. So basically, they are deconstructing Jagger Museum and moving it in the back due to earthquakes and the land being not right for the building and people going in there. And here is the results of our laser scanning. So as you can see, here's like a picture of our results, and that black dot right there is where the laser scanner is. And in this picture, it depicts what you can do with the laser scanner. So you could put a point here and a point here, and it would measure how big, in reality, this roof is. So it's 8.226 meters. And moving on to in the field. So I have to give a lot of credit to my CRM group. They're beasts in the field. So I would just go up to the office and they would tell me, oh, let's go out in the field. I'd be like, oh yeah, Roger. So it would just be hiking for like miles, or it would like range from like a mile to like, 10 miles, like police station. And they expect me to go back to the office and like sit in that chair and go on the computer. I'm like, oh, you guys are nuts for this. So I'll be over there just like dozing off. But I get my work done. I promise. But the first area that I got to go to was Kealakomo, Chain of Crater Roads. It's off of Chain of Crater Road, actually. It's like a couple miles in. I got to do some condition assessments on cisterns. Cisterns are like basically old catchment systems, so for drinking water or for like their plants and animals. And salt dryers, which the Hawaiians would put salt water inside and it would dry it and get like Hawaiian salt. And we also got to do some cave systems. I didn't get to go all the way inside, but I got to check them out. And I got to see a cool petroglyph on the side wall of the cave system. going on to Ka'u Desert. So Ka'u Desert was a pretty cool place that I never thought I would be going to. Basically, it's just a bunch of footprints in the desert, and we got to assess C-shaped structures. C-shaped structures are believed to be where Hawaiians make shifted areas for shade and shelter on the Ka'u Desert Trail. And the footprints are preserved in ash layers. So if you want to see, these are all ash layers, and the footprints would be preserved in them. So the backstory is basically that Kamehameha and Keoua were having hakaka. They would battle them out. They battled them out in like Waimea, I think. And then while Keoua was hiking back, Kamehameha was like, "Oh, Pele, what? Like wipe them out for me." And then he didn't wipe I think like a quarter of the army out. But I thought it was all the warriors' footprints, but actually the scientists went in and measured some footprints, and there were some kids and women's footprints, so they believed it was a trail that the Ka'u residents used to go to like Puna or Hilo or Waimea. And they were just walking on the ash. And here's a picture of us in the field. Moving on to 20 Minutes Fisherman's Trail. So 20 minutes is, it holds a special place in my heart. My family has holo holoed here for generations. My great grandmother, my dad's grandma, that Hawaiian sitting over there in the orange shirt, she gave land, or like 200 acres, to the national park to give us rights to, do practices and holo holo out there. But we had to do condition assessments on believed to be burial sites, rock formations, and salt drying stations. So as you can see here, and all these sites are like in the middle of nowhere. People don't really know where these things are unless you like my Hama mentor Caleb. So yeah, as you can see, there's like opihi shells from back in the day and stuff. And lastly, the Pulu Station. So just yesterday I learned about the Pulu Station. It dates back to the 1850s. It was a factory to harvest pulu from the hapu'u fern. Pulu is this fiber from the fern. People used it to make pillow stuffing due to cotton shortages in the country. I think it was like during the Civil War era, they were saying. Yeah, and they're trying to preserve the area, so my mentor Caleb and his colleague Jeff would, back in the day, went out and tried to weed this place out to help preserve it. And yeah, I just want to say a huge thanks to National Park Service, University of Hawaii at Hilo, the Hau'oli Maoloa Foundation, and PIPES. And I just want to say a big mahalo to my CRM group. Without them, I would have not been able to see all these cool places. And as a Kanaka, I want to be a big advocate for them. They put our culture before their science. So just keep doing what you're doing, guys. And yeah, mahalo for everything that you guys do.
Mahalo nui. Do we have a question for Mr. Kealoha? I'll start throwing their mentors on the spot, like give them the mic. I should probably give one too. There we go. Okay, I'm running to you, Caleb.
Hey, Kaimi, good job on that. So my question is, what was your favorite thing that you did the whole summer, and what would you tell your friends your favorite thing and the best part about it?
I don't know. I think my favorite thing was actually looking at the footprints out in Ka'u, which is pretty cool. But I don't know, all the experiences and all the opportunities that the National Park Service gave to me, like Eruption Crew. Eruption Crew was pretty sick to do. Without you guys, I would have not been able to do that and gain that experience. But yeah, I think the footprints, seeing that and hearing about the backstory was pretty interesting.
Okay, I gotta run over there. Hold on. think next year we gotta have 2 of these mics, huh?
So, if you were going to continue working with these guys, what are the kinds of techniques and tools that you'd be really excited to learn about applying?
I would like to learn more about photometry. It's kind of the same thing as laser scanning on the computer wise, but photometry is a pretty cool thing to learn or take in reference of cultural artifacts. Like, so laser scanning is like laser scanning a big area. Photometry is like, so say I can photometry this stand right here. It's like for more smaller things. So maybe that.
Cool. Great. Just before, I will hand the mic over. So Mrs. Correa's education playlist says, well done, Kaimi.
Thanks, Ms. Correa.
But also, there's a question. Have you been to those places prior to this program? That was another question.
Just 20 minutes trail. It's pretty cool because I think without this program, I would have not seen all these places. Like the Pulu station, for example. That thing is like in the middle of nowhere. We had to hike up lava, go into a forest, hike past a couple like craters. It's just pretty cool. So yeah, I would have not been able to do all these things without them.
Aloha kaua.
Hi, Auntie Sib.
Considering all of your experiences and having visited places that most Kanaka don't have access to, how has perhaps your perspective or sense of kuleana as a Kanaka changed because of your experiences?
Good question. It changed a lot. Before this summer, before PIPES, I didn't want to go into conservation, but it showed me a big perspective of how taking care of the land, how the Aina plays a big part in my life. I thought, working the kalo patch in the backyard was just, chores, but it's just, it's helping sustain the Aina, it's helping sustain everybody. Maybe in the future we don't need the barges. We can just sustain ourselves over here, just like our ancestors used to do.
Okay, one more thing. I know that as a result of your internship, you had additional opportunities to work the flow, or in Hale Ma'uma'u. Can you share a little bit about that?
Yeah, so it was like at an all-park meeting. Since I think it was that day we had an all-park meeting, the Hale Ma'uma'u crater erupted. So they asked people to, work them because a bunch of people come. So I don't know. I just got to direct traffic. Hey, the Hollies come over here. The Hawaiians go on this side. Nah. But it was cool. It was cool. I got to see the lava flow. I got to see plenty of people up there. They were like, "Oh, Kaimi, what you doing over here?" I was like, "Yeah." You know what I'm doing up here, right? Nah. But it was a great experience.
Okay, we got one more. Oh, this is going to be a good one.
Not a question, just a comment. When we approached Kaimi about doing the eruption duty, he jumped at the chance. And the staff was really impressed by him and really were honored to work with him. So thank you, Kaimi, for all your
I'm
hard
honored
work.
to work with you guys. They're the hammers.
And he's going into archaeology. Mom and Daddy's changing his major. Nah, just
Follow.
Good job, Kaimi. Mahalo nui for sharing your wonderful experience over the summer. It is my honor and my pleasure to be introducing our next speaker, who also have strong connections to Ka'u as well as Hilo. I'd like to introduce Bethany Okamoto, who will be sharing her experience also with NPS. Mahalo.
Aloha kakou.
Hi, my name is Bethany. You just heard that. So sorry to bring the energy back down. I know we just went on Ka'imi's Holo Holo adventure, but now we got to take it back to the office this time. So sorry, guys. No more of the. There's still fun pictures, though, I promise. So yeah, this summer, as you heard, like Ka'imi, I was with the Cultural Resource Management Office at Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. I was digitizing collections there. There's many collections there. You don't see them, so it was very cool to learn this summer to be in that space, to get to work with those photos and those items. So to just start, I kind of do have strong ties to the Ka'u area. That is where my ohana is from. That's where my mother is from. This quote that you can see on the screen here is actually from my Tutukane Ku'umikian'en, my great-great-grandfather. It says, as you can read, because we have these good things, we should do the right thing to leave something for those who are coming after us, that they may know. And so that's kind of sort of my tie to anthropology. It's my subject of study. And most importantly, collections work. My great-great-grandfather's words, his recordings, his ike on Ka'u are included in a few archaeological surveys, and a lot of those recordings are at Bishop Museums. My mother has been working for the past few years to access those recordings. Unfortunately, it kind of is a lengthy process, but that's kind of sort of my personal tie. What makes collection work special to me is knowing that it's not just words or objects, but it's connected to people, real people, and families. So kind of when I go through this presentation, I just want a question for you folks to reflect on is, can cultural items and collections be used for reflection? So I just wanted to start with introducing you folks to two faces I've actually seen a lot of this summer. As you can see on the left, we have Charlotte Lovejoy Westcott. She's the daughter of Channing Lovejoy and the namesake for the Charlotte Lovejoy Westcott collection. She's the one who donated to the park. And on the right, we have Superintendent Thomas Bowles, who was the first superintendent of Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. So you guys are going to get acquainted with them as well as we go over this presentation. So like I mentioned, the Charlotte Lovejoy Westcott collection is named for Charlotte Lovejoy. Her father was the manager of the Volcano House. If you don't know, the Volcano House is a hotel that's been located on park premises for a while now. This was back in the 1920s. Her father was actually manager in 1923 to 1927. And so these photos mainly are composed of guests, visitors going on hikes, geological formations, the volcano house itself, et cetera, those kind of images. I think there's about, there we go, 153 images in that collection. Actually, I only did half of it. Megan did the other half. She's one of the interns at the park, so awesome to her because that took me a while to get through. But that's not even the tip of the iceberg because the Thomas Bowles collection is actually 692 photographs of Thomas Bowles' times, not only at the park, but beyond as the superintendent. So a lot of the pictures that you see in there are also geological features, guests. He has this group that he takes a lot of pictures of called the Volcano Kids, the Volcano House Kids, of which Charlotte was one of them. And those photos actually cover a longer time frame. It's from the 1920s to the 1970s. So what I was actually doing this summer is these physical photographs needed to be transferred to a digital format, and that's called digitization, when you take that physical object and transfer it into, in this case, like a TIFF file or like a JPEG. So to kind of sort of show you that process of digitization, here's just a couple images of what that work looked like for me. This was my little workstation in room 9 in the basement of the Kilauea Visitor Center. A very stark difference from the Ka'u Desert, so sorry. But as you can see, this is my friend, the scanner. I didn't give her a name, but I should have because I spent a lot of time with her. But basically, I would have a box. The box is organized into folders. You take the images out of the folders with gloves, of course. Handle them carefully and nicely. Then you put it in the scanner, make sure everything is good, ready to go. The program would already be pulled up on the computer, as you can see here, with the settings inputted, specific settings for like the kind of photograph that it was. And then you make sure everything is ready to go by previewing the scan. Then you scan it, and after you scan it is perhaps the most fun thing to ever do in the world, and I would love to do it for the rest of my life, metadata. So metadata, if you don't know, it's a funny word. It's data about data. So the pictures that I'm scanning are the data, and then the data about the data is who took the photograph, when it was taken, any information about the location, description, a title, copyright information, all that kind of sort of stuff. So I did it in this lovely program, Adobe, Adobe Bridge, my favorite thing to open up. And basically, I guess the longest part of the process is called alt text, alternative text, and it's for accessibility reasons. But basically, you have to describe a photo in like the most detail possible. So if somebody who couldn't see it can visualize it. So that's kind of sort of the digitization process. Metadata was definitely the longest part of it, but it really tested my ability to think of synonyms. I'm not gonna lie to you. Writing the same word over and over for roof, not it. So after learning a little bit about the process, why do museums do this kind of sort of thing? Why do they digitize collections? And digitization is just one of the many modern methods that museums are using to preserve their collections. According to the NPS handbook, museum handbook, museums are tasked with collecting and documenting, preserving, and providing for collections access. So digitization is just a tool to reach these goals. And so the benefits of digitization are kind of sort of threefold. It makes collections more accessible. Eventually, these photos that I've scanned and done metadata for will end up on the NPS Gallery website, where people around the world will be able to access them. They won't just have to go into, the visitor center or schedule a time to look at these photos, but they'll actually be able to access them and see the information about them on the site. And that kind of goes hand in hand with preservation, because the less people physically touch the pictures and handle them, the better, the longer their lifespan will be. And that kind of sort of leads to perpetuation, because when these resources are properly preserved and protected, as well as widely accessible to the community, it leads to perpetuation, where in perpetuity people can view these images and learn from them. So during my time, I didn't actually spend all my time in a basement, I promise. I did get to go holo holo sometimes with Ka'imi, sometimes not. So some of these pictures that I was looking at in the collections were actually things that are still in the park today, or things that we can find similar features of. So I get to go on these trips where I would see these features or even the same locations. So that's kind of sort of what we're gonna look at now, photo comparisons between pictures in the collections and what they look like today. Some of these photos are of similar features, so it means it's not in the same location, but it's depicting a similar thing. And some of them are in the same location, just in 2 different time periods. So the first one that we have here is the Volcano Golf Course. It's actually been in operation for like 100 years, pretty long time for a golf course. Pictures of guests in the Charlotte Lovejoy Westcott collection. You can see them golfing on the green. Quite a few pictures actually, enjoying that there. And if you want to go visit it, it's called the Volcano Golf Course. Like I said, they're still there, so. Of course, we have the Volcano House, the hotel. The Volcano House, of course, features heavily in the Charlotte Lovejoy Westcott. I'll just call it the Westcott collection to save time. But that's because, obviously, Channing Lovejoy was the manager of the house. It was first built in the 1810s as like a simple cabin lodging, but eventually it got expanded through many renovations. It experienced fires and other such things. So the current photo that you see is in a different location, but similar vibe. Here we have a trail sign. The modern picture is along Halima'uma'u Trail, and this one here, I'm not quite sure, but it is in fact the world's weirdest walk. As you can see, changes in the way that these signs are designed are very evident, and we'll talk more about that later. So here you can see my mentor Carly next to a big boulder here. Many of the pictures in the Charlotte Lovejoy Westcott, and I actually saw a few in the Bowles collection of these huge boulders that were spewed out of Halima'uma'u, and I believe, 1924, 8 tons, pretty big. These areas are now not really accessible. You don't want to be tromping in those areas, lest a boulder like that fall on top of you. But you can still find them in places like along the Kilauea Iki Trail. Here we have a lava clinker. It's a word that I didn't even know until I saw Thomas Bowles' annotations on the back of a picture. Pretty cool. But like I said, in the Bowles collection, there are geological features, and a lot of times you see him next to them. Pretty cool to see. Yeah. Now we're getting into my favorite ones, the same location photographs. Here's a monument overlook. It's featured twice in the Westcott collection. At the time, it had some beautiful panoramic views of Kilauea volcano, but now not so much. There is vegetation in the way, but the monument still stands, so it's something pretty cool to see. Here we have the stairs for the old volcano house. The 1920s volcano house, I'm not gonna lie, is kind of sort of my favorite. It had a sunroom, a billiards room, all these sorts of cool features. Obviously now it's not there anymore, but I still think it's pretty cool. Here we have steam baths. In the 1920s photo, you can see Channing Lovejoy working, or not working, but I guess supervising the construction of these steam baths. If you go to the site now, you can stick your hand over the hole and you can still feel hot air, which I thought was pretty exciting, but I'm still confused as to what that was for. And lastly, for the same location, we have the water tanks and the watershed. These facilities help support the volcano house and are still in the same location above where the volcano house used to be. So while we're looking at these photographs, some basic observations can be made. Obviously, there's differing locations and vegetation has grown over time, but I wanted to reflect on these photos and see if they could tell me anything about the culture or values in the park or ways things have changed since when that photograph was originally taken. So to start off, there is obviously similar visitor interest. Obviously, the volcano house is still in operation, even though it's changed locations over time due to various complications or relocations. It's still in the same spot, and it still offers the same visitor experience. You still get that wonderful view of the crater that they would have had back then. Also, there's still the golf course that is obviously in operation and running. So it's clear that tourist interest in the area has remained relatively unchanged. People still want to see that area. And the continued maintenance of such facilities is evidence of that. Obviously, there's also differences in safety. Some pictures, particularly of hikers and geological features, are now places that we can't visit anymore. And likely because they're in areas like the crater and things like that. And this is likely due to the park's increased awareness and precaution regarding having two volcanoes located within its boundaries. Just increasing awareness is about safety and the unpredictability of the volcano. And lastly, and I feel like the most important, is changes in values. The two images of those trail signs that we saw earlier. I'm not going to scroll back to it. It would take too long. But those images that we saw of the trail signs earlier show a shift in park values regarding the spaces that it contains and manages. The sign in the 1920s appears to appeal to the idea of an exotic or weird landscape for visitors to explore. And this starkly contrasts with modern park signs, which are used as an informational navigational tool. And a lot of times they try to include indigenous place names or ancestral knowledge of place on these trail signs or plaques. And this is a reflection of the work of Native and local community members, as well as the federal government and staff, to recount and add to the rich heritage and history of the place. So here's a wonderful photo of the crater. This is from the back of the modern day volcano house. So like I said, it still has that wonderful view. So as you can tell, from looking at these photos back then and now, there are people, lands, and histories that are covered by these photos. You might just look at them as an object or just something to stare at, people that you don't know and you don't understand, but there's somebody's family there, there's somebody's history there, there's culture there, and I think it's really important to recognize photographs' unique ability to communicate that sort of intimate knowledge, and that's a reason why we can use them as a tool to reflect, critique, and even celebrate the past and the present. So through time, it's clear to me by looking at these photographs of smiling guests, happy hikers, interested park members, that this space has been an area of joy, discovery, and wonder for a very long time. And if we continue to care for it, it will remain that way. And lastly, I'd just like you to consider your own collections. Think about your own family photo album or your Instagram or whatever it happens to be. Oh, what would people in the future reflect on or think of when they looked at your personal collections, and how would you like them to be treated by somebody like me in the future? I'd just like to give a big mahalo to the Cultural Resource Management Office for giving me this wonderful opportunity. They're all sitting right there, so if you all want to stare at them and clap, that would be great. I'd also like to thank my funders, the National Park Service, Hau'oli Mauloa Foundation, PIPES, and the University of Hawaii at Hilo. Thank you.
Awesome job. We're gonna, what? Yeah, we're gonna take some questions now. Is there anybody in the audience who would, you would do this to me, bro, all the way.
So my question is, what are some cool artifacts you got to work with, and maybe what is your favorite ones you got to see?
That's a good question. I thought everything was really cool. It was very interesting to see. We got to go to a cultural festival. You were there, you know that. We went to a cultural festival in Kahuku, which was a really cool experience. And me and Carly got to share some artifacts with the community from our collections. Some do not touch artifacts. Keep that in mind, do not touch. But I think my favorite part was the huge ads that we had. I'm not kidding you, it was definitely this big. It was interesting to learn about some things that I'd never even heard of, like abraders. I guess it was like different materials, like coral or basalt rock that they used to sand things. That was interesting. And opihi shell scrapers. Just things that I had never seen before or heard, and it was really special to me as a Kanaka to see those things and see objects that my ancestors interacted with, especially ones that, you know, are not popularly known, like a poi pounder, you know? So that was pretty cool. That was awesome.
Mahalo nui. Do we have one more? One more.
Not a question, but just a comment. I wanted to thank you, Bethany, for all your hard work. You know, this was a really tough project, and when we were looking to decide on the intern, it had to be somebody who was going to be able to handle it. Because as you can tell, it's not the most exciting thing you do every day. And I'll have to say, I saw Bethany in the morning and at lunch and in the afternoon, and she was always positive and you know, always upbeat. And so thank you so much for that. What she has started here with this project with Carly and Megan, you know, the park has thousands of images, and people just don't get to see it. But the project that they've started is really going to open up these images to the world, really. So thank you, Bethany, for all your hard work. Good job.
Stop clapping. I think we have one more.
We have one online one. So from William Hui. What is one artifact that you found while scanning that you didn't expect to see?
I guess, and it wouldn't be really like an artifact, but I guess more like an image I wasn't expecting to see. I don't really know. I guess the coolest things to see would be the eruption photographs in the Bowles collection that I've recently seen. There's one, I can't remember what the village was called, but it's of a flow that happened in 1926, I believe, from Mauna Loa. So that was really interesting to see the lava interacting with the water, a really up-close picture. Also cool to see photographers with their old cameras from the 1900s. That was pretty cool. A couple pictures of that. And of course, the kids was very interesting to see. Kids leaning over earthquake vents and steam vents. Very close. I was wondering where their parents were. But that was cool too, I guess, to see the curiosity and interaction with the landscapes in the park. So, yeah.
Can we get a round of applause? Woo.
Right on, mahalo nui, Beth, for sharing your wonderful experience. Right now, we're actually going to take a 15-minute break before we get into the last section of our presentation. So 15 minutes, make fast kind, and then come right back because we're going to start promptly at 2:29. Mahalo.
Okay, I think we're almost back, guys. But I don't know how to do this. Do you want to do it? Great question. All right, and Leslie is all set. Good. All right, wonderful. Aloha, everyone. I'm Sharon Ziegler-Chong. I run the office that the PIPES is within and have been involved with PIPES for 29 years. It's been a while, so this is really exciting, and I wanted to just introduce our next program. Our four speakers, the next four interns are working as part of a partnership that is a new partnership as well, just like the Park Service one. It is with, these are four projects that are a part of UH Hilo's partnership with the Hawaii Community Foundation and Arizona State University, the University of Hawaii, and various other partners are working together on Iole. This UH Hilo's effort with Iole is focused on, it's an overall program looking at the studies across the Aopua'a. We have several faculty involved, and these four are going to be looking at everything from the sky to listening to down in the ground and the water that runs through it. So it's a really exciting part of our partnership, and the faculty who have been working on this for just over a year. We've been talking with them, and we're really excited, and I hope people are online too are going to be able to join in on this. So we're excited to hear this. So with our first speaker is going to start in the sky and give us an overview, literally, is Leslie and Cecile Cruz.
Okay, so my project is on creating a geodatabase for the Iole Ahupua'a. Hello, my name is Leslie Enciso Cruz, and as of May 2023, I'm a recent UH Hilo graduate with a Bachelor's of Science in Environmental Science. So, I was raised in the country of Mexico, but I am fortunate enough to be here today because of my parents who immigrated to the United States so I could pursue a higher education. As a kid, I grew up very connected to the land, which is what led me to pursuing a higher education in environmental sciences. I grew up by the ocean. I grew up also in the ranches on my pet donkey. And I grew up helping my grandpa take care of his mango acres and coconut acres. All right, so for this project, I am glad to be working with the UH Hilo SAB Lab, or Spatial Data Analysis and Visualization Lab, under mentorship of Dr. Ryan Peroy and Dr. Roberto Rodriguez. Some of their previous work and current work includes monitoring the 2018 lava flow, mapping coastal erosion throughout the island, and using drone and helicopter imagery to help combat rot. Here we have an aerial image showing some rod trees, some infected rod trees and some non-infected rod trees. I'd like to give a thanks to all the agencies and funders for supporting not just me, but all of the PIPES interns here. All right, so let's get into our brief history of Kohala. Kohala is the oldest place on the island of Hawaii, and it is a home to King Kamehameha, making it the true heart of Hawaii and filling it with so much history. So in 1841, a Protestant missionary named Elias Bond settled near Kapa'au and established what is referred to as the Bond District in Iole. And there's an image of it and an image of Bond himself. In 1863, Bond planned on starting the sugarcane company, and part of his land and his neighbor's land became the center of the Kohala Sugar Company. By 1906, the Kohala Sugar Company controlled 13,500 acres of sugar plantations on the island of Hawaii. In 1906, the Kohala Ditch was also built to bring water from the uplands to the lowlands, and the company closed in 1975. As Sharon mentioned now, we are currently, Eola is currently under ownership by the Hawaii Community Foundation with partnership of UH Hilo and Arizona State. But before that, the ownership changes were in 1967 when the Eola Development Corporation formed to hold trust over the Bond estate and lease the land to the neighboring ranchers. By 1998 to 2008, 2,418 acres of land was donated to the New Moon Foundation. And in 2016, the Kohala Institute was given master lease over the acres. So since that change in ownership, there has been a goal or an initiative to steward Eola back to the ahupua'a it once was. After all, an ahupua'a is a traditional Hawaiian division of land that conserves and maintains its natural use of resource levels while maintaining the population within its boundaries. So, this summer, there are 4 different projects, including mine, being done in Eola. Going from Mauka to Makai, we have Lillian and the Lohe Lab monitoring acoustic recordings. We have Wyatt and Dr. Peter Mills conducting microbotanical surveys at the Loi. And we have Amber with Dr. Steve Colbert taking water samples to compare to other locations. As you can see in the image here, the 2 blue points are where the water samples were taken. The orange point is where the acoustic recordings were monitored, and the green point is where the microbotanical surveys were done. And then there's the red line buffering the ahupua'a of Eola, which is what my geodatabase will cover. So what is a geodatabase? It is a storage space that holds several layers, and by having a geodatabase on one platform, it will allow the viewer to play around with different visual data layers that they want to see or analyze. And by creating a geodatabase that holds visual data layers from several different time periods, it will help guide stewards of Eola in a way that they will be able to see how land has changed over time, what land used to look like, what is currently there, and perhaps some things that are there right now that weren't there before. So some of the previous work, during my 2023 spring school year, I was in Dr. Paroy's field methods class, and we got to help start the foundation of this project by taking ground control points for the helicopter that would be taking aerial images to create the base map or orthomosaic that is used to compare other data or visual layers to. So here we have some images from that helicopter flight after we took those ground control points. The top image shows flying over the reservoir in Eola. So my first step in creating a geodatabase was to search for visual layers and images that already exist. From there, I organized those layers into different categories such as agriculture and land use, water resources, and geologic and geophysical. As Beth mentioned earlier, metadata. So this is kind of my mini metadata spreadsheet, organizing all the layers that I was pulling in. I then georeferenced historical aerial images to correctly align the images to control points on the base map that was created. I also cut down layers to only cover the North Kohala district to make it a focal point. So for example, here, we have an image of 1985 solar radiation lines, but we're only showing the lines in North Kohala. That way we're not focusing on the outer areas too much. And then from there, the visual layers and images were then uploaded onto ArcGIS Online for those who have a link to be able to access the data and play around with it and make any analysis on it. So below shows some of the data available on the geodatabase. Right here we have, let me click on it. So right here is the 2023 base map that was created from the helicopter flight, imagery flight that you guys saw earlier in this presentation. I also had to do some editing during my time here, and honestly, that was kind of a challenge because at one point, I was staring at a computer screen and I was like, is this the correct spot that the tree's supposed to be in? Is this the correct angle? Should I be focusing on residential areas? So I spent a lot of time looking at this on Pix4D. And this will also be used to compare to other aerial images. So here we have an image from 1954 and 1965. Someone who's viewing this image may choose to focus on the change in the coastline, or they may choose to compare it to the 2023 base map to see how things have changed over time. Here we have an image from 1977 and 2000. A viewer looking at these two layers right on top of each other might choose to focus on the change in forest going up Malka. As you can see, there's more forest grown in. Or they might choose to view the increase in residential areas during the time period, depending on what they choose to focus on when playing around in the database. As I said, we also have some layers on agriculture and land use. So this one is from 1978. Someone viewing this may see that grazing covered a lot of the Iole Ahupua'a, as well as a bit of macadamia nuts. And it seems like some avocados too. They can then compare this layer. Let's see if it'll... They can then compare that layer from a layer of the year 2020. So on this one, it shows that it seems like pasture is still dominating the Iole Ahupua'a, but macadamia nuts have definitely made their spread as well. We also have some layers on streams. I specifically put this one in here because I made a trip out to Iole before my project was coming to an end, and I got to talk to the Aina crew, and they were completely fascinated by being able to see all these layers, and I only showed them this example. And I think that once we have something like this up, we can take their input on like layers such as streams, like this one is our 2008 layer, but currently it is the most up-to-date layer on the geodatabase, meaning there is not one for 2023. But with any input from the Aina crew or others who are familiar with streams, we can make any updates as needed. And then another example of some layers we have is we have some layers on soil, so water permeability. Water permeability is a measure of how fast applied irrigation water moves through the soil. And as you can see here, in the region of the Iole Ahupua'a, it's pretty moderate going down Makai's side, but once you go up Malka, it seems to be pretty fast. And then this one's from 2014. So, creating a geodatabase is only the beginning of a foundation. As mentioned earlier, there are other projects being done in Iole, which means new data layers are being generated. And now that a foundation has been created, we can see what is missing and what data needs to be collected. So what are some of the next steps? We can continue updating the database as new layers come in. We can continue finding older data layers. We can improve them by georeferencing and ground truthing to make layer corrections, and we can help answer questions that any people in Iole may have. Throughout this project, I was able to personally grow my connection to myself and my home, as before this, I kind of really didn't have a place that felt as similar as home till I came here. And thanks to Iole, I've been gaining confidence in my work and myself. I'd also like to thank the agencies and funders for not only giving me the opportunity to continue a project that I started during the end of my senior year, but being able to connect with other people and Iole. Mahalo to all the agencies.
Awesome job, Leslie. Do we have any questions or comments?
It's about time for me to start answering questions. I'm actually on the board of directors for Iole, so thank you for this work.
Nice to meet you.
And I have a kind of challenging question to ask you. So you've been listening to presentations all day from various people and their projects. Are there any of the projects you've heard today that you think could also be done at Iole and we could learn more about that place?
I definitely will, right when Beth and Kaimi were giving their presentations, I definitely know when we went to Iole, it seemed like we weren't as introduced to the history as much. So I wish that was something that was done right off the bat, because we can have all this data, but without the history, you kind of can't really piece it all together. So looking at these, really looking at historical images and analyzing things like that, super important. And yeah, the cultural significance. I think we were all there for orientation, and I think we definitely needed a little bit more of it, and I'm grateful that my internship gave me more of that with Iole.
Mahalo. Do we have another question?
Mm-hmm. When I went up to Iole, most of the streams are dry and there's wells, and so I was wondering if there'd be some way, and maybe this is a question for Ryan, to update that to show where there is running water, where it's dry, where the wells are, because there was a lot of historical diversions in that area. So trying to really understand the picture of the water movement, I feel like that kind of shows you where it drains, but where the water can really be found would be interesting.
Yeah, that's also something that the INA crew brought up while I was up in Iole. So I hope it's definitely a project coming up, because that layer was from 2008 and we're in 2023 now, so.
One more? I think last year I called out Ryan. It was pretty fun. I was going to try to call him out again, but. Okay, can we get another round of applause for Leslie and Sisaku? Awesome work.
Mahalo nui, Leslie, for sharing your experiences with us. We are going to continue in our adventure through Iole, and doing so is our guy, Wyatt Steele.
Hello. How's it going? Yeah, I'm Wyatt, and I worked with Dr. Peter Mills this summer, and what we've been trying to do is establish a lab here at UH Hilo that focuses on the study of microbotanical remains. So we teamed up with Dr. Sarah Hotchkiss and her graduate student, Michael Payton. They're both from the University of Wisconsin, and they pretty much have just been helping us trying to get the lab up and running. And we've been working on our pilot project here in Iole. So first, what are microscopic plant remains? Okay, so the soil is home to a variety of microscopic plant remains, including pollen grains, starch grains, charcoal fragments, and phytoliths. So each of these structures, they can be identified to the kind of plants that they came from, which means that we can kind of reconstruct ancient ecosystems, kind of have a window back in time. If we can look at the microscopic plant structures that are in the soil, you know, we can see what the floral biota of a place once looked like at any given point. So phytoliths in particular, they have not seen a whole lot of attention in the state of Hawaii. So phytoliths, I got some up here. They're microscopic silica bodies that plants produce. Plants, they draw up monosilicic acid through the groundwater, and then phytoliths are basically that silica and that acid that gets deposited in and in between their cells. Plant dies, plant decays, those phytoliths are left behind in the soil, and they take on really distinct shapes, and we can find them, we can extract them from the soil and identify what kind of plants they came from. So that's kind of our goal. So we're working in Iole. We had to come up with somewhere to get sediments from, and we figured, you know, Lo'i is going to be the place we want to do it, because Lo'i are essentially like sediment traps that create like super, super deep strata. So you can see the historic map of Iole right there. We decided to take samples from the lowland Lo'i and upland Lo'i 1, which is the one on the right up there. You can also, there's more modern map right below it too. So these different sites, they have different conditions. The lowland Lo'i has historically drawn water from the Poliakamoa stream, which means that the phytoliths, or all the microscopic plant remains that are in the Lo'i, they should be more representative of the entire Poliakamoa watershed. The upland Lo'i is spring fed, so that, you know, it hasn't really seen the same stream deposition that the lowland Lo'i has. So whatever microscopic plant material is in the upland Lo'i, it should be more representative of what's in the immediate area. So we kind of liked going with those two different sites because they kind of give us different, I guess, types of data. There are some considerations as far as like how we were going to get our samples. The way Lo'i are built, you know, flash floods kind of sweep them down and they're rebuilt. They kind of actually form like underground staircases. So we had to be careful, you know, dig far enough, you know, within the walls of the existing walls of the Lo'i so we can get down to the deepest layer. For getting down to the deepest layer, we had different options. We could trench, which is pretty invasive, but it does expose the most stratigraphy. We could core, which is also a really good option for preserving a lot of stratigraphy, but it's kind of limited in areas where you have a lot of obstructions. So then there's also augering. Augering, it can kind of go right through those obstructions. It can pretty much preserve the relative stratigraphy of everything you get, but within each section that you auger out, it's a little jumbled up. So it's not the cleanest data that we can get, but as far as like least invasive methods that, you know, we can actually pull off, augering was the way to go. So we decided to auger in our locations. So let me scroll, okay. And the lowland Lo'i, we augered 2 spots. We didn't go as deep as we would have liked to. Auger number 1, that bottomed out at 86 centimeters below the surface. And auger number 2, that one bottomed out at 77 centimeters below the surface. So our strategy to kind of dodge that underground staircase of Lo'i walls. I don't know, it didn't really work too well. There's a lot of obstructions all over the place. So we were hoping to get a better situation when we went to the Upland Lo'i 1, which we did. We went to the Upland Lo'i 1, and even though it's not in use today, it's still full of water flowing through it. And we got down 212 centimeters below the surface, and that's subtracting the 30 centimeters of water that we were standing in the whole time. So we actually hit the bedrock layer. So we got down, we think, like pretty deep, as deep as we might have been able to go. This is what your field notes look like after a day in a Lo'i. Here's a good example kind of showing just how deep we go. So here's the auger. You just gotta give it a minute. These load quick. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, those are what paleoethnobotanists look like right there. Okay, so we have the samples in our hand now. We wanted to try pretty much the standard laboratory procedure that is done to extract actually both starch grains and phytoliths from sediments. This can be done in the same procedure. I'm gonna gloss over it a little bit. I could get into it, but we're not gonna be leaving here until like 5:30 if I get into it. So basically you use density separation. So you treat the sediment with all kinds of different chemicals, basically to break down all the stuff in it that you don't want. And then you put heavy liquids into the sample. They have a specific density. We can put a heavy liquid in at a specific density that allows starch grains to float to the top, where we can isolate it out of the sample, look at it under a microscope, and then a different heavy liquid of a much higher density that allows phytoliths to float to the top. So it was going smooth. We did everything. We extracted the starch grains. We got to the very, very end. And then we kind of ran into a bit of a problem. Here's some of our very sophisticated laboratory equipment that we use. That ultrasonic bath, you kind of use that to break up the material into more discrete units, and the centrifuge is used to kind of filter samples, remove kind of solids from liquids, separate those out. But anyway, we ran into a problem at the very end. We didn't have the right chemical. So the part where we have to float off the phytoliths, we couldn't actually do that. We need sodium polytungstate. That's the thing that's capable of reaching the density that will allow the phytoliths to float up. We accidentally ordered sodium tungstate dihydrate. Big distinction. So we were unable to actually float off the phytoliths, and we just, we were a little downtrodden. We wanted to just kind of see what we produced either way. So here's a look at a finished phytolith slide. It's too contaminated, too much sediment. We weren't able to extract them. We weren't able to actually complete the final step of the process. We diluted the samples down a little bit to just kind of spread all that stuff out. I looked at the diluted slides, and I did find some phytoliths. These are your classic dumbbell-shaped phytoliths. Got a little scale bar down there. These are 10 microns, about, width. This one, it looks a lot like the kind of phytoliths you get from the epidermal tissue from plants, but not going to know for sure. Our big, end game thing is to take modern living plants and get phytoliths out of them so we can build a reference collection. And all the phytoliths that we find in the soil, we can match it up to the phytoliths we already know exist that come from certain, native plants, canoe plants, even invasive plants. So right now we're kind of just looking at stuff that we're not really able to identify yet, but we wanted to try this process because it was definitely the hardest one. We wanted to kind of get it out of the way. But that could be a phytolith. These could be phytoliths as well. Found these. So there's all kinds of little structures that are down there. Now, as far as the starch grains go, we did extract the starch grains, but the amount of starch grains in each slide, it was really scarce. It could be a case that the sediment that we sampled just didn't have a lot, but we kind of think it was actually an error in our process. But there is a starch grain, and that's actually the same starch grain under polarized light. And you can kind of see like a cross in it where the light's kind of on the edge. That's called an extinction cross. And that's something we can use to pretty easily identify these starch grains. Okay, so let me catch up here. Okay, so we wanted to kind of just jump right into trying it again. Get the right chemical, start from the top, but then we just kind of re-examined the whole process. We looked at the feasibility of everything, and it just didn't really seem that cool. That process, assuming we could do it right, it takes about 3 days to produce samples from just 4 little test tubes of, sediment. That's just not really what we want in terms of throughput. And it also requires handling a lot of very hazardous and expensive chemicals. So we looked into other methods, and we found that microwave digestion can be used to do the exact same thing. You can extract phytoliths. You can get actually up to 40 samples in about an hour. So, it seems like the better option for sure. We actually heard that there was a microwave digestion system here at UH Hilo, so we went to go check it out. And this is what we found. We were met with an early relic from the 2000s. It looked like a microwave you'd find in a kitchen. That black box on top of it, that's a laptop that's like this thick. We try to turn it on, and it didn't turn on. It's used to control it. It didn't really work out. We called the manufacturer, and they told us that this product had reached its end of life 15 years ago. So this wasn't the thing that we wanted to put samples in and process them under extremely high pressures and temperatures. We wanted to look into maybe other systems. So feast your eyes on the Anton Par Multi-Wave 5000. This is the top of the line, or it's a modern microwave digestion system. This is what, is used in the current era to produce these really all kinds of applications in science, but it can be used very well for exactly what we're trying to do. These bad boys are gonna run you about $19,000 to $23,000. So if any of you guys in the audience can move that kind of money, come talk to me after. I think we can have a really good conversation. But we do think that this is absolutely the route to take, just in terms of safety, not having undergraduate students handling concentrated nitric acid and boiling it. And in terms of overall expense too, because a lot of those chemicals we use, that chemical that we needed, it costs $1,500 for a little bottle of it. Maybe not what we want, right? And just in terms of throughput, it's not gonna really work to process 4 samples every 3 days. And we wanna learn what the soil has to say in Iole. We don't wanna spend the next 15 years doing that. It'd be cool if we can process those samples quickly, and we could spend most of our time on the microscopes identifying the phytoliths. Okay. Where am I? Reconstructing ancient landscapes. What did this place look like 100, 200, 1,000 years ago? So that's something I always ask myself when I'm in a place that has seen a lot of change. It's amazing to me that the answer to this question can be told by the soil. And when I'm pondering the ancient landscape of a place that has seen great change, I think I'll do so with optimism from now on, knowing that the memory of that landscape is preserved beneath my feet. I'm interested to see what the lab will learn about Iole and elsewhere. There's going to be so much that we can find out past the obvious presence of like ancient kalo cultivation. Like that's a given. We're actually going to be able to make insights into Kanaka Oiwi permaculture and look at how the plants they used for kapa, food, la'au, lapa'au, cordage, everything, how that was woven into the existing ecosystem. So it's, you know, we're hoping to get like a really, really big picture from this. And in areas that have been especially affected by change, areas that have been affected by sugarcane, cattle ranching, development, that's kind of where we really want to apply this, this area of science. Areas where, you know, that memory is a little further away than areas that have not seen such great change, you know. We can start to create those windows into the past for the people that live there, and maybe they can start, you know, building a relationship with their aina, trying to restore it. And we're not just trying to restore the native ecosystem. It could be used for the restoration of functional ahupua'a. So we want to look to what's in the soil as a sort of template to use for that. Now, as far as I go, it was wonderful to work in Iole. Kohala was my home during my early childhood, but I've been away for a long time. It feel like my old home now has become more solidified as a part of my story. It's no longer just like somewhere that I have a lot of hazy childhood memories. So I'm really happy to have kind of reinvigorated my relationship with Kohala. And it was wonderful to work in Iole and talk with all the folks at Iole and talk to them as Wyatt from Kohala, not Wyatt from Kauai or Wyatt from Hilo. It was, that was really special for me. Working with Peter, working with Sarah and Michael, that has been great. We all kind of went into it like not really knowing exactly what we're doing, but we all had like a really common interest, and that dynamic was really special. And they have just given me every resource that I could have asked for along the way to, you know, help me in immersing myself into this new field of study. I don't think I'll ever look at soil the same. All the little things that are in it are just so cool to me. I think about it like everywhere now. I think about it like what's in the dirt beneath the foundation that I'm standing on. Like I'm just constantly thinking about the layers of information that are just everywhere beneath us. And I really hope that the lab can be a place for future students to, you know, maybe gain some experience like I have and maybe get some new perspectives on the worlds that they've already known. So here's my literature cited. Okay, the scroll button's not really working too well anymore. Okay, our mouse, we're almost there. Okay, I don't know why that's going so slow. You guys can see that, right? Oh, there we go. I think my head was like blocking the signal or something. And these people made it possible. Yeah, so thank you very much. Yes.
Mahalo nui. Pressure makes diamonds, huh?
Yes.
I think we're about 10 minutes over, but I think we can field a question here. Does
Yeah, what do
anybody
you
have
guys
a
got?
really complicated, complex question for Wyatt? Minnie.
Yeah, so our protocol for collecting the sample pretty much differed between the different lo'i that we were at. For the lowland lo'i, it was completely dry. And we ran into the issue of like dry, loose dirt kind of falling back into the hole. So we kind of had to like remove about like 5 centimeters of dirt, you know, between each actual section that we collected. So there was some consideration into that as far as like contaminants go. Same with the upland lo'i as far as like anything like underwater that could be pouring in when we put the auger down. we kind of wanted to take more from what we grabbed from the bottom of the auger rather than maybe some of the grass, mud stuff that poured in at the top. So we have the soil. We put them into bags. The auger sections are maybe that big. So each auger section got its own bag, and we still have all of that ready to be processed for analyzation. What we did with our lab process, we used probably maybe enough dirt to it's the same volume as this mouse, if not maybe a little bit more. There's really not a lot that you have to use to create just a little sample. So we're still sitting on that dirt. As far as plans to return it, I think that's maybe not a possibility for sediments that get treated to have them extracted, because they're just so diluted, so mixed with hazardous chemicals and stuff that that's probably not the cleanest thing that we could be depositing back into the ground. But we're really eager to use what we can find in that dirt to treat the place good. Yeah.
Okay, we'll take one more. Here you go, Violet.
Sorry, maybe we will leave at 5:30. Sorry about that. Yeah.
Is there a way that you guys can date the phytoliths? And if so, can you see landscape change over time just by dating certain phytoliths to see how things have changed?
So as far as specific dates go, I suppose if we wanted to do a more controlled analysis, we might want to go with a more invasive approach that does preserve the stratigraphy, like trenching. If we do trench, we can see that stratigraphy. We might even be able to, isolate more macro particles, maybe a piece of rotted wood that's preserved in that layer. Might be able to carbon date that. I don't know how big of a sample you need to carbon date things. I don't think we'd be using starch grains. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. We could carbon date. If we can get material from certain layers, we could get a carbon date on that. But as far as tracing changes, we don't necessarily need to have a number to tell that story. It would be cool to have dates and everything for the whole story, but we can still trace those changes across the relative stratigraphy that we pulled out, and see how the plant life has changed. And especially I think Auger 3 is going to be great as our deepest one. I'm hoping that it went deep enough to have a layer that's representative of the pre-agriculture ecosystem, and I'm hoping that we can see the exact moment in the layers that Kalo shows up, and we can see that whole section as Kanako EV permaculture, and kind of look into that a little bit. And then sugarcane, which I don't think we're going to spend a terrible amount of time on, but we'll want to look at everything. Okay.
Now we can get a round of applause for.
All right. Thank you for hearing me.
If you have any more questions for him, please talk to him after this. Thank you.
As Lillian's making her way up there, and what we found out was PIPES often goes full circle. We've been going long enough, so we see a lot of things. Keamalu's mom used that microdigester. So we have an intern's mom use that microdigester for her masters. So yeah, whenever. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Wyatt, for your experiences and for that sales pitch on the Multi-Wave 5000. I kind of want one now. Now taking us into not the soil, but trees and shrubs and really cool things is Lillian Lewis.
Hello. So my project is on the power of listening utilizing passive acoustic monitoring and bioacoustics technology within Iole Ahupua. And then the map that connects us all. Mine is the orange marker right at the front. That's one of our main sites. But we did have some sites closer towards the shoreline as well. And then as a quick overview of what I'll be going over today, I'll just start with an introduction of myself and the place I've been working. And then I'll transition into the ha'alele, or the methods, the field equipment, sites, and software, and then the huaka'i, or results of the bird species, and opeapea, our native Hawaiian bat. And then lastly, I'll end it off with the key points and future research. A little bit about myself is that I'm a student here at the University of Hawaii at Hilo. I'm also a student employee and peer mentor with first-year experience on campus. And then I'm a Umatilla tribal member. So my name in the Umatilla language is Akalai, which means the eyeballs. And for the lab I was working in over the summer, I was working with Ann Tanimoto Johnson right up there, and Dr. Patrick Hart. And the thing I love about the Lohe lab is they take into consideration not just what we're doing, but where we're working, and they try to incorporate Hawaiian culture whenever they can. Sorry, she's loading. So the place of work where we did most of our research was in Iole, Ahupua'a. But upon speaking with the Aina crew up there, we also found out that it also goes by Aina Kea. So the Kohala Institute at Iole, they focused on Aina-based education and also finding ways to sustain food, water, and energy for future generations. And transitioning into my project, my research questions are, what does the species diversity look like in Iole? And how can the data that we gather be used for future research and species management? So for the hypotheses, we asked, acoustic monitoring in Iole will document both native and non-native bird species. We will detect our native duck, the Kaloa maoli, and we will be able to detect the native Hawaiian hoary bat, or the opeapea. And then lastly, we took a look at whether time of day or time of night and site impacted the amount of detections we caught. So for the ha'alele, or methods, a lot of the field equipment we used were bioacoustics monitors. This is an example of the Wildlife Acoustics SM4 song meter. So it has an audio sample rate of 44100 hertz, and then we set it to a recording schedule of 5 o'clock a.m. to 7 o'clock p.m., and then again from 7 o'clock p.m. to 5 o'clock a.m. And this is an example of our Wildlife Acoustic Song Meter, or SM4 BAT song meter. It has an audio sample rate of 256 kilohertz, and we scheduled this one from 6 o'clock p.m. to 11 o'clock p.m. and 1 o'clock a.m. to 5 o'clock a.m. And this is the ultrasonic microphone, or SMM-U2. So for the deployment of these recorders, we put 3 Malka site and 2 Makai site of each recorder, and they were from the dates of June 6th through July 20th, 2023. So now, just to show you a little about our sites, this is Malka Site 1, or Watt. Also, after talking with the folks up at Iole, we found out that the Watt stream was actually named after a previous landowner, but its original name in Hawaiian is Hapahapai. And this is Site 2, the Duck Pond. Site 3, the reservoir. Site 4, which is one of our Makai sites, shoreside. And Site 5, trail side. So for our lab software, we mostly utilize Raven Pro. And the cool thing about Raven Pro is that it allows you to not only listen to the audible recordings, but see what those recordings look like in a spectrogram. And then from the spectrogram, we were also able to make selections. So this is an example of a Kaloa Maoli selection in that little red box over there. Another platform we used was BirdNet. So what we did is took audio recordings and then put them into BirdNet, which breaks down into 3-second spectrograms. And then the algorithm matches it to the most likely bird species and gives you its final prediction. Oh, also, I would manually go through and look at all of the species that it had a 50% confidence or higher rate, and then confirm if it was either incorrect or correct. And then after that, I would go through and look at all the species with a 50% or lower confidence rate. So other things I did in Raven Pro was make manual selections. So for all of our bat sounds collected, I would go through and make 50 selections of bat sounds, and then other selections of background noise, wind, and rain. And then I would also look at presence or absence for the bats at each site and what time of day those were. So Kugu is another platform I used to enter those selections into. And similarly to BirdNet, it looks at these detections and gives you like what it believes to be a bat sound. But the thing about the algorithm is it's not always correct. So I would just go through and make sure they're either correct or incorrect. So for the time of night and site preference, this went on from June 6th to 13th, 2023, and that was just our first round of data collection. And we would take a look at what time of night hourly they would make their vocalizations. And we would also look at the amount of vocalizations per site. So for the results, we detected 17 species of birds within Iole. And then we gathered these target species from the 2007 Kohala Watershed Report, and then we used that to help decide what our target species would be. So this graph shows that the most detections were at site 4 on the shoreline, but like I said before, the detections are not always correct. So some of the bird species like apapane or Hawai'i amaki'i or Hawai'i elapaio are things that the algorithm thinks it detected, but weren't actually there. And then now for our target species that we did see, we have on the left the name and then the right the spectrograms. This is the common myna, common waxbill, gray francolin, house finch, melodious laughing thrush, scaly-breasted munia, spotted dove, turkey, warbling white-eye, Indian peafowl, northern cardinal, red-billed diathrix, saffron finch, yellow-fronted canary, zebra dove, and the Kaloa Maoli, or Hawaiian duck. And then now I'd like to share a quick recording of the Kaloa Maoli Kaloa Maoli. Now, I know that sounds a lot like a mallard, right? So how can you tell the difference? One way we were able to do this was by communicating with the folks up at Iole and asking if they saw any of these species in person. And they let us know that they have seen a pair of Kaloa mo'oli, male and female, and that's how we were able to make this detection. So for the Opea pair results, these are our Kugu results for the accuracy per training round model. So for this graph, basically what we were trying to do is get this red line to be in equilibrium with the green line. And it was trained with previous data collected from Iole, or not Iole, from the Lohe lab. And we put the model through 25 rounds of training. And then you'll see that the starting accuracy for this is above 0.650. And then for the accuracy per training round with new samples, we trained the algorithm with only data collected from Iole. And then you can see that the accuracy already improved from 0.650 to right above 0.88. And then we decided to combine all of the data collected from both Iole and the first round collected from, first round collected from Iole, and then previous data from the Lohe lab. And then we trained the model with this for 25 rounds. And then the accuracy increased from 0.650 all the way to 0.94. So basically what this means is the more data we collect and add to models, the higher the accuracy increases too. So for the linear models, these were all collected using our first round of data due to a limited time frame. But for the bat detections at each site, we did see the most bats, or hear the most bats at site 2, which was our duck pond. And then you'll also notice that there is no data for site 4. And that's just because we didn't get any detections. And then our data for site 5 was also very limited. So for the bat detections at each hour, we found that there were the most vocalizations at 7 o'clock p.m. and 5 o'clock a.m. And then the bat detections at each site at each hour. Similarly, once again, there was the most bat vocalizations at 7 o'clock p.m. and 5 o'clock a.m. And then you'll note that all the blue boxes means that the most detections were also at site 2, which is the duck pond. And now I'd like to share a recording of the Opea Pea. Another cool thing about Raven Pro is that we would not be able to hear this with our ears naturally, but because we use platforms like Raven Pro, we're able to slow down the recordings to 0.25, and then that way we can hear it like that. So the key points for the birds is that both native and non-native bird species were present at all 5 sites, and the Kaloa mo'oli is believed to be present at all 5 sites, but the most detections were at site 2, the duck pond. And additional data could be used to increase the accuracy of the BirdNet model. The key points for Opea Pea is that Opea Pea is present at all sites except for site 4, and that most Opea Pea detections are at 5 o'clock a.m. and 7 o'clock p.m. Similarly, site 2 had the most detections, and additional data could also be used to increase the accuracy of Kugu. So for future studies, they could focus on having a larger sample size. They could take a look at vocal behavior trends, so seasonal changes, site preferences, and changes over time. And they could continue to add data to platforms like BirdNet and Kugu. And then lastly, there could be restoration work to the duck pond to create an island so the ducks can nest apart from predation. But also, I know the Aina crew said that's something that they're very interested in working on, so I'm happy to hear that. And lastly, I'd like to give a huge mahalo to my mentors, Ann Tanimoto Johnson and Pat Hart. and then everyone who helped out with this. Mahalo.
Awesome job, Liz. Do we have a question for Lillian? Question or questions? Oh Lord, you would, why? Yeah.
Favorite bird sound? I like the Indian peafowls. They're like the peacocks, just because I was like, oh, I know what that is. But also the ducks, of course.
So I get a question. It looked like one of your sites didn't have any data. I think that was for the, what was it for?
Yeah, site 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do you think that specific site didn't have any
For
data?
sure. Most likely it's just because I was reading that like bats don't really like salinated water. So sites 4 and 5 were both closer to the ocean side. So they prefer fresh water, which might be why they prefer the Mauka sites.
Any more? One more? Okay, I'm gonna run the mic to you.
Before the question, shout out to Na'alu for just running around passing the mic to everybody. So what do you think, what's like an ecological feature or anything special about Site 2 that has like a large presence of Opeapea?
That's a great question. I couldn't tell you for sure, but if I had to guess, I would think there's probably more like insects in that area, and then just a higher biodiversity because of the duck pond.
Awesome job. Can we get another round of applause for Lillian?
Mahalo nui, Lillian, for sharing that wonderful presentation of all of your experience this summer. Next, we have Amber Sky Skiwo. Where's she at? There you are. All right.
Skiwo.
Mahalo.
Okay, Ali, ngilitasil sin maragulab. My name is Amber Skiwo, and today I will be talking about my research project about water quality monitoring entitled Enterococcus Species Comparison on the shorelines of Kailua Kona and North Kohala on Hawaii Island. Okay, so about me, I am 23 years old, born and raised in Palau, and today I study marine science here at the University of Hawaii at Hilo. So growing up, I spent most of my time out in nature, whether it was swimming in the rock islands or taking an adventure at the waterfall. I always felt at peace when visiting such places. However, I had a strong passion for our ocean. I believe my upbringing in Palau was my catalyst to joining the PIPES Ohana. I learned at a young age the importance of our ocean and its conservation. We not only depend on the ocean for food, but for our cultural identity and practices as well. The long-term success of this symbiotic relationship is based on the responsibility that each Palauan is taught at a young age that they are caretakers of the sea. We work as a community to execute such practices and ensure that they are successful. I wanted to join the PIPES Ohana to be able to do scientific research on an island that shares similar beliefs and practices to my home island. The following project I am working on will allow me to do scientific research and provide helpful information to the community on sewage pollution. My host agency for this project is the Marine Science Department here at UH Hilo, and I was fortunate to have 3 awesome mentors, Dr. Tracy Wigner, Dr. Steve Colbert, and grad student Ms. Ihilani Kamau. The agency has previous and ongoing research here on Hawaii Island. Some of them include water quality monitoring, study on the effects of sea level rise on coastal water infrastructures, as well as the vertical mixing and carbon dioxide dynamics in a groundwater estuary on West Hawaii. My project is about the comparison of shoreline Enterococcus species, a fecal indicator bacteria that is used to monitor water quality on the shoreline communities of Kailua Kona and North Kohala. This type of bacteria is found on warm-blooded species, including humans, and indicates possible sewage pollution in an environment. So both coastal communities have on-site sewage treatments as well as cesspools. The public sewer system in Kona does not connect to all residential areas, whereas Kohala has no sewer system at all. The rise in human activities and urbanization have caused the island to face an urgent challenge in controlling coastal water quality. Here is my project map. It's just an overview. So those are my stations in Kohala, and these are my stations in Kailua Kona. So for my site, this project is based on the shoreline communities of Kailua Kona and North Kohala. So Kailua Kona serves as the hub of Hawaii Island. A lot of tourist activities, marine recreation, and cultural heritage. With it being the second most populated area on Hawaii Island, it has 6,500 cesspools that discharge a total of 15 megaliters per day of untreated sewer into coastal waters. Other than the on-site disposal system, the Kea'alakehe wastewater treatment plant serves 1,700 connections, but does not connect to all residential areas. As of the North Kohala, there is no wastewater treatment, which means all residents have OSDS and most are cesspools. As for sampling and analysis, for this project, I used the microbiological analysis method. This method involves collecting water samples and analyzing them for the presence and concentration of Enterococcus species. In addition, water physiochemical parameters such as salinity and turbidity were measured in the field with a YSI meter. A typical sampling day usually begins at 4 a.m. due to the long drive from Hilo to target sites. I had a total of 14 stations to collect samples from, 12 in Kailua Kona and 2 in North Kohala or the Iole Ahupua shoreline. I collected samples during low tide and near sunrise because the Enterococcus species bacteria will most likely die when exposed to sunlight. At each station, duplicate and triplicate water samples were collected in previously sterilized plastic bottles and later processed within 6 hours of collection. Okay. Enterococcus species were analyzed using the EnterAlert MPN method following the manufacturer's recommendation of 10 ml sample water and 90 ml of sterile water. They are then both mixed with a specific volume of reagent provided in the EnterAlert test kit. The EnterAlert test kit uses a proprietary defined substrate technology nutrient indicator to detect enterococci. This nutrient indicator fluoresces when metabolized with enterococci. Basically, when a well turns blue, there is enterococci present in the water samples. So for my first graph, when comparing Enterococcus species concentration on both shorelines, I came into conclusion that there is not much difference in concentrations when it comes to urban versus rural areas. Enterococcus species can persist in tropical soil and come from different animal sources and may not be an indicative of sewage. And when in the beginning of the project, I expected rural areas to have low or no Enterococcus concentrations. And my second graph is a column plot comparing different Enterococcus concentrations on different shoreline stations. So contrasting patterns were seen along these shoreline stations. They ranged from 5 to 190 mpn per 100 ml and significantly differed among stations, with station 3 and 5 having the highest values. So according to the State of Hawaii Department of Health, enterococci content shall not exceed a geometric mean of 35 mpn per 100 ml over any 30-day interval. So this red line indicates my 35 mean. And in this study, I found that 8 out of 14 stations exceeded that value of enterococci content, indicating sewage pollution. Station 3 is located in Ali'i Drive. Station 5 is located right next to the Royal Kona Hotel. Stations 9 to 12 is all of Kahalu'u. And Station 13 is located near the Wainaya River mouth at the Iole Ahupua'a. Okay, and then for my last graph, I have a scatter plot showing a relationship between salinity and the Enterococcus species concentration. The blue represents Kailua Kona and red represents Iole. So it had a significant linear relationship with salinity in all stations of Kailua Kona. Enterococcus species concentrations were increasing as salinity decreased. However, station 13 and 14 in Kohala did not show any linear relationship. This is because wastewater from cesspools enters the ground and into the shorelines. So in conclusion, the degradation of coastal ecosystems due to sewage pollution has emerged as a pressing concern in modern environmental research. The discharge of untreated sewage into coastal water can lead to multiple environmental health issues. This study found that Enterococcus species concentration were high along certain shorelines on both shorelines that indicate sewage pollution. With this information, both shoreline communities will be aware of the health of their coastal ecosystems and take action. The community may work together to ask for funds to upgrade and maintain sewage infrastructure, as well as monitoring programs to assess the extent of sewage pollution and track improvements over time. So overall, this project enabled me to learn new skills and knowledge in my field of work. And prior to moving here to Hawaii for school, I used to work at Coral Reef Research Foundation, where we did a lot of water quality monitoring in marine lakes. So with that, I am very thankful for PIPES for giving me this opportunity to expand my experience in my field of work. And other than that, I made a lot of new connections with new people and places that I hope to work with in future research. And to end, I would like to thank all my funders for this project, especially NSF. Okay, thank you all.
Awesome job, awesome job. Skivo, do we have any questions out there? I don't know how I'm gonna get to you, Penny. Can you pass this mic to Penny?
Yeah, I was just wondering, noticed that in Iole there was one place that had kind of over the limits of Enterococcus. Is there like an understanding or discussion about whether or not that's maybe due to cattle runoff as opposed to human sewage?
Yes, so in Leslie's presentation, she showed one of the maps with the streams, and my station 13 is located right next to the river mouth of that stream. And I was also able to be part of other projects where we went up to the Mauka side of Iole, and I observed a lot of cattle. So yes, I think continuing on to this project, we can take that into consideration and do test audit.
Can we get one more question from any of our esteemed guests? Yeah, there we go. I always like the mentor questions because they're always.
So, so building on that, if Enterococcus isn't the best way to identify sewage pollution at Iole, are you familiar with any other methods that may help us to identify if it is if there is sewage pollution present there?
Okay, so my project is part of a bigger project run by my mentor, Miss Ihilani. And for her project, she uses she uses more more methods into testing for sewage pollution, such as collecting limu or water samples for Clostridium bacteria, and also it's another FIV, fecal indicator bacteria. So it's not only the Enterococcus test, there's another FIV bacteria and the limu.
Awesome. There's one more? No? Maybe? Can we get another round of applause for Amber Ski-Wolt? I guess I'll go up here because we're in front of the camera. Mahalo nui for everybody coming in person, online. That was our final presentation for today. Tomorrow we will be back here. Can we get another round of applause for the presenters today? Awesome job. We'll be back here tomorrow, bright and early, 8:30. We have our first Olelo Hawai'i cohort starting us off. See you guys tomorrow. Interns, you're staying here. I lied. I'm a liar. Interns, you gotta stay here. I don't know, Kieran left his cup up here for like 10 presentations.